30 seconds and counting. 25 seconds and counting. We are still go. 20 seconds. Guidance alert. The guidance system now going internal. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Viewers both in Europe and well, through much of Europe in any event, and also in the Western Hemisphere. Good evening to viewers in the Pacific Rim. Welcome to the Angry Astronaut. Thanks for joining us today. We are here to cover the rollout of Artemis 2. This is going to be a marathon stream today, guys. Some of my colleagues at the launch pad and other places have actually started their stream hours ago, way before the sun came up. I believe the sun might just be peeking up over the horizon in Florida right now, as NASA prepares to roll the Artemis 2 SLS rocket out to the launch pad. And this will be the first time that this has happened in over 50 years, where we have a rocket that's going to be carrying human beings to lunar space. Okay, so we have voice sound a little low, I guess. I'll try to keep it could be just my own voice a little lower than usual, so I'll try to keep that in mind. Where's everybody checking in from? We have Australia. Hello, thank you very much. Let's see, Catland, thank you. Hello, Portugal. Thanks very much for watching today. Hello, Skywatch Signal with us as always. Make sure to support Skywatch, by the way. He has a presence in a number of places online. As a big time UFO kind of guy, does a lot of interesting stuff associated with that. So look up Skywatch online and support his stuff. He's very active in that community. Hello, Tennessee and Stalybridge. Thank you very much for checking in. And hello, Netherlands. Thank you very much for watching today. I'll tell you, it's a little difficult to really get a grasp on just how significant this moment is. And of course, today is not going to be exciting. You're going to have this crawler that is barely creeping along, taking the rocket out to the SLS rocket out to the launch pad. But still, as I said, this hasn't happened in over 50 years. A rocket that will have human beings on board, that's heading to the moon. This rollout, as I say, the last time anything like this happened is when Saturn V's used to be rolled out for this purpose. And again, early 1970s was the last time that happened. Hello, UK and West Virginia. Hello, East Yorkshire. Thank you very much for watching. In addition, during this marathon experience, you'll see pinned in the comments is the GoFundMe page for the launch. And unlike other fundraisers that I've done, this one is not for me as much as it is for my producer. I need help in order to properly cover a launch like this. I've tried so many times to cover launches from Cape Canaveral, and it always goes wrong because I'm trying to narrate and manage a camera and manage an online presence and everything else. It's always ends up being a disaster. And I want to bring ASN, my producer, who's been with me ever since I had 750 subscribers. I want to bring him along. And I've got something to offer today. For those who are making contributions, we're going to have a drawing, and I'm going to be giving away 3 of the 3i Atlas shirts to random supporters today. I'll give one away to people who want to support on Super Chat, and 2 of them I'll give away to people who want to support on the GoFundMe. And again, the GoFundMe is linked in the pinned comment. And as I say, this is going to be enormously helpful to me to have him there. It will really improve the quality, because not only will it make sure that I've got somebody to help me, extra pair of hands and technical assistance right there, but in addition to that, we're going to be able to film this thing on multiple cameras and record the launch on multiple cameras. All that is going to be really fantastic. It will make a huge change to the quality of what we can bring you. And also, as I've mentioned, ASN has never seen a launch in his life. He's never been to the United States. He's never been to Cape Canaveral, obviously. And so love to bring him along for this experience. Like I say, since he's been with me and supporting this channel ever since I had 750 subscribers. So in any event, like I say, it's in the pinned comments, and we'll be updating this as the day goes on the GoFundMe. And right now we have $759 raised between the GoFundMe and some and a couple of Cash App donations. Okay, enough about that. Let's go ahead and let's see. You got Ohio. Hello, Liverpool. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, the Saturn V, there's actually a number of them on display all over the country. It's really a fantastic experience to see the one in Huntsville. They have one in Cape Canaveral. They have one in Houston. And of course, it's sort of a sad story, because these Saturn V's were supposed to go to the moon. They didn't build those things just to put them on display. These were rockets that were all supposed to go to the moon. And of course, none of them did, because they shut everything down. They shut down the whole Apollo program early. Nixon decided that there were other priorities at the time, although I'm not going to put it all on him. There were others, Democratic Senator Mondale from Minnesota. He was one of the most vehement opponents of the Apollo program, saying that who cares if there's people on the moon when we've got starving people in New York or whatever. That's going to be an argument that people will be able to use till the end of time. I don't want to sound, but the producer's going to counter it. Right. Right. If you take the American tax dollar and split it into 1,000 pieces, NASA gets one of those 1,000 pieces. So even if you completely defunded NASA and redirected all that money towards the poor, the impact would be minuscule. It would make a tiny amount of difference, and so many jobs would be lost. There's so many jobs that support science, support NASA. And not only that, look what NASA does for innovations that help mankind. It's just it's a complete no-brainer. And the amount that we spend on NASA today is a pathetic amount compared to what it was back at the time that we went to the moon. So the actual launch, there's a number of launch dates that are set out. February 6th is the first launch date opening. It's the 7th now? The 6th. Okay. Right. Okay. What time, producer, do you know what time is it on the 6th that the launch window? Okay. So 5 hours prior to that. So 9:48, we're probably looking at a nighttime launch again. So yeah, it opens up on the 6th, the 7th of the early morning on the 7th of February for European viewers, but the evening of the 6th of February is when the launch will take place. So yeah, maybe will take place then. There's a number of launch dates. Let me go ahead and pull these up real quick for you guys so you will know. So let me go ahead and pull up the different alternatives. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for just a moment, and I will get you these exact launch dates, as I said. Right. The first one, as I said, is on the 6th. Let's go ahead and check the launch periods. Okay, here we go. Got it. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 10th, and the 11th of February. That's the first available launch period from January 31st to February 14th. Those roughly 2 weeks, the 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, and 11th. So we're looking at a total of 5 different launch opportunities for Artemis 2. If there are significant problems with the rocket, and by the way, I've got that entire time frame and actually significantly before that blocked out hotel wise and everything for our stay in Florida, because I would like to actually get out to the launch pad and film the SLS out there as well, close up, go on a tour, that sort of thing. And those tours become a lot more difficult to go on the closer you are to a launch date. So we're going to be getting there a few days early, a few days before the 6th, in order to properly cover that. So 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, and 11th. And then if something goes wrong and then there's a significant delay, as there was the last time with Artemis 1, although keep in mind, that was the first launch of a brand new rocket. So that's a little different than what we're facing this time. Right, there were valves that were leaking. There was hydrogen leaks, that sort of thing, that were causing consistent issues. And all of that has now been replaced on the ML1 Mobile Launch Tower 1, and also the ground logistics that supports Mobile Launch Tower 1. So the next set of launch dates are March 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 11th. That's 5 more launch opportunities from February 28th to March 13th. If something goes wrong there, then you have a third launch period from March 17th to the 10th of April, and those opportunities are April 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I would hope that we don't end up launching that late in the game. Obviously, we don't want, we would prefer to launch clearly during that first grouping, but at the same time, we've got human beings on this launch. Again, first time that this has ever happened. Oh, thank you so much, Gangster Daddy. Really appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't see the super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So you are in the drawing. As I say, I'm giving away 3 3i Atlas shirts today during the broadcast. One is going to a super chat supporter, and one is going, or 2 rather, are going to folks who support us on the GoFundMe page. And the GoFundMe page, once again, is pinned in the comments, at the top of the comments. In 2 minutes, NASA is scheduled to go live. They may or may not. It all depends. Something could also crop up that delays the crawler beginning its move towards the launch pad. We will see. And it's going to take about 8 hours, guys. This is going to be a marathon stream today. I'm not going to be sitting here and talking the whole time, obviously, but it's going to be a marathon stream today as we watch the ML1 Mobile Launch Tower haul the Artemis 2 rocket out to the launch pad. So let me tell you, let's see here. And of course, producer, let me know when NASA goes live, obviously. But in the meantime, this has been a bit of a frustrating experience. Well, I wouldn't say a bit, a hugely frustrating experience for spaceflight enthusiasts and for NASA with the what's called ML1, or the Mobile Launch Tower 1. Why is that? Well, this launch tower was sort of a cobbled together launch tower from the shuttle days, and it was designed to launch not a huge heavy rocket like SLS. It was originally supposed to launch a rocket called the Ares, which is roughly half the size of SLS. And then when Ares was canceled and replaced by the much bigger SLS, with the idea of bringing interplanetary human spaceflight back into the picture, I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, right. Jack, thank you so much for the $10 Australian. Really, really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the donations that are already coming in today. So, this launch tower had to be substantially modified and beefed up in order to accommodate a much heavier rocket, and also a rocket that was going to have a lot more firepower, a lot more thrust as it took off compared to what Ares was supposed to have. So as a result, they brought some contractors in on the job, and some prices were rolled out, etc. And it ended up being one of the biggest and most embarrassing uh, scandals, shall we say, in the history of NASA, with all of the problems that happened with this mobile launch tower. I mean, the whole idea is we once again are reusing space shuttle technology, space shuttle era stuff in order to try to keep costs down. That's the idea behind it. But instead, because these modifications ended up being so complicated, and also because the contractors had no idea what the hell they were doing, this led to the mobile launch tower ending up being far more expensive than it would have been if they had just built a new one. Really, really irritating. So here's what I'm going to go ahead and read off before NASA comes on here, some findings of the NASA Office of Inspector General report. By the way, this is way back in 2020. NASA has greatly exceeded its cost and schedule targets in developing ML1. As of January 2020, the modification of ML1 to accommodate the SLS has cost $693 million, $308 million more than the agency's March 2014 budget estimate, and is running more than 3 years behind schedule. That was actually one of the reasons why SLS took so long to lift off. It wasn't just because the rocket had problems, it was because the stinking launch tower had problems. Looking ahead, the project faces a risk of further cost increases and schedule slippage as ML1 completes testing for Artemis 1. This is, of course, before Artemis 1 took off, and undergoes modifications for Artemis 2. The agency's acquisition approach for ML1, which lacked coordination and competition with design contractors. Again, this is something that happens so often in the government procurement world. You get pet favorite contractors who get a job without really having to compete for them. And so then they're not incented to do a better job. The agency's acquisition approach for ML1, which lacked coordination and competition, as I said before, coupled with immature SLS requirements, resulted in design errors and integration challenges that drove the project's cost increases and schedule delays. Specifically, the ML1 project experienced numerous design errors during the outfitting of the tower that resulted in cabling and structural conflicts, equipment that did not work as intended, and issues with fabrication of the connections known as umbilicals that provide power, communications, oxygen, and fuel. NASA exacerbated these issues by accepting unproven and untested designs from one of the project's contractors. I have to admit, I have a lot of respect for NASA that they have an office within their own organization that will just rip them apart when they make mistakes like this. I actually do appreciate the honesty. It would be nice if they didn't make these mistakes at all, but I do appreciate the honesty when these things get analyzed. Additionally, immature SLS requirements resulted in integration challenges that also contributed to increased costs and caused schedule delays. As a result of these issues, NASA incurred substantial unplanned costs for a system the agency currently plans to use for 3 or 4 missions. And by the way, it's only 3 missions: Artemis 1, which has already happened, Artemis 2, which is about to happen, and finally Artemis 3, which is going to put human beings on the surface of the moon sometime this decade. Let's hope. However, if you've been watching my content lately, you will know that the current delays that are leading to us maybe not landing on the moon this decade has nothing to do with the SLS anymore, or the mobile launch tower, any of that sort of thing. Now the problems are focused on the HLS, or human landing system. That is the big problem that we currently have now. Bear with me for just a moment here. We're still checking on such. All right. And by the way, I really appreciate we've had some donations come in already. You see that total raised. That once again is so I can bring my producer ASN to Cape Canaveral to help me film the Artemis 2 launch, to bring a lot more quality to my coverage next month. That is what I would like to do. And as I say, we are trying to do some fundraising on this. We've had some very generous people who have already donated, and you can see the amount that's been donated. The vast majority of that is coming from the GoFundMe page, which is linked in the pinned comment at the top of the comments. And I'm giving away 2 shirts today to random supporters, and on the GoFundMe, and 1 shirt, a 3i Atlas shirt, to a random super chat supporter. Okay. Yeah, it's ASN just pointed out, and it's true. Trump wants a 2028 moon landing, and let me tell you something, that's going to be challenging, really challenging. And I've explained that before, but what I'm going to do is, let me go ahead and talk about a couple more things on the launch tower we're going to be watching today. Looking to ML2, NASA has taken positive steps to address lessons learned from the design and development of ML1. Specifically, NASA is utilizing a single contract to both design and build ML2 that the agency believes will remedy a majority of the communication and integration issues that occurred during the modification of ML1. Under such a contract, the agency expects to better facilitate builder involvement during design, utilize a single integrated 3D model of ML2 that should improve communication of requirement changes, enable the contractor to suggest commercial best practices, improve monitoring of vehicle loads requirements, and require fewer parts to be designed and built by NASA for the contractor to install. But despite these positive steps, NASA is missing opportunities. And by the way, this has led to problems with ML2 already. To improve project management and oversight of the $486 million ML2 project. Keep in mind, almost $1 billion was spent on ML1. That's going to be used for 3 launches, Artemis 1, 2, and 3. After that, it's done. And then another $500 million for ML2. The ML2 schedule is risky due to expected vehicle load and interface requirements changes for the Orion and later variations of the SLS, with already limited time for testing that could be further impacted by development delays. Secondly, the ML2's design build contract structure utilizes award fees, which, if implemented similar to the ML1 project, may limit the agency's ability to motivate the ML2 contractor to improve performance and control costs. And finally, NASA's approach to managing the ML2 project lacks key project management requirements that would provide greater levels of oversight and transparency. At the time of our audit, the ML2 project had not finalized plans to 1, conduct life cycle and milestone reviews with NASA's senior management, limiting the agency's ability to make timely adjustments to a project that has significant risk of cost and schedule increases, or 2, establish a project-specific agency baseline commitment, limiting project. We good? Looks like we're good. Okay. Perhaps. Fingers crossed. Can you folks see me? Looking like we're back. Throw me a chat real quick and let me know. Okay, we're good currently. Once again, guys, fingers crossed. I need to let you know, and I put this in the chat a couple of times now. There are make money quick scumbags out there who are opening up 10 different AI channels at once, and they will have AI create content, narrate content. By the way, the content is at least 50 to 60% inaccurate. AI doesn't know topics that well and will get incorrect information half the time. And then they'll start uploading AI content to 10 different channels at once. Just to make, one guy can easily do that, and just start uploading garbage. And so now, as a result of AI, YouTube is getting absolutely flooded with trash. And as a result, it's difficult for them to even keep up with it on their servers. So you've got substandard crap flooding YouTube, and it's difficult to tell what is reliable stuff and what's AI unless you actually watch it and get to hear the telltale things that happen with AI narrators. So as a result, it's this AI quick money stuff that's going on right now is really creating a problem. Go ahead, producer. I there's plenty of fantastic AI stuff out there. I use AI myself for research, and I'm not saying AI is 100% bad. And I just, yeah, producer pointed out that maybe I was sounding that way. AI is not, because it's wrong so often. And all right. That what All right, there we go. We should be okay now. Sorry about that, guys. We that was an unrelated issue. That was a VPN issue, on our side. We were trying to restore service so quickly that forgot about a little VPN thing that we had to fix there. So that's done. So sorry about that, folks. We'll fight our way through this. But overall, we've been encountering problems with YouTube that we've never seen before. Even uploading content is a struggle right now. A lot of the time, my content will not fully upload. It has to restart. It's just beyond frustrating. Okay, here we go. Is NASA live? Do we want to go ahead and bring on their narration, or do they have any narration right now? Producer. Okay. Obviously, as you can see, guys, Artemis 2 has already left the VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building, and is starting to slowly crawl its way towards the launch pad on the ML1 platform, mobile launch one platform. So yeah, it's going. It's going to be very difficult to even perceive this movement, guys. I've seen that crawler in operation in person before. My uncle, just so you know, used to work at the Cape. He worked at the Cape for the vast majority of his professional career. After he got out of the Navy, he went to work at Cape Canaveral, and I got to see a lot of shuttle launches up close and personal. I saw the maiden launch of the Challenger, which was a really, really just an unforgettable moment in my life. My God, what an incredible moment that was to see the Challenger lift off for the first time. Of course, horribly tragic what happened to Challenger later, but still, it doesn't take away that amazing experience. My uncle had a lot of incredible experiences during his many years on the Cape. At the Cape, he started during the Apollo era, and all through every Saturn V launch, and through the vast majority of the shuttle program before he finally retired. Long time Titusville, Florida resident, and I would go visit him almost every year when I was young, and got to see exciting things happening at the Cape all the time. And yeah, I've just got a strong personal connection to Cape Canaveral. So this crawler is just going to grind along. It is very slow. Its movement barely perceptible, really. And so it's going to take hours for it to haul the rocket out to the launch pad. But nevertheless, we've got a big moment coming here for the first time. It's already started. For the first time, we have a human rated rocket that will be carrying people. Artemis 1 obviously didn't carry people. It was an unmanned flight of a human rated rocket. This one will be carrying 4 humans to the moon, and it's on its way to the launch pad. And by the way, after all the delays that this mission has experienced, all the delays that Artemis 2 ran into, now it's going sort of ahead of schedule. Originally the launch was pushed to April of this year, but NASA discovered, with the progress that they had been making on Artemis 2, that it might be possible to push the rocket in January and shoot for a February launch. I reported on that about 8 months ago, I believe. Might have been closer to 6 or 7 months ago. And I'm really gratified to see that it's happening, because at the time, the February launch window was just a rumor that was circulating at the Cape, circulating amongst aviation enthusiasts. There was only 1 or 2 space news organizations that were reporting on it at the time. It was, there's a lot of question as to whether or not it was even true. And guess what? It was. And here we are pushing the rocket in mid-January for an early February launch opportunity back to the moon. I couldn't be more excited rather about it. I couldn't be more excited. By the way, Jack Morgan, I want to thank you. I just made a $6 contribution. I'm assuming maybe €5, something along those lines, but $6 has been contributed on GoFundMe. We're going to go ahead and add that on to the total raised. For those of you who who weren't watching at the beginning, this is a fundraiser to try to get ASN, my producer, to come with me to Cape Canaveral to help me cover this launch. And I want that to happen in the worst kind of way, because I have struggled to cover launches at Cape Canaveral so many times. It is such a difficult thing to do when it's one guy trying to manage cameras, and believe me, I've had people help me at the Cape. I've had people recognize me and, come running over to assist me with my cameras and all that. But that's all just chaos. It's just a random happenstance of generous people coming to assist me when I happen to be there and they happen to know who I am. But in this case, having ASN with me will improve the quality of the broadcast in a huge way, give us an opportunity to have multiple cameras on the rocket, record a really good quality launch. Big stuff. Yeah. Right. So, right. 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 So there's going to be a big opportunity here. There's going to be it's just the producer was talking about the equipment, the cameras that he's going to be able to bring to bear in person there. So yeah, it's very exciting. And as of right now, just so you know, the amount that we've raised up to this point funds his plane ticket. So we have more than enough raised for his flight from London to Orlando and back. So now what we are focusing on is hotel expenses, which is the most expensive part of it. I've already got reservations made, but yeah, it's right now the hotels. Well, of course, they know that this is a huge opportunity for them, and they are charging massive amounts of money for hotel rooms in the Titusville, Cape Canaveral area. So, in any event, your support is very much appreciated, and I'm giving away 3i Atlas shirts today. 2 of them to random folks on the GoFundMe, and 1 to Super Chat supporters. All right. So as you can see, the launch tower is continuing to crawl along bit by bit. And again, this launch tower was originally designed to be used for the Ares rocket, which was much, much smaller than SLS. That was the next stage in NASA's development for interplanetary heavy lift missions. But then a decision was made with the advent of the Constellation program to move towards human rated stuff. And then Constellation was canceled, but the idea of a human rated rocket remained, and the SLS rocket stayed in production. But of course, SLS being a much bigger and heavier rocket with a lot more thrust than Ares had, needed a beefed up launch tower. And I just went through the NASA Office of Inspector General report and the huge cluster that whole thing turned out to be. Went way over budget, took far longer than it should have. It delayed the Artemis 1 launch significantly. And now at this point, nearly $1 billion has been spent on a launch tower that will be used a grand total of 3 times. And why is it only going to be used 3 times? Well, because the SLS is being upgraded to the Block 1B for the Artemis 4 mission. Block 1B is a taller rocket, and the biggest modification that's going to be made to that particular rocket is called the EUS, or the Exploration Upper Stage. Right now, the second stage of the SLS rocket is a temporary second stage called the ICPS, or Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, that is built by United Launch Alliance. But it's not nearly enough when it comes to capabilities for a robust second stage that can carry a lot of payload out to the moon. So this particular launch tower was designed for the first block of the SLS. Unfortunately, the Block 1B is taller. All of the umbilicals are located in a different position. So you need a different launch tower that's capable of handling a different rocket, a taller rocket, rocket that has different fueling requirements, that sort of thing. And so this tower will only be used for a grand total of 3 launches, and then it's upgraded to the ML2. Now, the Exploration Upper Stage has 4 engines, 4 RL-10 engines, as opposed to only 1 on the ICPS. It has a lot more fuel than the ICPS does, and so it leads to a big increase in payload. And what this will do is it will allow the Block 1B to carry not only people, not only humans to the moon, but also a substantial amount of cargo in the same mission. The additional cargo is carried inside something called the Universal Stage Adapter, or USA, that's being built by Dynetics. I've actually seen that stage adapter. It's huge. It's almost as big as Starship's fairing. It's a really big space to carry additional cargo. I've actually been inside it. I was allowed to step inside it and film a bit inside the USA. It was a really amazing experience. Got to see the materials, the lightweight, sophisticated materials that they make, that they constructed from, etc. All this was in Huntsville, by the way, when I was given a thorough tour of the Dynetics facility. It was a really fantastic experience. But in any event, the USA will be able to carry another dozen tons or so worth of equipment, which is more than enough space and mass to carry a full-fledged, at least one, maybe two space station modules. So the idea is to launch to send a mission to the moon with astronauts on board, and also at least one module for the Lunar Gateway space station, all in the same flight. That makes the SLS a little bit more cost effective than it currently is. It's never going to be a cost effective rocket, not really. But if it can carry a lot of cargo, and it's a space station module, or even maybe some kind of landing craft, some kind of small lunar lander, all in the same mission, that really does improve its efficiency and its cost effectiveness. Again, not enough to really make it worth it, but at least it's an improvement. At least it's a step up. But you're going to need an even bigger launch tower in order to accomplish that. And that launch tower, fortunately, because of the changes that were implemented by the NASA Office of Inspector General, it seems to be coming along nicely now. The last time I was out at the Cape, there was a lot of progress that was being made on that launch tower. So it seems to be doing pretty well. So the time I've been talking, I'm sure you can see that visible progress has been made on the journey that Artemis 2 is taking out to the launch pad. Producer, are we getting some narration from NASA here? Okay. Well, if and when we do get narration from NASA, we'll definitely bring it over to you. I'm sure they've realized that this process is going to take close to 8 hours. So there's only so much they could narrate. I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to be taking some breaks today, though, I assure you. But I'm going to be doing my best to continue to bring you as much detail about the Artemis 2 mission as I can. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask in the chat. I would love to answer any questions that you might have on the Artemis 2 mission. Is obviously a huge deal. I mean, our first time returning to the moon in over half a century. And granted, we're not landing there, but still, the distance that's being traveled, and I talked about this in one of my recent videos, the distance that we have gone. Imagine a stack of 5 dimes for you Americans, or 5 pence pieces for British viewers. Imagine that little stack. That's how far we've been going out into space for the last 50 years, more than 50 years, out into low Earth orbit. Now imagine double the length of your family car. That's how far out the moon is by comparison. A tiny little stack of coins, 5 coins, versus double the length of a family vehicle. It's just a huge, colossal distance that we're looking at here for human beings making an incredible journey. And again, this also, for me anyway, adds a lot of appreciation for what was accomplished back in 1969. It is mind-boggling to think that way back then, when we really had no idea what we were doing, that that humanity was able to put two men on the surface of the moon and bring them back safely. And they did it on the first attempt. I mean, obviously, several flights were implemented, test orbital flights, dress rehearsals, that sort of thing. But when the first flight was implemented with an intention of actually landing on the moon, Apollo 11, they pulled it off. It was really close. Neil Armstrong was nearly out of fuel. It was very close to having to abort before he finally found a suitable landing site, and he managed to pull it off. Truly astonishing. And what's going to happen now? This next landing attempt, which will be made on the Artemis 3 mission, not on this one, is going to be even more difficult. Even though the technology has advanced considerably, and we're going to be using things like LiDAR to guide the lunar lander down to a safe location, that will make things easier in many regards, but there are a lot of things that are going to make it much harder. For example, landing at the lunar South Pole. We're still not sure where we're going to try to set down there. The lunar South Pole is an incredibly rugged area, an area that has much more problematic terrain than the Apollo landing sites ever did. In addition to that, lighting is challenging there. All the Apollo missions landed in an area of the moon that was incredibly well lit at the time of the landing, which of course was good because the pilots, the LEM pilots, were having to eyeball these landings and look for proper landing sites as they sat down. It wasn't automated; it was these guys handling it manually as they sat down. So having a lot of light was really key, and there's not nearly as much light at the lunar South Pole, which means they're going to be relying far more on instrumentation, far more on LiDAR, which is laser radar, basically, in order to successfully set down. Going to be a lot trickier. And on top of that, to make the matter even more complicated, assuming that we're using Lunar Starship. Lunar Starship is a monster rocket. It is colossal. Even the upper stage is just huge, even compared to the entire Falcon 9. It's very big. It's tall, it's top heavy. Is it going to be able to successfully set down on uneven lunar terrain on regolith instead of a landing pad? I've got my doubts about that. I really, really do. It always seemed to me that having a smaller, low slung lunar lander that had a low center of gravity and a lot harder to tip the thing over. I'll tell you, that just made a whole lot more sense to me. And out of the 3 lunar lander proposals, the only one that had that low center of gravity was the Dynetics Alpaca. So of course they didn't choose it. They chose Lunar Starship to begin with, and then the second choice ended up being the Blue Moon Mark II, which is still lower slung. It still has a lower center of gravity than Starship, but it's still a pretty tall, top-heavy lander. Certainly much taller and more top-heavy than the Apollo LEM was. So we've got something that's going to have a harder time landing on much more challenging terrain. And I'll tell you, that's going to be tough. That's going to be really tough. It's going to be really scary. And of course, they're going to do one unmanned landing to start off with. They'll do a test flight of both Lunar Starship and the Blue Moon to see whether or not, a landing is even viable. But even if it is successful, I'll tell you, it's still going to be frightening to be setting down on the moon with vehicles like that in the future. So yeah, Artemis 3 is going to be a frightening mission on a lot of levels, but at the same, and it's one of the reasons why it's so challenging. So let's see. Also, just feel free to ask any questions that you might have. We have a Canadian, by the way, on this mission, which is a great thing. This is a different looking crew than the Apollo crews were. Although, really, when it comes down to it, it's different looking, but this crew are far more similar to Apollo astronauts than they have differences. They have similar training. They have similar dedication to space. They're physically fit. They have a lot of the same characteristics that Apollo astronauts do, then they have differences. But still, we have one black man, obviously, Victor Glover, who's going to be on the mission. And then, of course, we have one woman, Christina Koch. In my opinion, her inclusion is a bigger deal. Simply because we're going to have to look at the effects of interplanetary radiation on the female body. I think that is a very important issue that needs to be addressed for future moon missions. We know that women are more vulnerable to radiation. Radiation is more problematic for women. So that being the case, she's going to be the guinea pig. She's going to be sucking up interplanetary radiation, removed from the protective sheath of Earth's magnetic field and subjected to everything that the universe has to throw at her. Now, of course, it's not like she has zero protection. The Orion spacecraft, it does, of course, it is constructed out of aluminum. Not that that's a huge amount of protection there. And it also has a solar radiation shelter, a solar storm shelter for astronauts to take cover in, that has a lot more protection against radiation than the rest of the spacecraft. But still, yeah. Yeah, that's correct. It's actually Israeli. Or oh no, I'm sorry, the German one's right. The Israelis have provided radiation vests. They had them provided. I actually got to try one of those on in Paris in 2022, and they provide you with some protection against radiation. And the torso is the most critical area of the human body. Obviously, the brain too, but the brain has the skull to provide at least some protection against radiation. Your torso and all of those vital organs there that are getting bombarded by radiation, it's very important that those organs get as much protection as possible. And there's an Israeli radiation body armor, so to speak, that all of these astronauts are going to be wearing. Oh, Daniel, I really appreciate it. Thanks. I I'll tell you, a lot of it just comes from the fact that it's in my family, space flight. My uncle worked at Cape Canaveral for most of his professional career. So I did learn a lot about space flight from him. But in addition to that, I minored in astronomy at the University of Colorado. The University of Colorado in Boulder is a huge space school anyway. So if you're taking classes on astronomy classes at the University of Colorado, you're automatically going to come into contact with a lot of space geeks. So I learned a lot from that as well. But yeah, the rest of it is self-taught. I read a lot of articles and papers, and it's just a lot of reading. I'll tell you, a lot of geeking out. And having an engineer in the family helps. My daughter is an engineer, so that's helpful as well. He's not Canadian; he's from Alberta. That's funny. I've been to Alberta. Seems like Canada to me. was a very different place than North Dakota, where I drove over from. Okay, let's see. What else we got? And like I say, guys, feel free to ask questions as we watch. And SLS made some good progress. Look at that. Boy, it has left the VAB building far behind at this point and is crawling out across the tarmac, making its way towards the launch pad. It's exciting. Everything seems to be going very well. They appear to have fantastic weather conditions currently. That's obviously something. Let me check for the weather, Cape Canaveral. Let's see what kind of weather we're dealing with today. How ideal is it? Looking pretty good. Yeah. 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 A little overcast, 14 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Couldn't be more perfect day to move the rocket, really. So yeah, things going very well in that regard. We, of course, are hoping against hope that the weather is cooperative for Artemis 2. This, of course, we're closing in on hurricane season. And yeah, things could get ugly in that regard. We're actually in hurricane season. And that was an issue that presented problems for Artemis 1. The Artemis 1 rocket was subjected to the fury of a hurricane. Fortunately, not a direct hit or anything along those lines. But yeah, that was that complicated matters quite a bit. Explain the mission. Sure, I'll be happy to. Artemis 2 is essentially similar to Apollo 8. What was Apollo 8? It was orbiting the moon and coming back, although without making any landing attempts, obviously. Apollo 8, the difference was, though, is that Apollo 8 was inserted into a low lunar orbit and made several orbits around the moon. The idea behind it was to simulate what Apollo missions were going to do in the future, get close to the moon, and then dispatch the LEM down to the surface of the moon, and then bring the LEM back up to rendezvous with the Apollo capsule. That's what Apollo 8 was supposed to do. This is not a dress rehearsal for Artemis 3 for a lunar landing. Instead, what this is a shakedown flight for the Orion spacecraft, going all the way out to the moon, executing a free return trajectory orbit of the moon, a single orbit of the moon, free return trajectory, and then it will come back. Orion is going to be traveling further away from Earth with humans on board than humans have ever traveled from Earth before. Because they will be traveling so far away from the moon on that free return trajectory orbit, for the first time, human beings will have a complete view of the far side of the moon. For the first time ever, they'll be able to see everything on the far side of the moon. There are large regions of the moon, especially at the poles, that sort of thing on the far side, that no human eye has ever seen. Granted, robots have seen them, and we have photographs, but no human eye has ever seen some of these locations. So these people have an opportunity to see the entire far side of the moon. But the most important aspect of the flight is the shakedown of Orion. So I'll take you through it step by step. SLS will lift off, hopefully on the night of February 6th. The rocket is powered by 4 RS-25 engines, which also powered the space shuttle, and also 2 upgraded solid rocket boosters, which also powered the space shuttle. The core stage of the rocket will take it up to roughly 150 kilometers or so, about 50 kilometers past the Kármán line, 50 kilometers officially into space. And then the engines will shut down. There will be a separation. And then at the upper stage, the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage, will ignite at that point. And a number of orbits will be executed of the Earth. During that time, Orion's orbital distance from the Earth will continue to increase. They'll keep looping and keep increasing the distance from Earth as they prepare for an injection into a cislunar trajectory, a lunar insertion trajectory. But before that, they will be testing, they'll be putting the Orion spacecraft through its paces, testing all of the systems, especially life support. Life support is going to be extremely important. Now we can see the rocket outside of the VAB on its way to the pad. That's great. I love it. My God, that is so cool. Wow. So in any event, during that time, as I say, they'll be checking all the systems, life support being the most important thing. The Orion spacecraft has the most advanced and robust life support system of any spacecraft that's ever been built. It's capable of keeping astronauts alive and healthy in interplanetary space for at least a month, and probably even longer than that. I've had an opportunity to speak to some of the engineers who designed it, and technically, because it's a recycling system, as long as the food supplies hold out, it could keep astronauts alive for months at a time, not just a single month. But its actual design is roughly 4 weeks or so worth of life support. Again, much, much longer than any of the Apollo spacecraft, which were only designed for about 1 week or so before they started to run out of oxygen. The life support system recycles the air, it recycles the water. All of this really does a lot to sustain the habitable atmosphere inside the spacecraft, and it's also 50% bigger than the Apollo was. Merlin, thank you so much for the 20 quid. Really appreciate that. And that gets ASN to LC39B. LC39B, of course, being the name of this historic launch pad that the Artemis 2 mission will be lifting off from. Thank you so much for that. For those of you, by the way, who have just joined us, we're raising funds to get our producer out to this launch so he can help me. So he could help me cover this, because it is beyond difficult to try to cover these launches alone. And for the first time, I'm looking at bringing my producer with me. I've got the budget laid out. And also, in addition to super chats, we're raising money through a GoFundMe page that is linked in a pinned comment at the top of the chat. So people have already been donating. I'm giving away 2 t-shirts to people who donate to the we have a second donor in the GoFundMe. Thank you. So I'm giving away 2 t-shirts to the people who are donating to the GoFundMe, and 1 t-shirt to a random super chat supporter. So Jack Morgan and BC Scheid has just joined the GoFundMe page as a donor as well. Thank you so much. We've now raised more than enough money for ASN's plane ticket. We've got that taken care of. Now what we're working on is the hotel, which is by far the biggest part. Almost $2,000 of this $3,900 is the hotel expenses. And of course, the reason the hotel is so expensive is because all the hotel companies know that their stuff's gonna be in demand for this launch, and so they're charging insane prices. We were very fortunate, actually, to get a price of about little over $200 a night, because most of the hotels are over $500 a night. So in any event, we did manage to get a halfway decent price on the hotel to keep the budget at least a little bit more under control. So that's what we're working on right now is the hotel expense for ASN. But I'll tell you, having him out there will totally change the nature of what we'll be able to do, the quality, multiple cameras, just a much, much better quality coverage, and not just one launch either. Keep in mind, we're going to be there for 10 days. If there's any Falcon 9 launches, we're going to cover it. I'm also going to take ASN to Cape Canaveral to check out a lot of the attractions there. We'll be bringing back content from the Cape. So keep in mind, guys, we've got a lot of stuff coming to you as a result of this trip, not just one launch. Peter has just joined the Angry Advocates. Peter C1N, thank you so much. An Angry Advocate member, you get access to our Discord server and also early release content. So thank you very much for joining the Advocates. Okay, let's get back to the Artemis 2 mission profile. Once these orbits have been executed and once they've tested Orion thoroughly, at this point, there will be a separation between Orion and the ICPS. But Orion will not be leaving the ICPS behind right away. Instead, what it'll do is it'll travel a little distance away from ICPS. It will turn around and then come back to a very close proximity. Why is it doing that? Well, it's not going to be using the ICPS for anything. Instead, the idea is that all future missions of the Orion will involve it docking with either a space station or with another spacecraft. It will either dock with a lunar lander, an HLS, like the Lunar Starship, for example, or the Blue Origin Blue Moon. It will dock with one of those two. Or on the other side of the equation, it may dock with the Lunar Gateway space station once that space station has been completed. So the idea behind this is to test Orion's docking systems, to test its LiDAR that it uses to determine proximity, to see how easy it is to control, how well its maneuvering thrusters function, that sort of thing, in order to make sure that it's functioning properly in that regard. It won't be actually making contact with the ICPS because the ICPS doesn't have any sort of hatch or anything on it that it could make contact with. But nevertheless, that's going to be part of the shakedown of Orion, is testing its docking maneuvering capabilities. So once it's completed that part of the mission, then it will turn around, fire up its main engines, which, by the way, are provided. Well, it's a space shuttle engine on it, but the service module, which has all of those propulsion systems, is actually built by the European Space Agency and by the Airbus company. The Airbus company is responsible for that part of the SLS rocket. So again, this is another thing that makes Artemis substantially different from the Apollo missions, is the fact that we have a substantial European component to the rocket, and that international characteristic is going to be implemented with the Lunar Gateway in a big way. The biggest habitation module, for example, on the Lunar Gateway, the IHAB, is being built by the European Space Agency. The airlock on the Lunar Gateway was originally supposed to be built by the Russians, by the Roscosmos company, but of course, because of the Ukraine war, because of the fact that things have gotten pretty hostile between the U.S. and Russia during this time, Russia pulled out of that deal, and now they're collaborating with China instead. And so as a result, there was nobody for the airlock on the space station for a while. But then United Arab Emirates decided to pick up the job. And they are going to be, or they're actually in the process now of building the airlock for the Lunar Gateway space station. So we have contributions from JAXA, from the Japanese Space Agency, from the European Space Agency, and finally from the United Arab Emirates for this lunar program. And there are many other countries that are getting involved as time goes on. Countries who are signing on to what is called the Artemis Accords. The Artemis Accords is a treaty whereby there's a number of things that are being respected, that there are consistent principles that are being respected for the future exploration and colonization of the moon, so that there can be no disagreements between countries over property, that sort of thing. A lot of countries have jumped on board with the Artemis Accords, including India. That came as a big surprise to a lot of people because India has very close relations with Russia. India and Russia have been close allies for more than half a century, ever since India's creation as a nation, really. And so it was thought that India would follow suit with Russia, but they didn't. They signed the Artemis Accords. And so as a result, the only major players who are not part of the Artemis Accords are predictably Russia and China. But everybody else is signing on with these Artemis Accords. That's a great thing. It means everybody's going to be playing by the same rules for a future permanent human presence on the moon. That's just a great thing. Okay, once again, in terms of launch, there's no launch happening today, guys. We need to be clear about this. This is just moving the rocket out to the pad. The launch will be taking place on February the 6th, hopefully. That is the first day, the first opportunity that we have for a launch. This is just moving SLS out to the launch pad. That's what's going on today. And we have ongoing coverage of this event all day today. Portugal just joined last week. Yes, Portugal is now a member of the Artemis Accords. Quite a number of countries have signed on all over the world. It is a fantastic thing to see this much agreement in principle on something this important. That's just a great thing. Jack, thank you so much. Just gifted an Angry Astronaut membership to John Boy. So now, John Boy, you have access to our Discord server. And also, you get access to early release content and exclusive content as well. Congratulations on getting that courtesy of Jack Morgan. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And again, all of these donations today are being applied. Every bit of it is being applied towards getting ASN out to Cape Canaveral. We've had contributions in the Super Chat arena and contributions on the GoFundMe page, which is pinned at the top of the comments. So after once the service module fires up, it will push Orion into a free return orbit around the moon. And it will take 4 days to reach the apogee of its orbit, and then another 4 days to come back. It takes a little bit longer than the old Apollo missions did, and the reason is simply because the orbit is further out. It's a more ambitious orbit further away from the moon than any of the Apollo missions were. And again, the whole idea is to put Orion into interplanetary space for as long as possible, orbit the moon, and test the systems as they're doing it. In addition to that, these poor astronauts are going to be guinea pigs. They're going to get hammered by solar radiation and cosmic rays that are obviously far more intense than they are close to the Earth, where they're protected by Earth's magnetic field. This, of course, is the same sort of thing that Apollo astronauts went through as well, but this time more allowances have been made, more protection has been included into the Orion capsule, including a solar radiation shelter, a solar storm shelter in case a nasty solar storm were to crop up. And that's definitely a possibility. It's a strong possibility right now because the sun has been going through a very active time. It's in its more active cycle right now. We've actually seen that happen during Three-Eye Atlas's close approach to the sun. There were quite a number of eruptions called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, that took place during this time. Strange coincidence that they happened while Three-Eye Atlas was making its close approach with the sun. That was all very strange. But nevertheless, a high level of solar activity. And if any of these CMEs were to strike the spacecraft, while it's not protected by the magnetic field, the radiation danger will be significant. But the solar shelter, hopefully the storm shelter, will provide adequate protection against that sort of event. Although most probably, even with the storm shelter, if they get hit by a full-fledged CME, they're probably going to suck up a lot more radiation than what is considered to be safe. So these folks are taking a big risk on a lot of different levels on this mission, most definitely. So fingers crossed. Let's hope. Let's hope that that they remain safe. All right. So after the free return trajectory orbit is completed, then what will happen is to say this, it'll take 4 days for Orion to come back, and then it will be executing a very different sort of reentry than the Apollo capsules did. Now, the Artemis 1 mission did this as well, but they're going to take it to even greater extremes this time. It's a skip aerobraking maneuver that they're going to do. Instead of plunging straight into the atmosphere and relying exclusively on the heat shield to provide them with protection, because the Artemis 1 heat shield took some damage, not dangerous levels of damage, but still a lot more damage than they would have wanted during that flight. So what they're going to do is they're going to slow the spacecraft down in the upper atmosphere significantly before they plunge it into the more dense parts of the atmosphere. So an aerobraking maneuver where they'll skip multiple times off of the upper atmosphere, bleeding off speed, bleeding off speed, bleeding off speed, until they're down to a velocity that's a lot safer. And then they'll plunge the spacecraft into the denser parts of the atmosphere, where hopefully the heat shield won't take any damage at all. Because it's a reusable spacecraft. Orion is the only reusable part of this rocket. And so NASA wants to reuse it for another mission. And so obviously they don't want it to take a lot of punishment. And obviously we don't want it to take a lot of punishment for the safety of the astronauts as well. So again, that's another big difference from Apollo. Apollo didn't do any of that aerobraking stuff. Nor did they try to reuse the spacecraft. The Apollo capsules were definitely not designed for reusability. So yeah, definitely got some interesting stuff coming with this mission. A lot to be done, a lot of things that could go wrong. And if anything does go wrong, that would be a grim development indeed, because we're already looking at a very, very tight schedule to try to get human beings down on the surface of the moon by 2028, 2029, as it is. Assuming everything goes perfectly on this mission, it'll be a tight schedule. If anything goes substantially wrong during this mission, obviously, we don't want any risk to the astronauts or anything, but if something else were to even go significantly wrong, that will almost certainly push a lunar landing into the early 2030s. And China will have an opportunity to return to the moon or land on the moon in the 21st century before the United States does. And if they do pull that off, more power to them. They had a better plan. But as of right now, it's a race. And it's a race that the Western world definitely wants to win. I think it's important that the Western world wins this race, actually, because if China does manage to set down first, they will almost certainly lay claim to the area that they set down on. They will almost certainly say that this territory is ours, and they're going to pick a really good landing spot. They'll pick one of the best possible landing spots with the best access to lunar resources, and they'll say this stuff belongs to us. And it'll be tough to argue otherwise. We don't want those kinds of confrontations. It'd be better to have a situation where the Artemis Accords are being implemented for the first landing on the moon in the 21st century, rather than the will of a single country or two countries. And I suppose if China and Russia are both involved in the whole thing. So we'll see. All right, guys. As we can see, Artemis 2 continuing to rumble out onto the tarmac. Everything seems to be going very smoothly currently out at Cape Canaveral. Again, happy to answer any questions that you folks have about the mission, about the rocket, about the moon. Another big difference from Apollo, obviously, is the idea that we're going to be going to the moon to stay, setting up a base on the moon, something that really should have happened during the Apollo era, but didn't. The U.S. didn't want to invest the necessary resources in order to make that happen. But another big difference is the fact that Artemis is going to be taking advantage of lunar resources in order to establish this permanent presence. Apollo wasn't going to do that. At the time, the NASA didn't realize how many valuable resources were on the moon. They thought that they were going to have to provide all the building materials, all the food, all the water, everything was going to have to be provided and shipped up to the moon by Saturn V rockets. That was one of the reasons why it was going to be so a ridiculously expensive endeavor. But now we've learned that there's a lot of water, first of all, on the moon, especially at the lunar South Pole in these shaded areas of craters at the South Pole. We suspect several billion tons of ice in these craters, regions of the moon that have never seen sunlight because of the way the craters are dug. These areas remain shaded year round. And so as a result, this ice has never had an opportunity to melt or sublimate. So as a result, there's billions of tons of ice there. And with ice, there's a lot of things you can do with it. You can obviously make it into drinking water, but in addition to that, you have oxygen in H2O. And so you can make breathable oxygen out of ice. You can also make Hydrolox rocket fuel. Hydrolox rocket fuel is comprised of hydrogen and oxygen. So there are a lot of resources at the lunar South Pole that can be exploited, whereby we don't have to resupply a lunar base as often, even in terms of things like food the moon can provide. Because if you have water and if you bring nutrients up there, and also we have learned that plants can grow in lunar regolith. We've already done some experimentation with that and determined that there are certain types of plants that will grow in lunar soil, so to speak. And with the proper nutrients, fertilizers introduced, that sort of thing. So with water and with viable soil and such, it is possible that we could set up greenhouses, also things like hydroponics, aquaponics that do not require any sort of soil. And you can grow your own food supply. And if you can do that, if you can have a recycling atmosphere, recycling water, and an ongoing food supply, then you have a self-sustaining base, a self-sustaining lunar base that doesn't require resupply from Earth. So yeah, it's ambitious. But again, this is what will make a lunar base affordable in today's day and age. If you wanted to do things in the old NASA Apollo way, where you were going to have to bring everything, building materials, food, water, everything by Saturn V over and over and over again, that would have cost so much money that there's no way that any American government today would approve those kinds of expenditures. But if you are making use of in situ resources, ISRU, in situ resource utilization, then you can sustain a permanent presence on the moon far more affordably. And that will fall much more into NASA's budgetary constraints to do things that way. So there are a lot of ambitious plans that NASA has for all of this, and I wish they had more funding for it. To be honest, I don't think that NASA gets enough funding, plain and simple. But with the plans that they have right now, it's doable. It's definitely doable. All right, so let's go ahead and check to see if we have any other news right now, because I saw something about budgets. Saw something that was approved by Congress. It just popped up. Let me see here. NASA budget. I'm not sure if it's... Yep. Sure enough. The huge cuts that NASA was about to be slammed with is no longer the case. As some of you probably know, a lot of you probably know, NASA was being subjected to the biggest budget cuts in its history, which is kind of weird, trying to land on the moon. And while implementing massive budget cuts at the same time. Oh, how do we wash our clothes on the moon? Yeah, for the most part, it's something that it's sort of a nasty thing. Laundry is not something that is easily implemented in space. So it's, you don't wash things in the same way. And I have to admit, I have to plead ignorance here. I don't know how that's done as much, especially on the ISS, in microgravity. On the moon with 1/6 gravity, it'll be a lot easier. And if you can have recycling water, you could still theoretically wash clothes in a conventional way. Let's get back to the budget, though, real quick, because I want to make sure you guys know about this. In a rapid turn of events, Congress introduced, passed, and sent to the president a budget bill that rejected almost all of the cuts proposed by the Office of Management and Budget for NASA's 2026 fiscal year. The bill provides NASA with a budget of $24.44 billion, around 1.7% below the currently enacted funding levels. This is great news, guys. I mean, I have problems with NASA on a lot of occasions, but taking all their money away from science projects and science missions is not how you fix the problem. I disagree with that. But in any event, this only trims about 1% off the top line. So accounting for the additional $10 billion allocated to NASA over the next 6 years by the One Beautiful Bill Act, the resulting NASA budget for fiscal year 2026 is the largest in 3 decades, constituting a near complete victory for the Save Science NASA Science campaign and tens of thousands of advocates who participated, including me, by the way. But with the workforce, okay, so that's amazing. Just amazing. Because, I mean, we were looking at the worst budget cuts in NASA's history. and it's turned around, and NASA has the biggest budget it's had in 30 years if you include also the additional funding that was added on for Artemis, for the Artemis 3, 4, and 5 missions. Wow, how about that? What an incredible reversal of fortune. Man, that's great news. Great news. All of a sudden, the Trump administration went from being the government that cut the most off of NASA in history to becoming implementing one of the biggest budget increases for NASA in history. Strange how things work, but I have to admit, I'm grateful. As long as Trump signs this bill, which I think he will, I'm super grateful for that. So that's great news. Wow. All right. Well, we're still checking here. I want to thank again the people who have been donating. We have a couple of donations already on the GoFundMe. And we've had some super chats come in as well. Once again, I'm giving away 2 3i Atlas t-shirts to random supporters on the GoFundMe page, and 1 3i Atlas t-shirt to a random supporter on Super Chats. And again, this is to get ASN out to Cape Canaveral, my producer out to Cape Canaveral to help me with the launch. And as you can see, we've already raised over 20% of the total amount needed. A huge, huge opportunity. Yeah, it does take a lot of water to keep clean. There are some positive things, though. Bacteria, not as common on space missions. A lot of bacteria are kept out of the mix. You don't have nearly as much of the nastiness that can lead to becoming dangerously dirty and that sort of thing. But on the other side of the equation, lunar regolith is some nasty stuff. Lunar dust. That was a real problem for Apollo astronauts, and it's something that definitely needs to be addressed. Now, they do have some solutions. I've seen one of the lunar dust mitigation solutions at the Dynetics Corporation when I went on my tour there in Huntsville a couple of years ago. Uses lunar dust is ionically charged, electrically charged stuff, which is one of the reasons why it sticks to you. So they use an electromagnetic force at the entrance, sort of through the hatchway into a spacecraft. Utilizing electromagnets, you can use that to kind of rip the dust off your body, essentially, or not off your body, off your spacesuit. None of it would get on you, obviously, when you were out on the lunar surface. Get it off of your spacesuit and clean it off. It disperses it. It was almost like magic. I had an opportunity to see them demonstrate it, and they took some of this simulated lunar regolith, this charged dust, and scattered it out there and turned on the magnets, and it just vanishes. It disappears like you just hit it with a magic spell or something like that. Truly, truly amazing stuff. So for every problem, there's a solution. And we're going to face a lot of really serious challenges as we try to establish a permanent presence on the moon. There's no question about that. And there are many problems that we haven't even properly anticipated yet. But we'll deal with them. I think we will. I don't think it's necessary I don't think we're going to encounter any problems that will sabotage us. The only problem that will sabotage us is if the government decides to stop funding it. But keep in mind, the more we establish a permanent presence on the moon, the more I think private companies are going to get involved. Right now, the government is providing seed money to establish a presence on the moon. But then once that presence is there, private companies are going to see the opportunity of all the valuable resources that are available on the moon. There's lithium there, for example, in large quantities. Helium-3, though, probably is the most important uh, material. Helium-3 being in extremely short supply on Earth. It is utilized in a wide variety of medical types of medical equipment. And we are running out of that stuff, and it's very valuable per kilogram. And it's getting more valuable all the time. And there are companies that already have a plan to harvest helium-3 on the lunar surface, but they can't harvest anything without a base being there first. So NASA's going to build the base, and then perhaps SpaceX will provide the transportation. Between SpaceX and Blue Origin will provide the transportation for ordinary folks trying to get up to the moon. Miners, for example, explorers, whatever. And then private companies will be involved in exploiting lunar resources. Lithium is a huge thing to be mining on the moon, because obviously all of us use lithium. There's lithium in this. There's lithium in my laptop that I'm using to run this live stream. There's lithium all around us. And right. There is a lot more lithium on Earth, but there is a drawback to mining lithium on Earth. Currently, the areas where we are mining lithium are in areas that are vulnerable from an environmental standpoint. We are destroying huge ecosystems in the process of mining all of this lithium. And there's no ecosystems to destroy on the moon. And that's the advantage that the moon can bring in terms of a lot of different types of resources. Helium-3, yes, definitely the most valuable thing that you can get from the moon. But again, lithium it's not only a destructive process, it's also inhumane. Right now, lithium, one of the most lucrative areas of and easily accessible areas of lithium is in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And that area is in a state of nonstop chaos, and child labor is utilized to extract lithium in the Congo. It's not the majority of lithium miners, but quite a lot of them. And they're picking this stuff up with their bare hands so that we can have functioning cell phones. It's crazy. It's also unnecessary. If there are resources elsewhere where we don't have to destroy natural environments, we don't have to make use of child labor. And I would say that Greenland, which of course is a hot topic right now, but Greenland has huge lithium deposits as well. But think about how difficult that stuff is to extract also. It's one of the most hostile areas on the planet. If we're talking about wind speeds, talking about temperatures, all kinds of things. Go ahead. Oh, right. Thank you. Let me let me let me let me make a correction. It's cobalt for batteries. That's the big problem in the DRC. It was a few years ago that I made a video on the topic, but you're right. Now I'm remembering it is cobalt and not lithium, which, by the way, also exists on the moon and at the lunar South Pole. There's actually a treasure trove of mineral resources at the lunar South Pole. And the reason there is because many millions of years ago, there was a massive impact at the lunar South Pole, what we suspect is a nickel iron asteroid that also had a huge variety of other types of metallic substances in it, impacted the lunar South Pole to devastating effect, but left a huge amount of lunar resources for mineral resources that we theoretically could exploit in the future. So that's another advantage of going to the lunar South Pole. So there's a lot to be done there, a lot that we could have been doing all along. But the opportunities are there. I don't think that this has to be a government supported endeavor forever. All right. Once again, I am happy to answer any questions regarding regarding Artemis or regarding any other topic that I talk about on the channel. Happy to answer any of that. And once again, I'd like to thank the donations that have been made thus far. Folks have definitely been stepping up, and I really appreciate that. That is what's necessary in order to get ASN, our producer, out to Cape Canaveral, which make a much better program, much better coverage of the launch if I've got help, especially really skilled help. And of course, giving him an opportunity to see a launch for the first time in his life. So we've already raised more than 20% of our goal. Certainly would like to get a little further if possible. I would ideally like to get to 40%, maybe double that figure by the end of the broadcast today, which is hours from now. But if we could do that, man, that would be a fantastic thing. And as I say, I'm giving away 3 t-shirts today to donors. Although let me emphasize, I say this all the time, but I'm going to say it again. I only want your support if it's financially easy for you to do it, if it's convenient. If you're hard up, I don't want your money. Please, please understand that. I only want your support if it's an easy thing for you to do financially. Okay. All that. Let's see here. Oh, for the Artemis contest, name flown around the moon. Yes. Yes. Actually, my children's names are being flown around the moon. They had they did this for Artemis 1 as well. So yeah, what you do is you'd submit your own name or your kid's name, something along those lines. They put that onto a chip, I believe. I forget what, or the hard thumb drive, something like that, that flies around the moon. So they take your loved ones, your own name around the moon, your loved ones' names around the moon, that sort of thing. And yes, they are sending people. For those of you who are just joining us, this is an historic event because this is the first ever rocket in over 50 years designed to take human beings to the moon that's making its way out towards the launch pad. Never, ever. That has not been done since the early 1970s. Certainly hasn't been done in a time that I can remember it. I was only 3 years old when the last lunar mission happened, the last Apollo mission. Certainly don't remember any of that. So yeah, this is an historic event. This rocket will be carrying 4 human beings to lunar space. First time in over half a century. Such a huge, huge thing. For those talking about the emergency going on in space, I think you're probably referring to the space junk crisis. Let's see. Is it Arun Pawar? I believe that's what you're discussing. And yeah, that is a crisis, and it's a crisis that's getting more and more serious all the time. There's more and more garbage up in space that presents a threat to space stations, to satellites, to astronauts, and to rockets like this one that's going to be flying straight up through all that garbage. As a matter of fact, space launches sometimes need to be rescheduled. Launch times need to be adjusted because an unexpected piece of space debris drifts into the launch corridor. And this problem has been further complicated by these mega constellations that have been launched. And don't get me wrong, Starlink does a lot of positive stuff. I'm a big fan of Starlink in many ways. But the problem with Starlink, with all of those thousands of satellites that it has, is if we ever have an event, a solar storm event that hits the Earth with a fairly substantial coronal mass ejection, a substantial magnetic event, and it incapacitates or disrupts these satellites for a day or two, making them incapable of maneuvering to avoid one another. Within about 2 days, assume if the disruption lasts for 2 days, they will begin crashing into one another in 2 days or less, and they will begin crashing into each other in a way that will be irreversible. It will cause a chain reaction of collisions in low Earth orbit that will create a shroud of garbage. For one thing, knocking out all of our satellites in low Earth orbit, and a shroud of garbage in space that makes it impossible for us to launch anything in the future for at least 10 years before that garbage will eventually clear itself out and deorbit. So for 10 years, we will be unable to access space at all. Yeah, it's a very, very grim situation that's developing in low Earth orbit, a situation that absolutely needs to be addressed, and it's not being addressed fast enough. The Europeans are taking the lead, ironically, because Europe has contributed so little to this problem compared to everybody else, but they're taking the lead on this with a lot of different initiatives to clean up debris, to implement new laws to prevent additional debris from being introduced. But it's not enough. This needs to be a comprehensive solution that everybody signs up on. So fingers crossed. Oh, physical proof. Absolutely. We have orbiters. There's an Indian orbiter that recently photographed, I believe, the Apollo 15 landing site. Just a few days ago, they released that photograph. There's plenty of physical evidence. Plenty of physical evidence. Yeah, look it up. You can look up, I think it was the Chandrayaan 3 orbiter that photographed the landing site. Might have been the Chandrayaan 2, but an Indian lander that got a photograph of the landing site. That's just one example. The most critical example was the fact that during the and I talk about this all the time, but again, the one indisputable fact is that the Soviet Union tracked Apollo 11 all the way to the moon. From the moment that rocket lifted off, the Soviets tracked that mission all the way there. And had that been faked in any way, the Soviets would have called us on it. It was right in the middle of the Cold War. They would not have given us a pass on faking a moon landing. They absolutely would have told the world that the United States had faked the moon landing. The Soviets were in no way inclined to do the U.S. any favors in 1969. It was a close race between the two superpowers to establish a presence or to put human beings on the moon. It's definitely been done, guys. There's indisputable proof. If for no other reason, my uncle worked at the Cape when it all happened. He was there. And I never knew him to be a dishonest man. So I assure you, I know there are so many people out there who present these seemingly convincing arguments that we've never been to the moon. Guys, it ain't true. It just isn't true. The evidence to refute these claims is just overwhelming. Another thing that's brought up is the radiation band around the Earth. That area and the whole notion that we need to get better protection against radiation before we can risk going out there. That's not true either. It just isn't. Yeah, if you were to hang out in the Van Allen belt for hours and hours and hours, yeah, that could be very bad for your health. But That never happened. The Apollo astronauts blew through the Van Allen belt in the space of about 30 to 45 minutes. They didn't suck up, they sucked up some radiation, but not enough to be dangerous. And they also got back safely. And so what these people do is they take these little clips out of these NASA videos that say we need better protection against these challenges in the Van Allen belt before we can send people to the moon. Okay, that was just poorly worded garbage. What they're trying to say is that if we have people going back and forth to the moon on numerous missions, if we have regular trips to where a single astronaut might go to the moon 10, 12, 14 times and have to go through the Van Allen belt over and over and over again, sure, then we need to resolve that issue. But to go just once, no. The radiation in the Van Allen belt is not that lethal. And very little radiation out there is that lethal. Even nuclear fallout is seldom that immediately lethal. So yeah, it's really deeply flawed arguments. Really deeply flawed arguments that unfortunately has convinced a lot of people that we didn't go to the moon, and it's just not true, guys. We did. Another one, just because now that we're talking about this, I'll bring up some of the other arguments. The argument that says, oh well, Elon Musk and his Starship, it's going to require 10, maybe 15 refuelings of Starship before it's going to be able to get to the moon. How, and that's with a more advanced rocket than we had in the Apollo era. So obviously we never went during the Apollo era. Well, no. The reason that Starship requires 10 to 15 refueling missions before it can go to the moon is because Starship is a monster. It's 50% of just the upper stage of Starship is 50% the size of the entire Saturn V rocket. It's essentially the difference between trying to land a semi-tractor trailer on the moon and landing a VW Bug. Do you think it takes more fuel to get a semi-tractor trailer out to the moon than it does to get a VW Bug out there? Well, obviously it does. And so that's why it requires so much refueling to get Starship out to the moon, whereas it didn't require that. And actually, really, the Apollo LEM and the Apollo capsule is even smaller than a VW Bug for comparison's sake. The Apollo LEM took down 2 people plus a couple hundred kilograms worth of mass down to the moon. The Lunar Starship is carrying 100 tons down to the surface of the moon. So that's why it requires lots of refueling, not because the technology is so challenging, not because getting to the moon is such a difficult thing to do. Getting huge amounts of mass to the moon is a very difficult thing to do. But getting to the moon with only 2 people and a couple hundred kilograms worth of equipment, that's a much easier thing to do, which is all they did during the Apollo era. So again, it's if you want to bring up other arguments that some of these people talk about, I'm happy to address them because they're all deeply flawed. They're all really deeply flawed. There are no stars in the photographs. Boy, I love that one. We should be able to see the biggest and most beautiful stars from the surface of the moon, and yet we don't see them in any of the Apollo footage. Well, okay, I'll have you do a nice experiment for those of you who are watching right now at this very moment, either in the Western Hemisphere or in Europe. Go outside if it's a clear day and look up. Do you see any stars? Well, no. Why? Because the sun's out. And the sun was out on all of the Apollo missions as well. Even though there's no atmosphere on the moon, the sun's brightness is overwhelming. It blots out everything. And especially if we're talking about photographs, and especially if we're talking about filming, if you have the sun out, you're not going to be able to see these tiny pinpoints of light with stars. And the sun never went down on any Apollo mission because they needed sunlight during those missions in order to operate, in order for the temperature to be manageable. So yeah, you can't see the stars because the sun's out. Same reason as you can't see the stars here during the daytime. So once again, it's the arguments, they sound reasonable at first sometimes, but then when you actually think about them and you actually look at the science behind the arguments, it becomes very clear that they're just not valid. And unfortunately, some people have made some snake oil salesmen have made some very good living off of talking people and selling books about how we never went to the moon. And I find that to be reprehensible in the extreme. Oh, and by the way, guys, it doesn't bother me at all for you to be asking these questions. Not at all. If you want to ask questions about, if you still doubt if we went to the moon, believe me, I don't have anything against you for thinking that. These arguments that these people have brought up are quite convincing on the surface. So I can see why they're able to fool people. Believe me, they can fool very reasonable, intelligent people if you don't know a lot about the science behind all of it. I assure you. So yeah, don't worry about that. You can feel free to ask any questions that you want. So yes, we absolutely. Oh, in terms of from Earth to the current missions on the Artemis 2 missions, no, we will be able to see them when they're orbiting, though. Definitely, definitely. All right. So, and once again, yeah, feel free to ask whatever questions that you like. I'm happy to answer. Boy, it's made a lot of progress. You don't pay enough attention. It's rumbling down the tarmac very nicely. The crawler is making really good progress. Everything's going very smoothly. Happy to see that. Once again, it's an enormous rocket, but not the biggest rocket that we have at the moment. The SpaceX Starship dwarfs that thing. It dwarfs it. But the problem with the Starship and the reason why we can't use Starship to go to the moon instead of SLS is because Starship has a massive second stage, a huge, heavy second stage that can barely make it to orbit before it runs out of fuel. That's why it requires so much refueling. SLS has a tiny second stage that's designed, well, a much smaller second stage anyway, that's designed to take a smaller amount of payload all the way out to the moon in a single launch. It's capable of a fair amount, more than 20 metric tons. And the upgraded versions of SLS, the Block 1B and the Block 2, these will be able to carry more along the lines of 30, sometimes as much as 40 metric tons out to the moon in a single launch. So SLS definitely capable of carrying a lot more out to the moon in a single go, whereas Starship can carry much more payload out to the moon than SLS if you get lots of refueling missions done. That is Starship's drawback, is it requires a lot of orbital refueling before it can make the journey. Oh, yeah, the Gateway station. I'll be happy to talk about that. There's a question regarding Gateway. Lunar Gateway is not on the moon. It orbits the moon. The idea was that, and there's a big controversy over this as to whether or not this is the best way to colonize the moon. But the idea is NASA wanted to have an orbital presence to support a lunar base. The reason for this is it's much easier to get to a space station, requires a lot less fuel to get to a space station than it requires to get all the way down to the surface of the moon. So if you break the missions up into two segments, one segment that takes the cargo or people or whatever out to a space station first, and then you have a separate lunar lander that goes from the space station down to the moon and back, it makes the whole process a lot easier to accomplish and using a lot less fuel overall. A single rocket taking payload all the way to the moon and back requires a lot more fuel to pull that off. So the Lunar Gateway, there was a lot of debate as to where to put it, right? Do you want to put it closer to Earth so it takes less fuel to get there? But of course, it takes less fuel to get there, but a lot more fuel to get from the space station down to the moon. Do you want to put it closer to the moon? In which case it takes a lot more fuel to get to it. What's the best, what's the best solution? Well, the idea is if you wanted to put it in low lunar orbit, that was one idea that was proposed. Low lunar orbit is not a stable orbit. It would require a lot of adjustments to a low lunar orbit to keep the space station in place rather than having it crash into the moon, meaning that it would require a lot of fuel resupply missions to keep the station in orbit. So a higher orbit is what was proposed. And there were two different alternatives. One was Lunar Lagrange Point 1, L1, which is the midpoint where the moon's gravity takes over from the Earth's gravity, or rather sort of a parking lot where the moon's gravity and the Earth's gravity cancel one another out. And they thought maybe put it in that parking lot. But the problem is that parking lot is a long ways from the surface of the moon, very long distance from the surface of the moon, meaning that any landers that you send from the space station down to the moon would have to burn a lot of fuel in order to get the mission done. What's a better alternative? Well, what about an orbit that travels a substantial distance away from the moon and then comes back, looping closer, further, closer? So in other words, you intercept the moon with your Orion spacecraft when it's far away from the moon, but closer to Earth. And then you send your lunar lander down when the orbit takes it closer to the surface of the moon. And this is what NASA decided to use, was called a near rectilinear halo orbit, or NRHO. There's a big problem with that orbit, though. It's a problem that a lot of spaceflight enthusiasts have expressed real discontent with. And that is the fact that this orbit, sure, in terms of fuel use, it's super efficient. And it's also very stable. This space station put into that location will have to use very, very little fuel to stay there. But the problem is, when the space station is a long ways away from the moon, which it's going to be once a week, it will be unable to support anything on the surface. It will be too far away for, say, an emergency evacuation, for example. That can't be carried out if your station has orbited a long ways away from the moon. So for the first time, and this is going to start with Artemis 3, by the way, the Artemis 3 mission will have the Orion spacecraft in that near rectilinear halo orbit and the lunar lander setting down when it gets close to the moon. And then that lander will have to wait a week for the Orion to come back around in that orbit before it can rendezvous. What happens if you have a significant injury on the surface of the moon? What happens if you have a life support failure on the moon or some other kind of emergency? What are you going to do? Well, the answer is you're going to die. There's no other way around it. That orbit carries potential rescue craft or an evacuation location or a space station so far away from the moon that there's no way to effectively evacuate to it. It is problematic. But on the other side of the argument, the folks who support this, they say, well, for future Mars missions, what are we going to do with those if there's an emergency? When we go to Mars, there's going to be no evacuation there either. If there's a need for an evacuation on Mars, they're just going to die. So really, we need to simulate that situation on the moon as early as possible. We need to create an environment where easy evacuation is just not available, so that our astronauts get more and more accustomed to surviving on their own without outside support. And I'll tell you, that's tough love, but maybe it's right. Maybe it's the best way to do it. I have a hard time coming to a solid conclusion as to what the best solution was. They've all got positives and negatives. Full-size Starship landing horizontally. I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, I think it's going to be tricky. It would require a lot of propulsion system modifications to Starship in order to set. Okay, sorry, I saw a hesitation there, but I think we're all right. Producer, are we okay? Okay. All right. Okay, folks. Well, I'll tell you this again, boy, this thing has warp drive will become a reality. Okay. Questions on warp drive. I'll tell you, that is a lot of you aren't going to like my personal opinions on warp drive. I'll get that out of the way first. I don't think it's possible. I think the theory behind it is sound, but I think the engineering implementation of a warp drive is impossible. And I'll explain why in just a little bit. But let's talk about it first. You can't go faster than the speed of light. That's impossible. We know that. We've done a lot of experimentation, putting Einstein's equations to the tests, and it's very clear that you cannot accelerate matter past the speed of light, or even to the speed of light. So how do you travel faster than the speed of light? The way to do it is to warp space, or fold space, as Dune fans would be enthusiastic about. It's amazing, by the way, that Frank Herbert was talking about this kind of solution in the 1950s when he wrote Dune, way before we even went to the moon. It's amazing that he came up with some of these ideas. So the idea is to manipulate space. And of course, we know this is possible because black holes do it all the time. Black holes warp and shift space. And if you can adjust space to where the amount of distance you have to traverse from here to there becomes a shorter distance, then you can effectively travel faster than light speed for all practical purposes, because you're not having to travel as far. So the idea is to create a warp field around your spacecraft, reducing the amount of space between the ship and the outer extreme of the warp field, so that when the ship travels forward, it's traversing a lot less distance to cover a much bigger distance in the real universe where space is not being folded. Theoretically, there's no problem with this. But in reality, what kind of energy does it require to fold space, to do something this dramatic, to manipulate the very space-time continuum? And for the basic Alcubierre warp drive, the first concepts of this warp drive, we're talking about converting the entire planet of Jupiter into energy, which is enough energy to utterly destroy a big section of the galaxy. I mean, it's insane the amount of energy that would be required in order to do it. And not only that, it also requires introducing certain types of things that we don't even know exist. Things like negative energy, that sort of thing. But there have been a number of new theories that have been coming out lately that suggests that this might be a lot more feasible than we thought, might require a lot less energy. Maybe it doesn't require the existence of theoretical energy or theoretical matter in order to make it work. There are advancements being made on it. Here's why I think it's possible that here's why I think it's possible, or rather impossible, that warp technology can be made practical. If Alcubierre warp drives are a thing, then that means the vastness of space between stars are no longer really an obstacle. You could travel to other galaxies in a very reasonable amount of time, perhaps even instantaneously travel between galaxies. And also, theoretically, traveling through time shouldn't be a problem either. If this was actually possible, that would, given the vastness of the universe and the trillions of stars there are out there, there must be at least millions of civilizations who have mastered this technique, no matter how difficult it is. And if there are millions of civilizations that have done that, there must be millions of interstellar empires in the universe, millions, in which case we should be up to our armpits in aliens, and yet we're not. We see no evidence anyway of huge numbers of aliens. We see, certainly, I believe that UFOs may be a thing, and I believe that that we have potentially been visited by other extraterrestrial intelligences. But the kind of universe where warp drives are a possibility, that would suggest that we have, I'll tell you, that would suggest that there should be a lot more civilizations knocking on our door on a daily basis than we currently have. Now, who knows? Once again, maybe we're in a galaxy where there's this big galactic federation that's protecting civilizations that haven't developed warp drive, just like Star Trek, preventing anybody from making contact with them out of, prime directive type of thing. Maybe, but then once again, that would lead me to believe that the prime directive is a universal from all of these civilizations all throughout the universe. They would all have to adhere to that prime directive. I don't know. It's hard to figure that out, but it's hard for me to rationalize that. It seems to me that the light barrier is a much more significant problem than a warp drive would suggest it is. But then again, who knows? Who knows? All right, I'm happy to answer any more questions. In any event, our moderators make decisions on this kind of stuff. I don't know exactly what was happening in the chat, guys. All I ask is for... Okay. All right. So actually, what was done, just to be clear, guys, it wasn't about religion. That the ban that was implemented was not because of a religious comment. Okay, just to be clear. And right. Right. Exactly. My moderator explained the whole thing. Totally agree. Like I say, it's one thing, disputes or arguments and that sort of thing, but the moment that it turns into an ethical attack, or not, I mean, an attack on somebody's ethnicity or something like that, that's where the tolerance ends. In any event, I'm not going to repeat it. But now that I've heard it, I'm 100% convinced that it was a racist attack. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Wow. We're getting a nice close-up view of Artemis 2 now. I'll tell you, I like the big orange rocket. I'm not a big fan. Obviously, there's a lot of things I don't like about it. It's way too expensive. It's not reusable. I mean, it has one reusable component, and that's the Orion capsule and all that. But I'll tell you, it looks cool. Very cool. All right. So I'm happy. By the way, I'm here to answer your questions today. That's the main thing I want to do, folks. While we're watching this, while we're covering this historic event, um, and I'm again very grateful for you folks to be watching. So thanks very much. All right. So, boy, yeah, it's given where we started, it is really neat to see the immense progress that Artemis 2 has made, rumbling down the tarmac, heading for the launch site. Again, this mobile launch tower, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, has gone through all kinds of issues. It's ridiculously over budget. Oh, another problem with it that I didn't mention before, it doesn't have a comprehensive design plan. Nobody knows how this tower was designed. Isn't that crazy? Different components of the tower were designed by different contractors, and they never really talked to each other. So we don't really know how this thing is put together. There's nobody who has a comprehensive picture of how the launch tower was designed. This thing had so many issues. It's a miracle that it works. It really is. It sustained a little bit of damage, by the way, during the launch of Artemis 1. Artemis 1 ripped it up a bit, although honestly not much. Didn't take a lot of pounding. Nothing compared to the amount of damage that Starship did to its launch facility on its first launch. Not sure. Yeah, we will. Yeah, we will. Not down with that. Okay. Any event. Let's ask some more questions about space flight. What else do we have? Happy to answer any other questions folks might have about Artemis or even about 3i Atlas or any other topic that I talk about on the channel. Really appreciate how many people have joined us for this broadcast. Again, to remind you, we are raising funds today for to include my producer on the coverage for this flight. We want to get him to Cape Canaveral. And you can contribute either by going to the GoFundMe, which is pinned at the top of the comments. And I'm giving away 3 shirts today, just to be clear, 3i Atlas shirts, 2 of them to folks who contribute on the GoFundMe, and 1 shirt to folks who are contributing on the Super Chats. All right. In terms of updates that are going on with SpaceX, well, the main thing that they're working on right now is they're trying to get the version 3, block 3 of Starship into operation. That is their biggest challenge. And they, I think, would have hoped to have been been doing some static fires of this version of Starship already, but unfortunately they already had they had a problem at their test facility, at the Massey's test facility, and it wasn't even a full tanking test or anything along those lines. And there was a pressure issue and the destruction of a booster, and so as a result, now they're having to bring another one, which of course they're easily able to manufacture them. They've done a fantastic job of manufacturing these things in large numbers, but they need to make sure that whatever caused that problem is not going to reoccur. And they're running against the clock right now. Elon Musk would very much like to be the guy responsible for putting people on the moon again. Be responsible for building the lunar lander that gets that job done. But unfortunately, um, they're behind schedule. But like everything else with Artemis, I mean, let's be fair here. SpaceX is no more behind schedule than anything else was behind schedule with this project. The only difference is that the only difference is that SLS had a big head start. This rocket that we're looking at right now has had many years to reach maturity. If Artemis flies around the moon next month, you'll walk 50 miles nude from Torquay to Melbourne. I'm assuming there's a Torquay, Australia. There must be, right? Because there's a Torquay in Cornwall, which there's no way you're going to walk 50 miles from Cornwall to Melbourne. So I guess there must be a Torquay in Australia as well. So you'll walk 50 miles, will you? Okay. I'm going to keep that in mind, Bond. That's a big commitment. I'll tell you, that's a bigger commitment than I ever made. The commitments I always made were I would get tattoos if Starship managed to do anything that Elon managed to meet any schedules that Elon Musk said it would match. Punisher, thank you so much for helping us out on the super chat side. Really appreciate you contributing today. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Let me tell you, it means a lot right now as we're trying to raise funds for ASN to get my producer out to Cape Canaveral with me. Is Artemis 2 landing at the same spot as the Apollo missions? Roughly, yes. They'll be landing in the Pacific. Not exactly the same area, no, but they will be splashing down in the Pacific in the same way as the Apollo missions did. All right. Did we get another? I'm sorry, I'm just looking to see. I thought there was another contribution. I think we got a second one. No, that's Punisher. No, I guess there might have been two. Punisher might have made two. I'm not sure. In any event, really appreciate the support. Thanks, guys. Say everything today is focused on getting ASN to Cape Canaveral to go with me to help me with the broadcast. It will make things so much better. Excited to get to live to see people get to the moon when you're still young. Hey, you're a lucky person. Let me tell you, you're a lucky person in that regard. An interesting point was made that if you were born during the Apollo era, you were much less likely to go to the moon than if you were born now, or even if you were born during the Second World War. You were far more likely to go to the moon if you were born during the Second World War, or if you were born during today and during this time frame, than actually at the time when we landed on the moon, or were a kid during that time. Isn't that crazy? That the generation that was the most likely to be excited about going to the moon is the least likely to actually go to the moon. Very sad indeed. No, okay, thank you. Torquay's near Bells Beach on the Victorian Surf Coast. Yeah, didn't know. The only Torquay I'm familiar with is Cornwall, or the west of England, because of course that's where I live. It's in the UK. Okay, what else do we have? More videos in investigating UFO mass sightings. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's plenty of stuff to look into when it comes to that, and a lot of exciting developments taking place. The Pentagon, by the way, released 2 more UFO videos in January this month. They had 2 more, and they're currently under investigation. They don't have an explanation for either of them right now. And again, these are these kinds of videos that were picked up by their surveillance systems. So yeah, I'm encouraged that I'm encouraged that the Pentagon has been releasing more unsolved cases lately. There was a time when the only thing they would ever talk about were the ones that they solved, as if they could solve all of them. It's almost like they were trying to give that impression. But all we have to do is, some work, and we'll be able to find, rational explanations for all of them, when clearly that wasn't the case. And now they're finally admitting that, okay, there's some that we haven't figured out. Yeah, in 77, I watched the supported space program, Mercury, Apollo, Gemini, shuttle. Always hope to be the moon before I die. Yeah. For all of us from that generation that were born around that time, or were little kids during that time, or whatever, or were even old enough as teenagers to remember the moon landings, our odds of actually having a chance to go to the moon were almost non-existent. Compared to other generations. It's just heartbreaking to think. But again, it's because the powers that be failed us. Simple as that. They decided that going to the moon was no longer important, when it clearly was. Countdown time to launch is not going to be happening until February the 6th. We got a ways before there's going to be a liftoff here. So once again, this entire broadcast is moving the rocket out to the launch facility, and me answering your questions. That's what this broadcast is all about. Not about the launch. As I say, right now we are trying to get support for the launch. We've raised more than 20% of the funds necessary for me to bring my producer out to Cape Canaveral. Very grateful for that. I'd love to get to 40% today. It may be a little too ambitious, but I'm hoping maybe we can pull that off. And as I say, if you would like to help that happen, to really improve the quality of what we can bring you next month from this launch, the GoFundMe is pinned at the top of the comments, or you can toss a super chat out there. As I say, I'm giving away 2 shirts to GoFundMe supporters. And just so you know, there's a grand total right now. Let me see here. Let me check just to be sure. Yep, there's a grand total of 21 GoFundMe donors, which means right now the people who have contributed have a 10% chance of winning a shirt That's much better than lottery odds. And again, this is one of these fantastic 3i Atlas shirts from Sunline. Love these things. The design is cool and the material is so comfortable. I mean, I hardly, as you can see, I'm wearing another one right here. They're just so comfortable compared to all the other shirts, and they have hoodies too, by the way. Just great stuff. Pardon? Okay. Okay. All right. Waiting for it to come up. Oh my God. $100 just came up from Sword and Sorcery, I think. Holy majoli. Wow. Thank you so much. What a huge jump in our fundraising efforts. Thank you so much, guys. My God. Thank you. That was a big jump. Really appreciate it. Maybe it's not too ambitious after all. Maybe my 40% 40% goal is not as impossible as I was thinking it was. Thanks so much. Boy, that was a big jump towards our objectives today. Really, really appreciate your help today. Thank you so much. Do I think 3i Atlas will turn towards Earth when it approaches Jupiter? No, I don't, Punisher. I don't think so. It'd be cool if it did, but I don't think it will. Even though, as I say, I do believe that there is a possibility that 3i Atlas is here by design. There's nothing in its trajectory and its behavior to suggest that that's what it's going to do. It's making a beeline towards the Hill radius, that area where Jupiter's gravity and the sun's gravity cancel one another out, towards the Lagrange points that are located there. That suggests to me, if there is artificial control, that it has an intention of dropping off probes there or something along those lines. It's going to dump off something to loiter at these Lagrange points. Now, why would it want, or rather, why would it have these motivations? Well, it all depends. I mean, does it want to put something in a position where it'll be able to keep the moons of Jupiter under observation? Might it want to put a seeding craft of some kind that puts organics onto the moons of Jupiter, especially moons like Europa and Callisto? Perhaps. Another thing that could be done for the Lagrange points of Jupiter is a monitoring station to keep an eye on the inner solar system. From that vantage point, you could watch the inner solar system for any incoming dangers like asteroids, comets, that sort of thing. So if, for example, 3i Atlas were here to protect us, perhaps it was here to put a missile or something along those lines at this Lagrange point, and it fires interceptors to knock any sort of incoming comets, asteroids, whatever, off course before they get close to Earth. That would be an ideal point to intercept those sorts of incoming threats, because they travel much slower in the outer solar system than they travel when they're in the inner solar system. Getting a nice close-up view of the upper stage of the Artemis 2 rocket, including the ICPS and the Orion capsule and the abort tower at the top of the rocket. Again, this rocket comprised of mostly space shuttle technology, 4 RS-25 engines, all 4 of which have flown on previous shuttle flights. The RS-25s being engines powered by hydrogen and oxygen and used on the space shuttle. And also 2 upgraded solid rocket boosters. They're not necessarily more powerful. They have more solid rocket fuel. The solid rocket boosters are what provide the big punch to the SLS and to the space shuttle back in the day as well. They provide much more thrust than liquid powered engines do. The liquid powered engines are slow burn kind of engines that take a lot longer to burn through their fuel. So the solid rocket boosters blast the rocket to escape velocity, and then those RS-25 engines keep burning in order to get the rocket into the desired trajectory. Thank you so much, Punisher. Really appreciate your support. And of course, happy to talk about 3i Atlas, regardless of what it is. Definitely an important phenomenon, whatever it is. Very different, very crazy. All right. So let's see here. Like I say, feel free to ask any questions you like about this rocket and about the Artemis 2 mission or anything else regarding spaceflight or UFO stuff too. All right. Now, that is the first stage, by the way. The second stage is called the ICPS, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, which only has a single RL-10 engine, fairly small engine, relatively anyway. And that is built by the United Launch Alliance, ULA. It's only being used for the first 3 Artemis missions. After that, it'll be upgraded. Nick's Backyard, thank you. If aliens visited you and they offered you, would you try their dairy foods or cheese? I don't know if I'd want to try any food offered to me by an alien. First of all, I'd wonder why they were doing that, unless they had a good understanding of my biology. Thanks, Nick's Backyard. I just wondered, do you use alien cheese for your backyard hamburger grills or something like that? All right. Yeah, Punisher, it's frustrating what NASA's doing because they're not giving an accurate picture of what 3i Atlas is. They're just not. It's frustrating. I mean, it might be a natural object, sure, but there's so many things about it that just aren't typical comet, that don't say typical comet. The biggest thing, of course, being that its coma, its tail defies the solar wind. I mean, that's just, no comet has ever done that. Period. The only comets that have anti-tails that even remotely look anything that big are anti-tails that are created by optical illusions, perspective effects. But this is not perspective. This is something real, something that just spews out in defiance of the solar wind for hundreds of thousands of kilometers as if the solar wind wasn't even there. I mean, somebody besides Avi Loeb needs to talk about that. And just to be clear, the scholarly papers that come out about 3i Atlas that address the anti-tail and the anti-coma, shall we say, and all that, they all admit that this is unique. They all admit that this is really strange and they don't know how to explain it. These are scholarly papers not written by Avi Loeb. And yet, does NASA acknowledge that and say, this is bizarre and we've never seen this before? No, they don't. It's almost as if they don't know, because there are anti-tails created by perspective and optical illusion, So do they think that that's what this is? Because it isn't. I can't imagine that they're that ignorant of it. So I don't know. Oh, you work at Rocketdyne, Mark. Cool. Rocketdyne, just so everybody knows, Aerojet Rocketdyne manufactures the RS-25 and the RL-10 engines, for that matter. All of the liquid-fueled engines on this rocket are manufactured by the Aerojet Rocketdyne Corporation, who in different under different names over many, many decades has been manufacturing hydrolox powered liquid engines for the space program for a really long time. Hey, Mike, email me sometime. I'd be interested to hear more about what you do. My email is in the description on all my videos. Yeah, the 4 RS-25 engines in the booster, the RL-10 engine and the ICPS, all of these are manufactured by the Aerojet Rocketdyne Company, although all of these engines have been used before. These are all old shuttle engines that have been used on a vast number of flights collectively. And in case you're concerned about using an old engine on a 2026 flight, don't be worried, because the RS-25 engine never ever experienced a failure in flight during its entire history. The entire history of the shuttle program, shuttle launch after shuttle launch, shuttle flight after shuttle flight, not one RS-25 engine ever failed in flight. It's an amazing accomplishment. And really, when it comes right down to it, the solid rocket boosters didn't technically fail either, because even though one of them did fail, leading to that horrible Challenger disaster, the engine performed as designed. The only reason it failed is because NASA insisted on launching in temperatures that it couldn't handle. And the engineers at Morton Thiokol, which is the name of the company at the time that were manufacturing them, were begging the NASA chiefs at the time to not launch that morning. They knew that it was too cold. And the assumption was at the time that it would detonate right over the pad, that the engines would go almost immediately and the shuttle would explode right over the pad, endangering spectators and everything. That's what a lot of engineers thought that would happen. But actually what did happen is the O-ring in one of the engines gave way, but because it was so cold, it froze into a momentary plug. The escaping fuel froze into a momentary plug that kept the fuel from escaping for a short amount of time, just long enough for Challenger to gain enough altitude to get away from the launch facility before it blew up. But then finally, that frozen plug gave way, and a flamethrower like blast of fire essentially gushed out of the solid rocket booster, hitting the fuel tank and detonating the whole thing. It was just awful. And again, the engines performed as designed. It was not a failure of the engine. If the NASA chiefs had listened to the Morton Thiokol engineers that morning, those astronauts never would have died. But unfortunately, cooler heads were not prevailing that day. It was terrible, just terrible. But in case, for those of you wondering if that's going to happen, could happen to these folks, very unlikely. And here's the reason. If the fuel tank were to detonate on the SLS as it was heading up into space, as happened with Challenger, the abort tower on the Orion that little pointy thing at the top of the rocket, that would ignite. It has a solid rocket booster inside it that provides enormous amounts of instant propulsion, and it would pull the Orion capsule away from the explosion before it gets affected by it. And the astronauts would be probably shaken up and exposed to extreme G forces, but they would almost certainly survive the experience. So, and by the way, this is now a requirement for all human-rated NASA missions today because of those disasters that happened with the shuttle. The NASA recognized the need for an abort function on their human-rated missions. So now, if a rocket does not have an abort capability, then you're not going to be putting people on it, at least not if NASA is responsible for the launch. Yeah, range, I remember it too. It was a really, really devastating experience, just heartbreaking. Once again, to reemphasize, folks, this rocket is not lifting off today. This rocket is heading out to the pad. It's being carried out by the transporter crawler at a very, very slow velocity, making its way out to the launch facility where it will be taking off. And the launch towers that you're seeing there, unless I'm very much mistaken, neither of those are the launch facility for the SLS. The one more towards the center of your screen, but still on the right-hand side, but more towards the center, is the launch facility for SpaceX's Crew Dragon missions. If I'm remembering correctly. And then the one to the right of that is for Starship. So both of those are SpaceX launch facilities. And the one for Starship, I believe, is being taken down because they're building another one. And the reason for that is because it's too close to the Crew Dragon launch facilities. That launch facility is the only launch pad that's capable of carrying humans up to the International Space Station. And NASA is concerned about a future Starship test launch blowing up on the launch pad and damaging their Crew Dragon launch facilities. And so right now, if I'm remembering correctly, a second Starship launch tower is being built, and that first one is going to be dismantled. So yeah, neither of those launch towers are being used by this rocket. And yeah, the first opportunity for launch is going to be February 6th. Let me go ahead and give you the launch dates again. I gave you those initially at the beginning of the broadcast. So give it to you one more time. The first 5 launch dates are February 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, and 11th. And then the second launch period is March, assuming something goes seriously wrong during these 5 launch opportunities. The next set of dates are March 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and March 11th. And then finally, we have the next 5, which are in April 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Yeah, good comment, Bill. I'm glad SpaceX is building and launching and not stopping. Yeah, I agree. I think SpaceX needs to push forward for a lot of reasons. They want to go to Mars, obviously, and we need a lunar lander for Artemis. So yeah, need to develop Starship as rapidly as possible. Totally agree with that. We have 2 more donations on the GoFundMe page, guys. C. Evans and Roger Elliott for a total of an additional $29 being contributed. Thank you so much. Another $29 has been added on to our total raised. And again, keep in mind, I've got a 3i Atlas shirt going out to Super Chat supporters and 2 3i Atlas shirts going out to the GoFundMe folks. Okay. Greg, you could be right. We don't know. You know, it could be right. It to make a now the thing of it is though is they have accomplished a lot when it comes to rapid reusability on the Falcon 9 boosters, but that's a lot different than a 100% reusable rocket. I agree. It's a tall order and maybe they won't be able to do it, but I think it's worth it to try. I think it's definitely they definitely should at least make an effort here. And I applaud the ambition. All right, let's see what other sites are saying it's delayed until April. Yeah, I don't think so. April was the time frame that was originally looked at, but they moved up this schedule for a lot of good reasons. I think that if April was definitely the time, I don't think they'd be pushing out right now. I really don't, because they're putting SLS in a lot of jeopardy potentially from hurricanes and other weather situations unnecessarily to have it sitting out on the pad for an additional 2 months. I don't see why you would do that. I think yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of exposure to salt water or salt in the air, that sort of thing. I I I don't subscribe to that. Just don't. But yeah, I think it's possible. Do I know Musk? No, and actually, Musk isn't going to like me anyway. I've been too harshly critical of the guy. That's a problem with being the angry astronaut. You get people angry at you too. Let's see. February 6th, too early for the mission? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, that's 3 weeks from now. I think they might be able to pull that off. We'll see, but I'll be out there. That's the plan, unless we get some sort of word that that there's going to be a delay. And I'd say there's a good chance that we'll find out about if there's going to be a substantial delay beyond February. I would say we're going to get news of that within the next week and a half. All right, folks, I'm going to step away from the microphone for a few minutes, and I will be back shortly. Hello again, everybody. Glad to be back. Had a very late lunch, 3 o'clock, I guess. Got kind of caught up in all of this. And as you can see, the Artemis 2 rocket is slowly making its way toward its final destination. Well, its current destination, its final destination is the moon and back. So once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. We still have over 100 people watching, which is great considering that I've been gone for a while. So right now, like I say, for all of you who there's still been questions regarding whether this thing is launching today. No, it is not. It's going to be going through a fair number of tests and such. Some fueling tests, all of the general things that need to happen with a rocket before you have a liftoff. But the current launch date, at least the first opportunity, will be February the 6th, the evening of February the 6th. And we'll see. Hopefully that's what's going to happen because I will be there. I will have been there for 4 days, actually, by the time that first launch date opportunity comes up, because I wanted to make sure that I got out there early enough to cover other things happening at the Cape, and also possibly getting on a tour and actually going up and checking out the rocket firsthand. So we are fingers crossed, going back to the moon. Hard to believe, and I'm very, very happy about it, let me tell you. It's something, well, that I've literally been waiting all my life for. Hello, Jamma. How you doing? It's been a long time. John Stokes, thank you so much for the $5. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And again, what we're doing today in terms of raising funds is this is for my producer, ASN, also known as Another Space Nut. And he's been helping me with my channel ever since I had 750 subscribers. I could really use his help, number one. And number two, I want to take him to an actual launch. We have now passed 25% of the way to our final goal. I was hoping to get to 40 today. We'll see if we can get to that threshold, but we've been making very good progress. Thanks to you guys. Really appreciate it. Contributions coming in the super chat side, or if you want to support us through our GoFundMe page, that is pinned at the top of the comments. And we've been getting support on both sides of the equation. So thank you. Future of Artemis, when we are going to land, that sort of thing. Sure, happy to provide details on that. When we're going to land that's the big question, isn't it? The problem with landing on the moon is you need a lunar lander to do the job. And back in the day when we did it with Apollo, we did it very simply. We had a lunar lander that was capable of carrying 2 guys plus a couple 100 kilograms worth of equipment. That was it. It wasn't very ambitious at all. And so it's a lot simpler to build something that was capable of doing that. The lunar landers that we're going to be using for the moon today are going to have to be able to carry a lot of cargo. At least 20 tons, preferably 100 tons worth of cargo. And of course, the reason we want to do that is because we're establishing a permanent presence on the moon. You need to build a base. You need to have a life support system that's capable of supporting a base. You need to build greenhouses. There's so many things to construct in order to build a self-sustaining presence on the moon. So you need a lander that's capable of handling all of that stuff. There were 3 different designs that were proposed years ago when the HLS, or Human Landing System contract, was submitted. 3 different designs got to the final stage. The first was the national team, which was led by Blue Origin, a very different design than what they have today, but that's what they had. You had the huge lunar starship, this big monster rocket capable of carrying 100 metric tons down to the surface of the moon. And then you had the Dynetics Alpaca, which, although a lot more ambitious than the Apollo LEM, was far more similar to an Apollo lander than the other 2. Couldn't carry as much cargo, but certainly capable of carrying a lot more than Apollo did, enough to carry habitats, that sort of thing, what was necessary to establish a small base on the moon, but not like a lunar city, or not like a really big lunar presence. And so NASA, confronted with the different options, went with Lunar Starship, the biggest lunar lander of all of them, a huge monster rocket over 50 meters tall, with a huge fairing, 9 meters in diameter, over 100 metric tons. Just crazy amount of amount of cargo that this thing was capable of carrying. Definitely the most ambitious of all the lunar lander scenarios, but seemed like a good thing for a long-term sustained presence on the moon. At least that was the thought at the time. But the problem is, Starship was in very early stages of development when that contract was won. And Elon Musk made promises that absolutely he was incapable of keeping. He said that Lunar Starship would be ready to put people on the moon by 2024, which obviously isn't true. But in addition to that, we're used to Elon being off target a little bit. But here we are coming up on 2 years later, and we're still nowhere close. Lunar Starship has yet to complete an orbit of the Earth. Lunar Starship also has to be refueled quite a number of times because it's so big and heavy. It takes a lot of fuel to get it out to the moon. So it has to go to orbit, runs out of fuel when it gets up there. Then you have to refuel it, which takes at least 10 separate refueling missions. And then it makes the rest of the journey to the moon. Very, very ambitious transportation system. And I think it's a good one for the long run, but it's not something that's going to be ready for the job anytime soon. So now at this point, our new administrator Jared Isaacman has decided to open up the bid to other folks that might be able to get the job done quicker. And Blue Origin seems like the best bet because they've already built a lunar lander that's bigger than the Apollo LEM. And that's the Blue Moon Mark 1. And that's going to be landing on the moon probably in the next couple of months. The first one. Now, that one can't carry people, but it might be feasible to modify it to carry people because, after all, it's bigger than the Apollo LEM, substantially bigger. So if something as small as the LEM could carry people down to the moon, maybe this one can too. Now, Blue Origin also has a much bigger lunar lander called the Blue Moon Mark 2. But that one's going to be a while before it's ready to go because it requires refueling also. Why? Because it carries so much payload. It has such a heavy payload that it's taking to the moon. It can't get there on one tank of gas. It requires refueling. That's a problem. If you want to set a ton of cargo or a lot of cargo down on the moon, you can't do it in a single go. You need refueling missions to get the job done. So Blue Moon Mark 2 will almost certainly not be ready before 2030. And given the lack of progress or the challenge that's SpaceX has been encountering lately, trying to get their system going, it doesn't appear that they're going to be ready either. So the only solution that might get humans to the moon this decade would be what I was just talking about, which would be a modified Blue Moon Mark 1 lander. If they can do that, well, fingers crossed. Maybe that can be done by 2028 or so, given that Blue Origin already has a functional unmanned Blue Moon lander. So fingers crossed. Gunter Rommel, thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. And yes, it's because of folks like you that we will both be able to go to the moon. Oh, that's the answer. I'm not sure how design that keeps blowing up, says the uncomfortable truth teller. Blowing up can't even achieve a single orbit is actually worth pursuing. Yeah, I see your point. I really do. It's a struggle. Starship is having far more problems than Falcon 9 did. I mean, we talk about how SpaceX has this iterative design philosophy whereby, well, we expect rockets to blow up, and every time they blow up, we learn more about what's wrong with them, and then we fix those problems so that in the future they'll work flawlessly the way Falcon 9 does. But Falcon 9 was having completely successful missions by the second or third launch. They were doing really well early in its operational history, whereas we're 11 flights into Starship without a single orbital cargo being deployed by it yet. So yeah, if this were any other company, it would be over now. If this were anybody except SpaceX with their enormous amount, well, I don't know, Blue Origin might be able to do it too because Jeff Bezos is so rich. If it were anybody else, that I don't think that they would that they could continue. But since it's SpaceX and because Elon Musk is obscenely rich, he can keep things going. He can keep the project going for as long as he thinks it's viable. And for those of you interested, the Starship Tower, the Cape Canaveral, one of the old one. I don't know if this will ever be used. Probably not, but there's a Starship Tower to the right of the rocket. You can see it off there in the distance. You can see its characteristic chopsticks down at the bottom of the tower. It uses those chopsticks to grab the different components of the Starship rocket, both the first stage and second stage. Those chopsticks are also used to catch the booster and theoretically the orbiter as well as they're coming back. And so far, that chopstick capture system has proven to be remarkably successful, far more successful than I think anybody thought it would be as quickly as it was successful, except maybe for SpaceX folks. I'd say it's possible that SpaceX folks might have known how successful it was going to be, but it was incredibly successful. I certainly didn't think it would work that well on the first try. Now, will it work consistently? Because we've only used it a couple of times now. Will it work consistently enough to be a viable landing system? That's a good question. Because if there's a crash, if it crashes, you just trashed your launch tower. Is that a viable solution? Would it be better to have landing legs and a separate landing pad a substantial distance away from your launch facilities so you're not risking blowing those up? We'll see. I mean, I think it all depends on how long it's going to take before they have an accident. Assuming they ever do have an accident. I don't know. Their landing process, the chopsticks landing process might be good enough to where it never really fails. Yeah, the Hopper. I remember Hopper too. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Scott. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You have a house close to Artemis too? Boy, that's kind of you. You know what? Send me an email, Scott. My email is in all the descriptions of my videos. Just send me an email and we can talk about that. Thank you so much, though, for your generous support there. Wow. That was a big, big jump we just took towards hitting our goal today. Wow. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So as you can see, the crawler is doing its job. You can now just see the Crew Dragon launch facilities coming into view just to the left of the rocket. These are the launch facilities used to send the crews up to the International Space Station. And as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, that's one of the reasons why moving the Starship Tower may be necessary, because NASA doesn't like the idea of a potentially crashing or exploding Starship ending up exploding somewhere close to the only launch facilities that they have that can send human beings to the International Space Station. It's a little frustrating that NASA doesn't have two human-rated launch pads. Well, they do have two human-rated launch pads, but the other one is only for SLS, and it is completely impractical to use a rocket like SLS to send astronauts up to the International Space Station. So that is a concern. And it's very likely going to lead to SpaceX having to dismantle that launch facility, but they have another one that they're building anyway at Cape Canaveral, so it shouldn't be a problem. All right, Scott. Yeah, definitely. I'll be in Florida by the 2nd. So we can definitely talk. Thank you very much. All right. So yeah, again, I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much. Well, SLS is on this is a launch tower that it's currently on, yes, but it's not at the launch facility yet. But this is a mobile launch platform that it's currently on. And unlike a lot of other rockets that get transferred to a fixed launch facility, for example, Starship is transferred from the vehicle that hauls it to its launch pad by the chopsticks. The chopsticks pick up the components of the rocket and stack it on the launch pad, whereas this is a launch pad in itself, a mobile launch tower. However, it's not the entire launch facility. It doesn't have, say, fuel tanks, that sort of thing, but it does have the umbilicals necessary to fuel the rocket, to provide the rocket with power and communication. So yeah, this tower is a launch facility in itself in many regards, but not a complete one. It's very sophisticated. But then again, not all that different from the launch towers that launched the space shuttle. And to have to build an entire launch pad, never use it, and have to move it. Yep, yeah. Well, SpaceX jumped the gun. They're good at doing that. They really do kind of hit the ground running, SpaceX. And they have a tendency to jump the gun and do things without really getting clearance. And a lot of times there's an understanding too. I'm sure when they started to build the thing, that first orbital launch mount, OLM, NASA told them, hey, it's possible you'll never be able to use this thing. We're not sure about this location. And Elon probably said, no problem. I'm sure we'll get to use it eventually. I'm sure Elon was confident that he would be able to ram this down NASA's throat and get them to let him launch. But I don't think that's what's going to happen here. I really don't. The last time I was at NASA on a press pass, and I got to talk to a lot of people in positions of authority there, and none of them want a monster rocket like Starship lifting off and especially landing so close to the only launch pad that can put humans into orbit. They don't want that. So, yeah, relocation I think is pretty likely. All right. Happy to answer more questions, of course. Thrilled to have you folks joining us today. It's been an interesting broadcast in terms of questions and answers, and also I really appreciate the generosity of the folks that have been involved today. You guys have made a big difference in terms of trying to get to this goal. You guys are awesome, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So once again, we see now 3 launch towers essentially right in a row. To the left, we have the Crew Dragon, Falcon 9 facility. Then in the middle is the Mobile Launch Tower 1, ML1, with the SLS moon rocket. And then to the right, we have the orbital launch mount for the SpaceX Starship and its characteristic chopsticks. And as I've been talking about, it is unlikely that tower will be used. But who knows? Maybe. Fairly soon, we should see the SLS's launch facility coming into view here. All right. And as I say, happy to answer any questions that folks have, not just about this, any space related questions. As part of our marathon broadcast today, I knew that this was going to be a long haul today, talking to you folks as SLS was transported across the Cape, making its way to its launch facility. And you get to see a lot of the different philosophies behind these designs. When you get to see everything in the same perspective. Falcon 9, of course, being a mostly reusable launch solution. That's to the tower to the left. Falcon 9 launches a variety of different payloads, but most important of these from that particular facility is Crew Dragon. The booster on Falcon 9 is reusable and is proven to be unbelievably reliable and successful. Falcon 9 is without question right now SpaceX's crowning achievement. As much as they would like to say that Starship will be their flagship and all that, that still seems a long ways away. Falcon 9 is getting the job done in a way that nothing else is. Yes, that's true. SpaceX had acquired that additional pad, which is where they're going to where Starship is probably going to end up. And then to the right, the Starship launch facility. Starship, in theory, is a 100% reusable rocket. Philosophy behind that is to move away from a rocket and more towards an actual reusable spaceship. And a monster spaceship for that matter, much bigger than SLS, much bigger than any rocket that humanity has ever built. But that's a great ambition to have, but thus far hasn't done any of that yet. has yet to even orbit the Earth after more than 10 test flights. So it's got a ways to go to get towards that objective. I love living in the UK. To answer your question there, I've been here for quite some time now, over 2 years. Just a wonderful place. Certainly not perfect. No place is perfect. And I travel abroad quite a bit. You know, I was in Australia, obviously, for a long time. I'm going to be back in the States for at least a month when I make the journey back to cover the Artemis 2 launch. I'm going to stay in the States for at least a month. So UK is not a full-time place of residence, but I do live here much more than I live anyplace else. And yeah, it's a lovely place, lovely people. I think is one of the nicest things about it. Really, really nice folks in Britain. Haven't seen any UFOs yet. Of course, you're also going to see a variety of birds. The Cape Canaveral facility, Cape Kennedy in general, is an incredible reserve for wildlife. There was a time decades ago when the bald eagle was in a state of extremely endangered state, and mostly because of DDT that was leading to the demise of the new generation of a variety of different birds, and bald eagles were especially vulnerable to that. And Cape Canaveral had one of the largest populations of bald eagles in the world. Which again, NASA was very proud of that. They looked upon that as proof that advanced technology and a natural habitat could exist safely and side by side. And they've done a pretty good job proving that over the years. The Maven orbiting Mars. The last thing I read about it is they can't restore communication. What an interesting coincidence, by the way, that not too long after 3i Atlas makes its close approach to Mars, we have an orbiting spacecraft that had been doing so well for all those years suddenly just shut down and its communication drop off. I mean, I don't think it's any more than a coincidence. If more than one orbiting Mars orbiter had gone down, I might assign a little bit more significance to that. Then I might wonder if it had been caused by some sort of artificial means. But yeah, that orbiter is not in the greatest shape. Bald eagle nest, yeah, it was always pointed out on that tour. It's true. Yeah, they like to point it out. But aside from just the nest, they had a sizable population of birds, especially in the 80s, at a time when the bald eagle population was really threatened in North America. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Texas. I think so. I think I probably will. And the reason for that is my daughter is currently doing her engineering grad work at the University of Texas. So I would very much like to go and see her on my way to Colorado, where I will visit my father and my brother. So yeah, anytime I get to the US, my objectives are to try to see as much of my family as possible, because I don't know when next opportunity will arise to where I can do that. Oh, cool, Jamet. Yeah, Liverpool is a great town. I love Liverpool. I took my son to Liverpool a couple of years ago for holidays when he came to visit me. Just a great music town. There's a lot of passion for music, especially the Beatles era music, of course. Oh, what initially got me into space, boy. I always loved space, but my uncle worked, as I've mentioned a number of times, my uncle worked at the Cape since before I was born. Uh, he died just a couple of years ago, but he spent the vast majority of his professional career after he got out of the Navy working at the Cape. So I had a lot of exposure to space flight from a very young age. So yeah, always loved it. It's kind of in the family. Um, and I was always a huge Star Trek fanatic. I actually grew up watching the animated series in the early 1970s. Loved that when I was a kid. So, yeah, I've a lot of things to inspire an interest in space, I think. Yep, that's a very good point, Carl. Is SLS is stacked vertically on the mobile launch platform in the VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building at the Cape. Again, a different philosophy. The SpaceX erects their rockets and stacks them, stacks Starship in any event, but erects their rockets on site, whereas the shuttle and the SLS and the Saturn V, for that matter, all of them were stacked in the vehicle assembly building. So that's one of the reasons, obviously, for a mobile launch tower, is if you're stacking a rocket and you don't intend to unstack it, then you need to essentially have at least part of your launch facility um, where you're stacking it in the vehicle assembly building. And of course, the vehicle assembly building keeps it safe. That's the one of the big advantages, obviously, to doing things that way, is it keeps it safe from the elements. The VAB is rated against, I think, a category 3 or 4 hurricane. So yeah, you got an uncle worked at the Cape too, huh? That's cool. Very cool. House on the cocoa side. Yeah, my uncle had a lovely house out. It's not quite the suburbs, a little bit more further out into the swamps than the suburbs in Titusville, where he lived. He had a half acre of I think it was a full acre of undeveloped land, and my cousin Lisa was a biology major. She later ended up becoming an entomologist and worked for the Department of Agriculture. And she would take me out to the Florida swamps on nature hikes, looking at frogs and turtles and snakes and alligators. And we go on these expeditions out into the Florida swamps. Um, so yeah, I've got fond memories of Florida. Definitely, that whole area, the Titusville region. Very nice people in Titusville too. It's a fantastic city that was built and sustained by the space industry. The space industry means a lot to those folks because a lot of the population of that town either works for NASA or retired from NASA. So it's a big space oriented population there. They have numerous monuments in Titusville outside of the Cape, monuments to space flight, including a lot of monuments where you can see the handprints of various astronauts who went to the moon, Also, even some handprints of Soviet astronauts are at those monuments. So yeah, and also they have monuments that always have flowers out in front of them, to the Challenger and Columbia disasters. They also have a monument to everybody else who has died at the Cape. Wide variety of people, from construction folks to technicians. The essentially the entire population of folks who tragically died from one cause or another at the Cape. They have a monument to those people. So yeah, it is an interesting place, and once again, it's a place just very dedicated to space. You have a population that loves space there. You have just about everybody has rocket insurance in Titusville, in case a fragment from an exploding rocket comes crashing through your living room window or something like that. So yeah, very interesting. Jama, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I've known Jama for years, long time supporter of the channel. It's been a while since I've seen her in a chat. Only one shot beat at Zarelia's. Yeah, definitely. All right. Any other? Once again, I'm happy to answer questions. We're in the midst of a very long broadcast today, as the Artemis 2 rocket SLS makes its way out to the launch facilities at Cape Canaveral. So far, everything seems to be going really well. It is a slow, arduous process. Kind of remarkable that one of the fastest objects that humanity has ever constructed is going to crawl along so slowly during at a time like this, but that is the nature of things. Wow, really, James? I'm so sorry to hear that. The times that I have visited Titusville in recent years, I found it to still be a nice place with nice people. But then again, I don't live there. So yeah, with the loss of the shuttle, I could see why that might have happened. Because even though there is a lot of activity at the Cape, even though lots of rockets still fly out of there, almost all those rockets are SpaceX rockets. And SpaceX doesn't have much in the way of operations. I mean, they have some, but not the kind of operations at the Cape that the shuttle program did. Not even close. The vast majority of what supports SpaceX is in Texas and in California. So, I mean, they obviously have a fair number of personnel at the Cape, but not nearly the kind of personnel that would have been required to support the shuttle. So I'm sorry to hear that. But for what it's worth, as an outside observer, having gone to Titusville quite a number of times in the last 5 years or so, I still find it to be a very pleasant place to visit, and with a lot of nice people. So yeah, I like I say, if you live there, I'm sure it's a different story, but I do like it. Don't have much family living there anymore, though, unfortunately. My uncle's children all moved to different areas of the country. And of course, my uncle and his wife both passed away years ago. So, and it's these things happen, but he was one of the most generous, decent men I've ever known in my life. He's just a very, very good man. Very good man. And I miss him. All right. Once again, still happy to take questions and to continue to remind folks, we are still trying to raise money for the upcoming coverage of the Artemis 2 launch. The objective is to bring my producer, ASN, another space nut, out to the launch. Covering launches alone is just beyond difficult for me. It really oftentimes leads to not so great of a broadcast. So if he's there, it'll be much better. And besides, want to bring him anyway because he's never seen a launch in person, never been to the US for that matter. So that'd be a great thing indeed. Space travel becomes commercial, become a very busy city. Yes, as long as Cape Canaveral is an actual spaceport as opposed to spaceports in other parts of the country. But the Cape is a really, really good good facility, obviously, for space flight. You prefer it if the original Saturn V homage paint scheme had been adopted for SLS. The problem is with any paint scheme, the big orange rocket, reason it's orange is because the tank is orange. It's not painted orange, it just is orange. And if you paint it, it's going to weigh more, amazingly. Just a coat of paint on the fuel tank adds 100 kilograms, I think, or 200 kilograms to the mass of the rocket, something along those lines. And so NASA determined that the protection that the paint gives to the rocket versus the additional mass was not a worthwhile trade-off. And so they painted the early Challenger flights, like the Columbia flights, rather. The first launch of Columbia had a coat of paint, but then they started abandoning that. What I preferred if the original 5 had been, okay, I'm sorry, orange, just oxide. I'm embarrassed that I don't even know why it's orange. I don't know what material it's made out of. Makes it orange. Doggone it. I should know that. And yet I don't. Oh, the slingshot method. Yeah, that is that's very interesting. There's a variety of different slingshot methods that are being used or experimented with in any event, spinning wheels, that sort of thing. And the idea is to use centrifugal force or catapult or something along those lines to give at least some velocity, some delta V to a rocket without using any fuel. And then you light up the rocket after that to get it the rest of the way into orbit. I think it's a great idea. Anything that reduces the amount of fuel required to get you into orbit is definitely worth doing. But on the negative side of it, the G forces from like spin launch, that's one of the companies that are doing these sorts of things. The G forces generated by these centrifugal force launch systems are unbelievable. And I would not recommend it for a human flight solution. Just too many G's for these folks. When it launches, yes, it will absolutely be possible to observe the launch. There will be loads and loads of people, including myself, there. It'll be approximately 10 kilometers away, about 6 miles or so, 6 or 7 miles. And it'll be a night launch, and it will be the most if you've never seen a rocket launch at night, this will probably be the most spectacular thing you've ever seen in your life if you come to see SLS launch at night. It will absolutely blow your mind. I have only personally seen Falcon 9 lift off at night. I never saw a shuttle lift off at night. One time I thought I was going to be able to, and they scrubbed the launch. So yeah, if you get an opportunity to see this, if you're in a position to come and see this launch, you absolutely want to do it. I have even seen launches from a hotel parking lot in Titusville, 30 kilometers away from the launch site, and it's still spectacular, especially at night. Absolutely blows your mind. So yeah, if you have never seen something like this, if you can, you want to take an opportunity to do that. Absolutely. All right, let's see what else. Okay, so 600, about 300 kilograms, 2 to 300 kilograms, right? I wasn't sure exactly how much weight it was, but yeah, polyurethane foam. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yuma, Arizona was quite a ways. It'll be tough. You won't really be able to see much of anything from there, I don't think. The only place you'll be able to observe, well, it's a nighttime launch, so it'd be up the East Coast. And again, that's assuming that you have perfect viewing conditions with no clouds between you and the rocket. But yeah, yeah, if you can take advantage of an opportunity like that, you absolutely want to. It'll blow your mind. Again, this will be February the 6th. So yeah, I'll tell you, I've seen the Artemis 1 launch, a huge different, of course, if you watch my channel, you've probably seen a lot of the same footage. I've seen a lot of the footage of the Artemis 1 launch, and again, mind-boggling. Nighttime launches are something else. And yeah, SLS at night. I'll tell you, Starship would be incredible at night too. So, but I'm not sure how often they're going to be launching Starship at night. I'm sure there'll be some times that they have to. All right, let's see. I hope it will not be like a SpaceX Starship test. Yeah. If it is, then yeah, that the astronauts very probably will survive the experience. Again, because of the abort capabilities, the abort tower, that little pointy thing you see at the top of the rocket there, that has a solid rocket booster built into it that provides a tremendous amount of instant acceleration, and it drags the Orion capsule away from the rocket if the rocket were to explode, and it will most probably safely pull the astronauts away from the blast before it can damage the Orion. Turnaround time, if scrubbed, at least 48 hours. And that's if everything goes really smoothly, 24 to 48 hours. And if it's more complicated than that with a scrub, then it'll take longer. So, again, to review the launch times, the first series of launch windows are as follows. This is the one I'll be there for. At least that's the current plan. February 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, and 11th. So let's assume there's a scrub on the 6th. I would say it's very likely that NASA would be able to make another attempt on the 8th or the 10th or the 11th. If there was a scrub on the 7th, I would say there's a decent chance that NASA could still launch on the 10th or the 11th. If there is a scrub on the 8th, I'd say there's still a decent chance that NASA could launch on the 10th or the 11th. But if there's a scrub on the 10th, then most probably everything's getting pushed to March. Would I launch on Orion? Sure. Yeah, I would. Yeah. I mean, with my health and all that and age, I don't know if it'd be a great idea, but would I feel safe launching on Orion? Yes, I would. That's one of the safest spacecraft, at least as near as we know, based on what we've seen from it so far. I'd say it's one of the safest spacecraft that we have. Now, the one thing that might give me pause, though, is that, would I be leaving, fatherless children behind? That sort of thing. Those are the kinds of considerations that might make me think twice if something went wrong. Keith, I agree right now. As a matter of fact, I agree pretty consistently on launching on Orion versus Starship. Starship does not have an abort capability. I don't know how Starship could have an abort capability the way that it's designed. I think it would require a lot of modifications to give it an ability to abort a failed launch, meaning that without an abort capability, if anything goes wrong with the rocket, if there's a catastrophic failure of some kind, you're dead. There's no way out. Whereas Orion has a well tested and effective abort capability. Stand a much better chance of escaping. How old am I? I'm in my 50s. We'll put it that way. I'm not young. All right. Well, SLS has now crawled far enough to where both of these other launch towers we've been talking about are to the left. It's again a very slow process, but it's happening. Everything seems to be going really, really well. Very smooth. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice of you to say that. My health ain't great though. I'll tell you that much. Um, for those of you watching my channel for a long time, you probably know that I'm a recovering heroin addict. I did a lot of damage to my body for years. So my health is far from ideal. But at least I'm clean. And that's better than not being clean. And again, I say this frequently, but I'll repeat it. If anybody who ever watches my channel is currently struggling with addiction and you just want somebody to talk to, my email is in the description. I'm happy to talk to you. And you send me your contact information. I'll even talk to you on the phone. If you want to talk about your struggle with addiction, I'm happy to listen. Even if no judgment either, even if you're not ready to get clean yet, that's fine. I'll just listen to what you have to say. John Morgan, thank you so much for the tenor. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are slowly crawling our way up that donation goal. Thank you so much. Quite a few super chats, and we've also have 4 new donations on the GoFundMe page today so far. How will Starship ever be human rated without an escape system? James, you're right. It won't be. The only way it can be human rated, it'll be human rated if you have a crew transfer built into the plan. So, in other words, you launch the Starship into orbit, and then a Falcon 9 with a Crew Dragon transfers the crew over to Starship. That's the only way that NASA will ever human rate it. Now, of course, as time goes on and private space flight becomes more and more of a reality, there's a decent chance that as long as people sign a waiver, they'll fly on a vehicle without an abort system. The FAA will allow them to do that, possibly. Again, if they sign a waiver and sign under conditions where they're fully informed about the consequences of their actions. Oh, is that right, Keith? I'll keep that in mind. I hear that a lot, actually. Thanks. I appreciate the kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But the main thing is what I would like to do wherever I have the opportunity is to try to help others who are struggling with the same thing. There's a lot of people, many thousands of people in the United States alone, to say nothing of other countries who struggle with this disease. And as I say, whatever I can do to do my part, I'm happy to talk to anybody who's having that problem. And I've had an opportunity to do that, by the way, on this channel with more than one person. So yeah, wherever possible, I certainly want to help out because I've been through it. And there's discussions on religion and atheism, God, whatever in the chat. Which, by the way, whatever your beliefs are, I respect them. It's fine either way from my perspective. But from my perspective, I'm alive by the grace of God. Simple as that. I should not be alive otherwise. So that's how I see it. Oh, super heavy. Sure, absolutely. You mean the Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy can be human rated as is. Definitely. They just haven't gone through the effort to do it. That's all. It requires a fair amount of money invested, additional engineering, that sort of thing. There would have to be a number of modifications made just to make sure that Falcon Heavy could safely carry up a human cargo. But it definitely could be done. The reason that SpaceX hasn't done it is because Elon doesn't want to invest the engineering and money into making that happen. From his view, a heavy lift rocket that carries more people is Starship, not Falcon Heavy. So yeah, the Falcon Heavy could definitely do it. But again, Falcon Heavy, about the only thing it could really do is lift an upgraded Crew Dragon to the moon, maybe, or something like that. And Crew Dragon, in its current configuration, can't go to the moon. It would require a lot of modifications to make a Crew Dragon that could go to the moon. It would need a much more robust life support system. It would need a much better heat shield. It would need much better engines. There's a lot of things about Crew Dragon that would require a lot of modifications to make it into a moon ship. It could be done, definitely, but Elon doesn't want to invest in that. Instead, his perspective is let's get Starship to do all of those things. So yeah, but most definitely Falcon Heavy could do that. It's just that again, it's sort of limited in its capabilities, not in terms of mass, but mostly in terms of volume. It's just doesn't have big enough volume in its fairing or big enough volume in general that it can carry on top of it to take a really big spacecraft. Again, sort of a Crew Dragon size spacecraft, or maybe a little bit bigger, is about the biggest thing it could carry. In which case you would need a very significantly modified version of Crew Dragon to make it into a moon ship or something, to go to an asteroid, something along those lines. And they could definitely do it, but Elon doesn't want to invest in that. He wants to invest in a big monster rocket and something that can carry 100 people to Mars or 100 people to the moon, not 4 people or 5 people. John, should we call this Apollo 18? There could be an argument made for that, John Morgan, definitely. But on the other side of it, this Artemis is a different sort of program than Apollo. Apollo was a program designed to put people on the moon and bring them back safely. That was its only real objective. To change it into a permanent presence, moon base kind of thing, that would be a fundamental change in its mission statement. So Artemis is the idea behind that is just this is a different objective. The objective here is not to just bring people there and bring them back. Bring people there and they're going to stay there for very long periods of time. Now, Apollo could have evolved into that too, arguably. But yeah, I think that NASA just wanted to send the message that, hey, this is not your dad's moon mission. This is a different kind of moon mission. And I'm pretty sure that there is some political correctness, wokeism, whatever you want to call it, thrown in there as well, because this mission would be taking women to the moon. And so therefore, let's name it after a goddess, the sister of Apollo, Artemis, Apollo's sister, as opposed to Apollo itself. Maybe so. But you know what? I'm not going to hold it against women to want to be represented. I mean, sure, if it was on the reverse and men weren't being represented, I think I'd want to be. So I don't think that there's anything wrong fundamentally with trying to send a message that, hey, we didn't send women the first time, but we're doing that this time. Yeah, you're right, Keith. With $600 billion, that guy could do just about anything he wanted to. He could probably make a human rated Falcon Heavy that could do some pretty incredible Falcon Heavy that could do some incredible stuff with all the money that guy has. But again, he's sort of got a one-track mind when it comes to what he wants to accomplish. He wants Starship to do the job. And hopefully that's what happens. I mean, Starship will revolutionize everything if it works. All right. Again, happy to answer any questions. Again, today's activities seem to be going very, very well indeed. The Artemis 2 rocket is heading out to the launch pad without a single hiccup. All right. As I say, happy to take any questions about space, UFOs, 3i Atlas, whatever you guys want to talk about. That was kind of my objective today, was for you guys to join me in watching Artemis 3 crawl out towards the launch facility. It's kind of neat to think of how far it's gone today. It started inside the vehicle assembly building, and it seemed like it took forever for the rocket to crawl its way out of the VAB. And now it is way down the tarmac. Pretty cool. And using old machine, I believe the speed is a little over 1/4 mile an hour. Let me see. Shuttle crawler speed. I should know that, but I don't. Nope, sorry, it's faster than that. 1.6 kilometers per hour. really slow, 1 mile an hour. It can go a little bit faster. The rocket's purpose is to take people to the moon or to take people into lunar orbit. And yep, it is indeed moving, slowly but surely, crawling along. Hope everybody's enjoying your Saturday. Once again, we are watching the Artemis 2 rocket slowly but surely heading its way down the tarmac across the Cape Canaveral facility towards the launch pad, the launch facilities for the Artemis rocket, for the SLS. The launch tower that it's on is a launch pad in itself in many regards. It doesn't have everything it needs. For example, it doesn't have fuel tanks or anything like that. The fuel tanks are located at the launch site itself, but it has all of the necessary umbilicals to connect into the fuel tanks, and also that provides communication. The umbilicals provide communication and power to the launch tower and to the rocket. And it has been NASA's philosophy for a very long time to assemble their big mega rockets inside the vehicle assembly building and then to haul those rockets out to the launch facility on a mobile tower. The road surface sinks by several inches. I don't know. I think it recovers. And these roads, just so you know, these concrete roads essentially are unbelievably well built and designed. I've had a chance to walk them before. They are just the engineering that goes into the precision in terms of how flat they are and just how, I don't know, there's just there's no unevenness based into them, especially the shuttle launch or the shuttle landing strip. My God, that thing is so perfectly designed. It's just a gorgeous landing facility that's isn't used for virtually anything anymore right now. There are a couple of things that it serves for. For example, the U.S. Space Force's experimental reusable spacecraft, the X, stuck on it. What is it again? Space Force. What is it? Somebody can tell me what it's called. I forget X something, but in any event, the shuttle landing strip is used for that vehicle today. That's about it for the most part. There are some occasions where where aircraft make emergency landings on that airstrip. That has happened a number of times. I've been on that landing field before, though, or on that particular tarmac, and I've also flown over it in a helicopter, which was pretty cool on a tour. The X-37. Thank you very much, Donald. I appreciate that. So it's used for that purpose. But yeah, it's one of the most perfectly designed landing fields ever constructed. The amount of engineering precision in that landing strip is just astonishing. And of course, the whole idea, the reason it had to be that precise is because they didn't want to have the slightest chance of any imperfections in that landing field messing up the shuttle as it set down, because the shuttle being a glider, you only get one chance at that sort of thing. So yeah, amazing. We need to get pictures of the far. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, we're going to get the best pictures of the far side of the moon, dark side of the moon, whatever you want to call it, that have ever been taken. And the reason for that is because the Orion is going to be orbiting further away from the moon on its free return trajectory than any Apollo mission ever did. The astronauts will have an opportunity to see the entire far side of the moon. And so they'll be able to photograph it in great detail. Now, orbiters, of course, have done that as well, but no human has ever had an opportunity to do that. Even the Apollo astronauts that orbited the moon, there were huge sections, because they were in such a low orbit, there were huge sections of the moon that they couldn't see. And this particular flight is going to take them so far away from the far side of the moon that they will be able to see the entire far side. It will be a really, really spectacular view. The structures, yeah. Well, we'll be getting a lot of photographs. So of course there's that one that has this weird sort of shard looking thing in a crater. It's a really intriguing looking picture that was snapped, I forget, by the Apollo 16 or 17 mission, I believe. Are we going to get a better quality image of that in the future? We'll see. We will see. But hey, you're going to have astronauts, including a Canadian astronaut, who are going to be seeing all this stuff in person as well. So if you're assuming that NASA is going to cover all that up, then you have to make sure that none of those people talk, including the Canadian. I have to make sure he keeps his mouth shut too. I don't know. Yeah, watching paint dry. It's true. This process, watching this rocket crawl out towards the launch pad, is definitely like watching paint dry. It is a slow, arduous process. But I wanted to do a marathon broadcast anyway, have an opportunity to talk to you folks at length today. Answer questions was one of the big things. And yeah, the color, that's actually, and we just had a conversation about that. That is actually the color of the material that the tank is made out of. It's not painted or anything like that. It's the color of the polyurethane material that the tank is built out of. Originally, the idea was the NASA preferred to paint things, paint them white, and also they felt that the paint would keep rust and the elements away from the rocket, that sort of thing. But as time went on, it became clear that the paint didn't really provide any sort of effective protection, and all it did is add weight. According to one of our viewers who looked it up, about 300 kilograms worth of weight by painting it. And for every unnecessary kilogram that a rocket weighs, it hurts performance in a big, big way. Not as much with the booster. The upper stage is really where you don't want to have unnecessary weight. So yeah. It's the same reason that the space shuttle fuel tank had the same color. Oh, absolutely. I think we will. On the far side, to answer the question there, unfortunately, astronauts are not going to the far side for a while. Our landings on the moon are going to be concentrated in an area where we are going to be able to set up a base. And the location that we want to set up a base is as close as possible to lunar water, to the ice that we know is on the moon. And that ice is in the shadows of the craters at the lunar South Pole. So we're going to have to put everything down there to start off with. But in the future, I'm sure that our astronauts will be making expeditions to the far side. Now, there have been expeditions to the far side. There have even been China, for example, carried one out not too long ago. They've happened. And what we have learned is that the composition of the far side is fundamentally different than the side of the moon that faces us. There's a lot of radical differences between the far side and the near side. Why is that? Well, one possible reason could be exposure to meteorite impacts. The Earth might provide more protection to the side that faces us from meteorites than the side that is facing away from Earth and therefore fully exposed to bombardment, to meteoroid bombardment. And of course, the more meteors that impact a surface, the more varied the composition is going to become. We will not be launching again. To reemphasize, there's no launch today. They are hauling the rocket out to the launch facility, but it will not launch until February 6th. This is just moving the rocket. But the reason I'm broadcasting it today is, number one, I'd love to have an opportunity to talk to you folks for a while and answer your questions. But number two, this hasn't happened in over 50 years. This is a rocket that will be taking human beings to the moon, not to the surface of the moon, but orbiting the moon, which is a very big deal. First time in over 50 years. And this rocket is now heading out to its launch facility. It most probably will never come back. It might if it runs into some substantial problems, but chances are it won't be coming back. It'll be heading, its next stop will be the moon. And that's beyond exciting. All right. As I say, happy to answer questions. We can see now a very good view of the two SpaceX launch facilities. The one to the far left is for Crew Dragon, that carries crews up to the International Space Station. And then in the middle of your screen is the Starship OLM, Orbital Launch Mount, that may never actually be used for a Starship because it's too close to some very critical launch facilities. And Starship has an unfortunate tendency to blow up right now. So there may be some concerns about ever launching anything from there. But the reason you can tell, for one thing, it's very tall. As a matter of fact, if you put the SLS tower, the orange rocket tower, next to the OLM would utterly dwarf it. It's much taller than the SLS rocket. And it's just, Starship is the biggest rocket ever constructed by humanity. So in any event, you can also see these telltale chopsticks at the base of the orbital launch mount. Those chopsticks are used to capture the booster, a landing booster, as it comes in. And it's also used to stack the two stages of Starship for liftoff. Of course, those chopsticks have yet to be used for anything like that here at the Cape, but it's essentially a copy of the orbital launch mount, of the two now orbital launch mounts that are at the Starbase facilities in Boca Chica, Texas. Boy, good question. It's hard to say. Hard to predict future developments. I think Star Trek is still a long ways off, and I'm still not convinced that the whole warp drive concept of Star Trek is ever really going to be made practical. I mean, it's possible from a theoretical perspective, but that's where the conversation kind of ends. All right. Artemis 2 continues to make really, really good progress out towards the launch facility. The time since I rejoined you, you've seen it crawl from between those two towers to leaving them behind. Yeah, Skywatch. There's actually some new stuff that's been released about warp drives and the whole some not the Alcubierre warp drive, but more of a modified version of it. And it seems that that sort of propulsion system is becoming more and more feasible all the time. Again, from a theoretical perspective, but it's going to be hard to say whether or not the engineering required to really meet the power requirements are ever going to be possible. For those of you unfamiliar with how launch facilities are set up, to the far left, you can see the Falcon 9 Crew Dragon launch facilities. You can see a water tower there. And what that is used for is for sound suppression. Every rocket launch facility, at least the big ones anyway, even a relatively small one is going to have this, are going to be what's called a water deluge sound suppression system. And what happens is a huge amount of water gushes out over the beneath the engines on the launch facility, and those water droplets disrupt the sound waves from the engines. And there's a couple of different reasons that you want to do that. Number one, you want to try to suppress that really powerful noise that can actually damage the rocket. The sound waves rebound from the tarmac, from the concrete, and back up into the launch facility, and it can actually damage the rocket and damage the launch tower. Keith, thank you so much. Really appreciate your support. I'll answer your Starliner question in a second. And Dale, thank you so much for your generous support. Really appreciate that. Thanks so much, guys. So those droplets of water break up the sound waves. And so as a result, they're not as loud, so it's not as damaging to spectators and not as annoying to the people who live in the area. But on top of that, as I say, the sound can be damaging to the launch facility and to the rocket. And so that deluge system breaks up breaks up the sound waves and reduces the potential damage caused by this rocket. And then, by the way, that was for those of you who remember the first launch of Starship, that was one of the biggest mistakes SpaceX made, that Elon ever made. He tried even though he had a water deluge system in pieces that had either been delivered or was in the process of being delivered out to the Boca Chica facility, he thought he would just go ahead and launch Starship without a water deluge system the first time. He had the concrete treated with a heat resistant substance, thinking that would be enough. And I'll tell you, I'm not an engineer, and I was ranting and raving at the time about what a crazy idea that was. And I wasn't the only one. There are plenty of people on YouTube and elsewhere who were just losing it over his decision to do that. And he fired up his engines. I was there when it happened. And for those of us who remember, they utterly destroyed the entire launch facility. They ripped a huge hole into we're talking a crater in the bottom of the launch pad. All of that treated concrete disintegrated and was scattered hundreds of meters all over the landscape. And the rocket lost, I think, 6 to 8 engines in the first few seconds, probably because those engines were getting smashed to bits by flying debris. It is an utter miracle that Starship didn't blow up on the pad during that launch, and it didn't make it past the Kármán line, but it managed to gain a fair amount of altitude before it blew up. But wow. That was crazy. Just crazy. So fortunately, SpaceX has not repeated that that decision, because they delayed the next launch of Starship for 6 months at least. I think it was at least 6 months before they could rebuild the launch facility, and the FAA would let them lift off again. Word to the wise, water deluge systems for big rockets are super important. Yep. Big fragments. In fact, I've got one of those fragments somewhere around here. Let me see if I can find it. I'll show you. Yeah, for those of you that haven't been watching my channel for a long time, you probably haven't seen this. Producer, give me a second to see if I can dig up a piece of the Starship launch facility. I'll be right back. Yes, I can, yes. Okay. Right. All right. Okay. Well, I'm ready to come back on if you're ready to put me back. All right. Yeah, I can't find it, unfortunately. All right. No luck, folks. I apologize, but I thought it was a place where I could easily find it, but I was wrong. It's somewhere buried in all of my boxes, and sadly, I don't have it. So I apologize, folks. But at some point, I'll track it down and I'll show it to all of you. For those of you who haven't seen it. Okay. Let's see here. By the way, really appreciate the Starliner. Yeah, Keith, thank you so much. And Dale, thank you so much. Starliner, forgive me, I'm sorry, I'm taking some medication right now. Starliner is grounded liner. Probably going to do an unmanned launch sometime this year. I don't see the point. I really don't. The International Space Station is about to be retired. And Starliner has had many opportunities since its first test flight to get operational. And it just isn't. So, I mean, it's just had one embarrassing failure after another. It's not safe. And I don't think it will ever be safe. So, from my perspective, let's just chalk that up to experience and let it go. But in any event, what are you going to do? All right, folks. So we are again continuing to watch this. Boy, I'll tell you, just in the short amount of time that I walked away, Artemis 2 crawled quite a distance. By the way, that building that's directly behind it is SpaceX's main integration facility for Cape Canaveral. Although they continue to build more and more out there. They're continuing to increase their presence because assuming Starship becomes a thing, assuming Starship becomes a vehicle that can actually travel to interplanetary destinations, regular refueling is going to be an absolute requirement. Regular refueling is not going to be possible unless Starship has more than one launch facility. So they're going to need to be consistently launching refueling Starships from both Starbase in Boca Chica, Texas, and from Cape Canaveral if they're going to successfully refuel a Starship in a short amount of time. And refueling in a short amount of time is going to be an absolute necessity because propellant bleeds off in orbit. The longer you keep a cryo-cooled or a cryogenic liquid in orbit, the quicker it's going to boil away into space, because anything orbiting the Earth is subjected to the blazing heat of the sun 45 minutes out of 90. So every 90 minutes, 45 of those minutes it's getting hammered by the sun. The only way to avoid that is to have it in a geosynchronous orbit position where it's constantly shaded, but that is very difficult to achieve. So you're going to put something into orbit and it's going to get blasted by the sun and your propellant's going to boil away rather quickly. So you need to you need to fuel up your ship or your refueling depot and transfer it to the ship that's going to the moon, and off you go. So the ways to avoid that, the ways to possibly make it to where boil off isn't going to be as much of a problem, is if you use a fuel depot that has an active cooling system, number one, a refrigeration system, and number two, a sun shield. So firstly, a refrigeration system is going to require power, though, a large amount of power if you're talking about hundreds of tons of cooled liquid. So you're going to need big solar panels in order to, or a nuclear reactor, but most probably solar panels in order to keep that refrigeration system going. And then number two, you need a sun shield to keep the sun off of your fuel depot. If you don't have both of those things, your fuel is going to leak away into space. So all that being said, you don't have much of a choice but to either, number one, build a fuel depot that has all of those capabilities, which is not easy, or number two, you refuel your rocket really, really fast. And if you're going to refuel it very fast, that means you need as many launch facilities as possible. So Cape Canaveral and Boca Chica will both be used. The question about why is NASA not focused on reusable space rockets? NASA is moving away from building rockets, period. SLS will almost definitely be the last rocket that NASA ever designs and builds. And so as a result, yeah, and the reason for that is they're discovering that private companies can do it better, can do it faster, do it cheaper, do it better. There's no reason for NASA to build these rockets anymore. And the reason that SLS is not reusable is because when they first started to build it and design it, there was no such thing as a reusable rocket in those days. It was regarded generally as being impossible. SpaceX proved that they could do it, but at the time when SLS was getting started, there was no indication that anyone was going to be able to successfully build a reusable rocket. So now that that is possible, modifying SLS to become a reusable rocket would be unbelievably difficult, expensive, and time consuming. So they're not going to do it. They're just going to go ahead and go with the old fashioned expendable rocket for now until a viable replacement comes up, essentially, for SLS. But we say until a viable replacement comes up, but that's a lot easier said than done. We've seen how difficult it is to get a large amount of payload out to the moon with a reusable rocket. Starship is designed to do exactly that, and yet it's so heavy and so big that it requires 10 refueling missions. That's a lot of logistics. It might end up being just as expensive as SLS to get that 100 tons out there. They may not ever be able to do it. They may never be able to make it practical. So until they do, SLS is the best thing that we've got. Depending on time travel, just everything in space is in motion. It's not possible to return to Earth or something to travel back in time. Yeah, I don't think that time travel is possible either. We know that it's possible to travel into the future. We know that we can do that. But traveling into the past, no. So in other words, you could travel millions of years into the future, theoretically, if you had the right kind of technology to do that, but you could never come back. The closer you travel to the speed of light, the slower time passes for you. Or the closer you get to the event horizon of a black hole, the slower time passes for you. So yes, you can definitely travel in time. And in some respects, all of us are traveling in time. For example, here on Earth, because of the mass of Earth, time for us is passing more slowly than time passes for people on the moon. The moon has less gravity. And so, therefore, because of less gravity, time passes quicker for them. Not much. We're talking fractions of a second. But still, we are traveling in time relative to how time is passing on the moon or Mars, something along those lines. So if we were really, really close, if you were super close to the event horizon of a black hole, where there's an enormous amount of mass, then time passes very slowly for you and compared to the universe around you. When we hire an Enterprise, rent a car. Yeah, no, that's all right. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'll be going with Hertz probably. And there's a couple other options too. Yeah. Enterprise, I've had enough experiences with them. Oh my dear God. Okay. Former Lockheed CEO of the technology. God release all very interesting stuff. It's, the whole relativity thing and time dilation. Time dilation is just an amazing, amazing thing. And again, it's a phenomena that makes traveling enormous distances in our universe possible. If you're constantly accelerating at 1G worth of acceleration, on and on and on and on, year after year, you could reach the end of the known universe in a human lifetime. Think about that. Travel all the way to the edge of the known universe before you died. But countless billions of years would have passed on what you left behind. So you're traveling billions of years into the future and never being able to return. I'm not sure if there's anybody who would really want to do that, but theoretically it can be done. And yeah, there's things like wormholes and other theories behind all of that make the prospect of time travel sound interesting. But with things like the grandfather paradox and all that, it just, things have to make sense to me. And believe me, I love Doctor Who. Doctor Who is one of my favorite sci-fi shows that's ever been made. Such a fantastic series, and it's utter nonsense when it comes to scientific feasibility. It's really neat to think of all the funky things that could happen if somebody started mucking about with the timeline. And then, of course, a hero has to go and fix it. That makes for a great story. But yeah, that's all it is a story. Well, if you fell into a black hole, once you reach the event horizon, time stops completely for you. Anybody, once you're falling towards a black hole, that event horizon is that moment when space and time essentially, it's hard to describe exactly what happens in that instant, but essentially what happens is time stops. So from an outsider's perspective, the moment you fall over that edge, that event horizon, it looks like that you're just frozen there. Looks like you're frozen in time. Time has utterly stopped for you. But for you in reality, the real you that's falling into the event horizon, you get instantly atomized. You get actually broken down into even more constituent particles than even the atoms that make up your body. But still, from an outsider's perspective, it looks like that you're just there. It's all very interesting. Black holes are just a bizarre thing, a really bizarre thing. And there are so many of them in the universe. and then some of them are really incredible and frightening works of nature, like the supermassive black holes that exist at the center of most galaxies. Those are just unreal. All right, let's see. Right. Okie doke. Let's see. What do we have? Speaking of black holes, can generate gravitational waves. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Let's check out some other. When we see nuclear space rockets, those can definitely there's definitely a possibility of nuclear space rockets being built in the next 50 years, maybe even substantially less than that. A nuclear thermal rocket was supposed to be tested this year by the Lockheed Martin Corporation. But unfortunately, yeah, the what was discovered is, or the idea of trying to test a nuclear thermal rocket became less and less viable. And the reason is you have to test a nuclear rocket on the ground. And when you test a nuclear rocket on the ground, it produces radioactive byproducts. And nobody wants that. And so they have to build something that essentially contains and traps all of the radioactive fallout from the engine. And that is an incredibly expensive thing to build. Back when we were building nuclear rockets in the 60s and 70s, as well, 50s and 60s to some degree as well, we didn't care as much about radiation getting into the environment. So rockets were tested for hundreds of seconds, thousands of seconds sometimes, blasting radiation into the environment the whole damn time. And nobody really cared much about it. But the concept of a nuclear rocket is very, very doable. We have the technology now to build one, but you need to be able to test it first. And we don't really have any proper nuclear test facilities in this country or in the US anymore, and most other places in the world. You need to come up with, engineer some way of trapping all of that nuclear waste, and that is not an easy thing to do. And just to give an idea, the idea of a nuclear rocket, by the way, at least the ones that we're closer to perfecting right now, is to use the heat from a nuclear reactor to heat a propellant. With a chemical rocket uses a chemical reaction to generate heat, and then the new chemical that is created by that chemical reaction, the heat and power of the reaction blasts it out the nozzle of the rocket, generating thrust. The exhaust travels at a speed of about 4.5 kilometers per second with a chemical reaction. If instead you use the heat of a nuclear reactor to superheat a propellant like hydrogen and then drive that propellant out the nozzle instead, you can get a velocity of more like 10 kilometers per second or maybe 15 kilometers per second, meaning that you're generating the same amount of thrust while using 1/2 to 1/3 the propellant. And so, that being the case, if you're getting the same thrust with less fuel, that means you can burn your engine for a lot longer, generating the same thrust, meaning you can increase your speed considerably. So, that's one of the ideas. Raising money to bring my producer to the Artemis 2 launch with me. I need help for this broadcast. Done too many broadcasts by myself. So yeah, the real ASN, he just made his post there. Having assistance to do a proper launch coverage is what I want to do. In addition to that, my producer has never been to the United States and never seen a launch. Would love to give him that opportunity. So that's what it's for. And if you'd like to contribute, there's been a lot of super chats today, but another way to do it is on my GoFundMe page, which is linked at the top of the chat, pinned at the top of the chat. And Roger Elliott, is that right? Did I just get? I think I'd already noted that one. I think, yeah. So I've got 4 new donations: Roger Elliott, C. Evans, BC Sheld, and Jack Morgan on the GoFundMe, and quite a number of super chats have come through as well. All right, looking for now. There are other types of nuclear rockets. For example, there's a pulsar fusion, which, by the way, is right here in Milton Keynes in the UK. Their idea is much more ambitious. What they want to do is to use a fusion reaction to create ionized plasma, ionized high energy plasma, and to fuse that inside of a rocket. And then ionized plasma, for one thing, is incredibly hot, but it's because it's ionized, it can be controlled by an electromagnetic field. Then you take the plasma and blast it out the nozzle of the rocket with electromagnetic forces. And that exhaust travels about 200, 300, maybe 500 kilometers per second. So we're talking about anywhere from 20 times to 100 times the exhaust speed of a chemical engine with a fusion or plasma drive. And again, we have the technology to build something like that. It's just there's a lot of work that needs to be put into it and a lot of money, but it's definitely possible. And if you had that kind of thrust or that kind of exhaust speed, that means you could keep your engines going for days, possibly building up speed and building up speed and building up speed. In which case, getting to Mars in 2 weeks instead of 6 months is a very, very plausible thing. Mr. Steve, thank you so much for the 20 quid. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I actually haven't seen that, Ranger. I'm sorry. I should know about that. It's the scar across the sun, but I don't. It's interesting. Of course, we know that the sun is at a very active time right now. And there are regions of the sun, there are sunspots that sometimes will coalesce into larger areas of activity on the sun that can blast out solar storms, coronal mass ejections, that sort of thing. But I'm afraid I haven't read as much about it. I really need to check that out. Again, really interesting that these bizarre things are happening with the sun almost immediately after 3i Atlas makes a close approach with the sun. It's so bizarre that this is all happening at the same time. Boy, I'll tell you, we are in a good position, guys. Let's see, we are now. I'm going to go ahead and crunch some numbers real quick, but I am liking where we are. Let's see. 30.7%. I think 40% is doable. We're at 30% of our goal. How amazing. The Vasimir. No, I haven't heard any latest updates on Vasimir. Let me go ahead and fill folks in on that. Vasimir is also a plasma drive type system, but what it does is it uses high energy radio waves to superheat and ionize plasma. And then again, very powerful electromagnets contain the plasma and direct it out the nozzle of a rocket. Again, at colossal speeds. We're talking hundreds of kilometers per second, generating the same amount of thrust as a normal rocket engine, but again, you can keep the engine going for hours and hours instead of just a few minutes. And that just changes everything. It's really astonishing. And again, Vasimir has been worked on. There's a lot of experimentation going on with Vasimir, but sadly, not not a lot of progress yet. Some people theorize that it's going to take more power than can be realistically generated by a compact engine or a reactor in a compact engine in order to generate those kinds of radio waves that are going to be that powerful, that we're going to need to master fusion power before we would be able to do something like that. Yeah, a thorium salt. Yeah, actually, I've done, Mike, I've actually done videos on that topic, although it's been forever. I think that would be a good topic to talk about a thorium salt or nuclear salt engine would be another way to put that. Boy, I'll tell you, this thing is making good progress, still rumbling along and looking beautiful. And it is just after noon in Florida. A little less than 5.5 hours have passed since Artemis 2, the Artemis 2 rocket, has begun its journey to the launch facility. By the way, thanks for all the questions about next generation propulsion. It's been a while since I've talked about that. It's a fascinating topic. There's a lot of interesting propulsion systems that could revolutionize spaceflight, and not enough effort is being put into it. Good question. I need to check with Pulsar Fusion and see what their situation is right now. The danger with companies like that is they can run out of money, but we'll see. Hopefully not. ASN actually came down to Milton Keynes a couple of years ago, I guess, to when we did a tour of their facility and helped with filming on that particular day. But it's been a while since I've done a story about Pulsar Fusion. I really should do something about that. Yes, they are great folks. Very nice people at Pulsar Fusion. But if you guys are interested, just search Pulsar Fusion on my channel, and I have a number of videos about their projects. It's very interesting stuff. Homemade pizza, huh? That sounds good. That sounds real good. All right. So once again, the building, that is the same one. Yeah. That should be SpaceX's facilities behind the rocket there. I think it's crawling past it now. It will not launch until February 6th at the earliest. Once again, to remind everybody, this is not a rocket that's lifting off today. Mice meat. Oh dear. Mince meat. Okay. Mince meat on a pizza. My God, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll be happy, Black Body. Thanks so much for your generosity. Thank you. The launch abort system, what happens is if there is a catastrophic malfunction in the rocket, if it's in the process of blowing up, essentially, a solid rocket booster in the launch tower, that little pointy thing at the top of the rocket you can see there, solid rocket booster ignites and pulls the Orion capsule where the astronauts are away from the rocket very rapidly. They are subjected to immense g forces as that happens. And of course, one would hope that that never does happen. But if it were to transpire, that tower pulls the Orion away from the explosion and pulls them to safety. And then after it's pulled them a very substantial distance and runs out of fuel, the tower detaches from the Orion, and then the Orion deploys its parachutes and splashes downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. So what is going on now is just moving the rocket out to the launch facility for liftoff on the 6th, and human beings will be on this flight. Yes, I've gone to many UK space comms, Raj, many UK space comms. I do my best not to miss them. They're really fantastic. And yes, I went to the one that just happened in London in 2025. Hopefully, I'll be able to catch this one, but I don't remember exactly when it's going to be. In any event, yeah, I do my best to go to every UK Spacecom Expo, at least the ones that are here in the South. I went to one in Scotland once. Just wasn't well represented. There just wasn't a huge number of people there for that one. So for the most part, I've been visiting just the space comms down here in England. Thank you, Peter. That's very kind. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Are you in Farnborough? How about that? Hello, Range. Great place. Love Farnborough. Thank you so much, Wally. Thank you so much for your support. And as the support continues to stream in, we get closer and closer and closer to our objective. This is fantastic. So it's looking more and more like we'll be able to bring ASN. It's looking very promising. I just answered the question about the sun scar thing. I don't know enough about it. It may have something to do with all the activity. I mean, the sun has been very active over the last few months, but I'm not sure. I haven't read enough about it. But it is interesting that all these bizarre things are happening with the sun right after or right before 3i Atlas reaches perihelion with the sun. Just a bizarre coincidence. 4th and 5th of March, huh? Now, Raj, I might be able to make that, possibly. I don't know. Because I'm going to be, yeah, I could be. It could be. I'm going to be in the U.S. for a month. So it's possible that I'll make it back in time. All right, folks, I'm going to boil myself a little bit more water for some more coffee, keep myself awake, and I will be right back. I'm back whenever you're ready. Are you there? Okay. All right. Hey, guys. Back again. Okay. So the getting another perspective of Artemis 2 having crawled by, boy, that's a nice view. And you can see the various umbilicals from the launch tower connected to the rocket. And then to the left of it is the Starship orbital launch mount from SpaceX, which, as I've mentioned a number of times, odds are will probably never actually launch a Starship. And then coming into perspective on the far left-hand side is the SpaceX Crew Dragon launch facilities that send crews up to the International Space Station. I have not seen Starfleet Academy yet. It'd be interesting to check that out. I have to admit, though, when I saw the promotional poster for it, it looks so much like the promotional poster for Friends. It was kind of a turnoff for me. I was thinking, is this a Star Trek Friends crossover or something? But hey, I'm happy to give it a shot. I just haven't taken the time to watch it yet. So what I do know is it's getting review bombed, but I never trust review bombings. I'd have to make my own decisions on things rather than somebody else telling me what to think. Yeah, I miss TNG, Voyager, Enterprise D. Well, I miss the original series too, for that matter. Those little old shows, well, it's just what can you say? It's the shows we grew up with. I mean, I was watching Star Trek before the Next Generation came out, obviously. The first Star Trek show I watched was the old 1970s animated series. In fact, I didn't even know that there was a Star Trek with people in it, as I called it when I was a little kid, until I finally watched The Mark of Gideon, which is a terrible episode. But I watched that one, and all of a sudden I became a even a bigger Star Trek fan than I already was. Sent remotely control drones, holograms, or materialized here. Yeah, I would say that's possible. The idea of sending robots as explorers, as representatives rather than sending yourself, given the enormous distances involved with interstellar travel. Yeah, it may be that the only practical way to do it is to send, artificial representatives of your species rather than send something that's alive. Of course, there are others who say that we are all eventually going to become machine civilizations, that transferring our consciousness into a machine is just part of what a civilization does. Because when you transfer your consciousness, then you're technically immortal. And who wouldn't want to be immortal is the idea. And so, all advanced civilizations eventually become machine civilizations and not biological civilizations. And if that's the case, if you're in a machine civilization, then the idea of traveling for thousands of years between stars or even galaxies might not be so formidable of a task. Because if you're a consciousness in a machine civilization that can live for millions of years, then the idea of traveling those colossal distances might not be that intimidating. Blake 7, what a wonderful show. One of my favorites. I can't believe that nobody has ever rebooted that. I think maybe because they're afraid that they'll never be able to find an actor who can play Avon the same way that Paul Darrow did, to play it as well. It'd be like trying to get somebody to play Dirty Harry other than Clint Eastwood. What a fantastic show. Blake Seven, one of my favorite sci-fi shows of all time. And given that it was, each episode was, pretty much made on the budget of the catering of a Next Generation episode, one catering meal is probably what an entire episode of Blake Seven cost to make. Just pathetically small special effects budgets for sets and all that, and yet such a great show. Okay. But yeah. And I'm not suggesting anybody doesn't make up their own mind. I just thought it'd be good that for people to know that that show's already been review bombed. Academy's been review bombed. So don't trust the reviews. I mean, you may hate it for the same reason as the people who are review bombing it hate it, and that's fine. But make up your own mind. I'll tell you, I hate the whole review bombing thing. I hate that so much. I really hate that. They really need to do something about that. Make it to where you can't review a movie unless you can provide some proof that you watched it, like a ticket stub or something like that. Yeah, I've heard about the new Stargate series. Might be neat. All right, for those of you who are Battlestar Galactica fans, who's your favorite? Lauren Green or Edward James Olmos, Commander Adama? Put it in the chat. You prefer Green or Olmos? Man, I'll tell you, I can't make a choice between those two because they're both so good. Orville, no, and I want to, Raj. I'll tell you, there's so many series that have gone by me that I can't keep up with them. Doing what I do consumes a lot of time. I mean, this is a 7-day-a-week job. I love doing it, but it really does chew up my time. I don't have a lot of time for television, to be honest. It makes it challenging. Yeah, I'll tell you, the ending was cool for the time. The whole idea of killing off the whole cast was amazing. And it blew my mind at the time. But yeah, it was pretty sad. And also the fact that they ended the series without Servalan being in the final episode. That was really anticlimactic. Because Jacqueline Pierce, who played Servalan, she so desperately wanted, she being the main villain, she wanted to be in that last episode, but the person who wrote it hated her character so much that he wouldn't include her. So we never get to find out what happened to Servalan. So we got some almost votes. I think we got a Lauren Green one. Yeah, they're both ridiculously good actors. And I mean, you can see either one of them being commanders and leading a military or leading, humanity or whatever. They're both super, super believable. But yeah, almost he is incredible. What an actor. As I say, happy to answer any questions. And to catch everybody up, Artemis 2 still crawling its way toward its not final destination, but its current destination today at the launch pad. It is now sandwiched in between two SpaceX launch facilities, which is interesting. It is ironic. I'll tell you, there is a lot of rivalry at the Cape between SpaceX personnel and SLS NASA people. Huge rivalry between them. When SLS lifted off, because at the time when the Artemis 1 mission was about to go, the overwhelming majority were thinking that that Starship would fly. Starship would get to space before SLS because of all of the cost overruns and all the other. It was just SLS had been such a cluster for years, and nobody believed they would actually get into space before Starship would get into space. It just, a lot of confidence had been lost. And then when it lifted off and not only got into space, but delivered its payload all the way to the moon and back, that night as it was lifting off, everybody was at the VAB, who are primarily, old school guys, Boeing guys and Lockheed Martin guys and stuff, were flipping off the SpaceX people on the other side of the fence, saying F you, Elon, and all that. And oh my God, I mean, just intense rivalry between the two groups on at the Cape. So, but you know what? Rivalry is what drives performance. It's what drives achievement. So I'm totally for that, as long as it's relatively good natured. Thank you, producer. So yeah. Okay, thank you. I don't have the super chat ones, but I'll go ahead and do the drawing for the GoFundMe's. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm just so you folks know, I'm talking to my producer right now, and we're making up a list for the random drawing for the 3 shirts that we're giving away. We're giving away these lovely 3-Eye Atlas shirts to folks who have been contributing, and 2 of them will go out to the GoFundMe folks, and 1 will go out to a super chat supporter. At the end of the broadcast, I'll tell you, we've done really well trying to hit that 40%. And honestly, we've gotten closer than I thought we would get today. Doing very well. Ray Bradbury was a master, just a genius. Martian Chronicles, fantastic work. The Illustrated Man, one of my favorites. Love the Illustrated Man. So yeah, I dig Ray Bradbury. Definitely one of my favorite science fiction authors. Yeah, the Illustrated Man is not well known, but really neat idea behind it, and the movie was good too. Is that right? Huh, how about that? Apparently, we have a Bradbury fangirl who's working with our producer. That's cool. I wanted to go see the new Avatar. Yeah, I'd like to go check that as well. Yeah, I have a hard time getting to theaters. Like, I didn't see the new Tron, although once again, that did not get good reviews at all, but I would have loved to have seen it in the theater. I missed that. And I really loved Tron Legacy. That was a fantastic movie. A lot of people didn't like it. I thought, being a huge fan of the original film, loved the original film when it came out when I was a kid. I thought Tron Legacy was a very worthy successor. Thought it was really entertaining. On solar sail technology and the pairing of electric space propulsion and solar sail. Yeah, I think solar sail is definitely. Some would argue that it is the way of the only effective way to really do interstellar travel properly. And the reason for that is what makes interstellar travel so difficult, at least fast interstellar travel, is the fact that it takes so much fuel to do it. And the more fuel you carry, the more your vehicle, what your spaceship weighs. And the more your spaceship weighs, the more fuel it takes to accelerate it up to a high speed. Yeah, so it's a catch 22. So there's two ways around that. Number one is you suck your propellant in what's called a Bussard ramjet. There's material in between the stars, not much, but some, and you suck that material into your Bussard ramjet. You ionize it and put it into a magnetic field and shoot it out the back of your ship like a plasma drive, and you keep refueling by sucking in interstellar material as you travel along. There isn't much interstellar material out there, so it would take forever for you to accelerate, but maybe it could work. The other way is to have the propulsion coming from somewhere else. And that would either be by using the sun's energy to propel you. But if you're going to do that, sunlight becomes less and less potent the further away you get from the sun, meaning that you need a really, really big solar sail to absorb enough energy to really accelerate to any kind of appreciable speed. Another possibility, though, would be to make a close approach to the sun, get really close to the sun, and pick up a ton of energy on your solar sail as you go by. And that might be able to get you up to about 15% of the speed of light, but the acceleration would be so crazy intense that it'd probably kill anybody on board. But maybe. Another possibility, and probably the more feasible one, is to have a laser sail, a huge multi-gig laser array on a planet or orbiting a planet, preferably, blasting your solar sail with high intensity light, and that provides the necessary propulsion. If you have a big enough laser, you can accelerate a lot of mass up to an incredibly high speed. For example, there's something called fast radio bursts in the universe that we've been detecting. These huge, crazy, powerful bursts of radio energy. And Avi Loeb, once again, he's always talking about extraterrestrial civilizations. He theorized that if these are actually coming from extraterrestrial civilizations, the amount of power that we're seeing coming from these radio blasts, if they were directed at a radio sail, they would be powerful enough to accelerate 1,000,000 tons of mass, 1,000,000-ton spacecraft up to 50% of the speed of light. Now, how do you generate that much radio energy? Well, apparently, if you had a megastructure about twice the size of Earth, a big, big solar array, double the size of Earth, that would actually be able to suck up enough energy to power a radio beam that's that powerful. So yeah, some would argue that that's going to be the only way that we're ever going to be able to travel at relativistic speeds, is if you don't have to carry fuel on board. But of course, here's the problem. How do you slow down? You can get up to 50% of the speed of light, but if there's not another laser array at your destination to slow you down, you're just going to go blasting straight through the star system, and it'll be impossible to stop. There's a couple of different ways to do that. One way might be, as you're coming into the other star system, you make a very close approach with that star's sun, and your solar sail picks up enormous amounts of solar energy, and that might be enough to decelerate you to a degree to where you can be captured by the star's gravity, maybe. But once again, we're talking like 50 G's worth of deceleration, which would probably rip your spaceship apart, to say nothing of the crew on board. So that could be a breakthrough Starshot. You're right, Raj. Breakthrough Starshot is a current program that's talking about using laser sails to go and explore Proxima Centauri. Thank you so much, Dan. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the €5 for your generous support. Tell you, you guys have been fantastic today. I really appreciate it. But another possible way to slow down would be with something called a mag sail. The idea is to deploy a instead of a solar sail, as you're approaching the stellar system where you want to stop, you deploy a mag sail. The mag sail uses the magnetic field of the star that you're approaching to slow you down. It absorbs magnetic energy, essentially, of the magnetic field of the star, and that will eventually decelerate you. As long as you deploy it early enough, and it's big enough, you might be able to slow your ship down at least some. So it could be, say, a combination of the two. Use the mag sail to decelerate to some degree, and then a close approach with the star that you're approaching to decelerate the rest of the way. In both cases, it's crazy difficult. But again, you can crunch the numbers, and theoretically, it is possible to accelerate 1,000,000 tons of mass to 50% of the speed of light, which is crazy, if you think about it, that could theoretically happen. It's been forever since I've talked about new types of propulsion. A lot of neat stuff. Let's see here. What else do we have? What other questions do we have? Well, I'm gonna put this in on two levels, and I'm not gonna, and just because I want to take a middle of the road position here on a statement that was just made in the chat. This is the whole Artemis thing is definitely a Trump project. And no question about that. I wouldn't say it's necessarily him. It was actually his vice president who got it going. But most definitely in his first term, that's when Artemis started. That's when this entire program was conceived. So yeah, this is definitely Trump. That's his administration that started it. But of course, there's a lot of other pieces to this puzzle besides just him. But nevertheless, it started during Trump's first administration. And Jim Bridenstine, his administrator at the time, the NASA administrator at the time, was one of the best NASA administrators we ever had. Fantastic guy. By the way, somebody who has been saying some anti-Elon stuff lately when it comes to Lunar Starship and the HLS and all that. He's been saying that we need another solution besides that. But yeah, he was a great NASA administrator. So yeah, I mean, credit where it's due. This Artemis definitely got going in the first Trump administration, regardless of what you think of the guy. And I think everybody knows that I'm no fan of his, and I'm no fan of any president in the 21st century. So I believe in equal rights. I hate everybody when it comes to politicians. Yeah, Robert Zubrin proposed a magnetic sail. Yep. Mag sails it's an interesting idea, definitely. Because you use a magnetic field, and then you're using the ions from the solar wind to push you. Or again, if you wanted to put you could put a sort of an ion gun on a planet, or an ion array that blasts your mag sail with high energy ions. And high energy ions are a lot heavier. They have a lot more mass than photons do. So it's actually a lot more efficient than a laser sail. That is a very good point, Raj. SLS is older. There's no question about that. SLS is a concept that came from way before Trump's time in office. If there was no SLS, then this wouldn't be happening right now. We would have had to start off with a totally new rocket, which it wouldn't be ready by now if that were the case. So that is a very good point. So yeah, it can never, very seldom can anything be attributed to one person, except you got to give it to Kennedy. I'll tell you, the whole go to the moon and back, that whole thing, put a man on the moon, and that was an initiative that he definitely started on his own. There was nobody before him that was pushing really hard for anything like that. NASA had a tiny little budget. Um, Eisenhower definitely was not funding space in the same way that Kennedy did. It was 100% turnaround with him. I have to give a lot of credit to JFK for getting that whole process started. And again, a very, mm, yeah, it is true. Our producer just made a point, and he's absolutely correct. Is that uh, we don't have the big Kennedy inspiring speech to get young people excited about going to the moon these days, and that's sad. I wish we did. I wish we had somebody make a Kennedy kind of speech. It could be Trump. Who knows? It could be anybody, as long as it's inspiring. About going to the moon, and we don't have that, and that's too bad. Yeah, you could get Jared Isaacman to do it. He'd be good at it. There's no question. But then again, he's a NASA administrator. That's different than a president. But okay, Raj, the question on spin launch. I talked about this earlier in the broadcast, but that was hours ago. The whole idea of using centrifugal force to get at least some of your launch energy before you activate an engine. Overcoming Earth's gravity is the biggest challenge that spaceflight has. Everybody talks about how perfect the Earth is in every way. Um, it's what a perfect planet this is in every respect, and we're so lucky to be here, etc. That's right in some ways, but when we're talking about space travel, this planet is a pain in the butt, because the gravitational pull that we have to fight against, if this planet were just a little bit bigger and the gravity was a little bit stronger, we would never have been able to get off this planet at all. But the gravity is still strong enough to make escaping it an incredible challenge. So finding ways of bypassing that, finding ways of at least escaping some of Earth's gravity, getting some of the energy you need without having to use any rocket fuel, is a big challenge. And spin launch is one of those ideas. The idea of using a sort of a slingshot, a spinning centrifuge that launches something partially into space, and then a rocket engine takes it the rest of the way, and so it consumes a lot less fuel in order to be and reaches orbit. Great idea. And I think maybe quite practical for things like satellites, that sort of thing. But the G forces on something like that are mind boggling. If you were to put a human in something like that being tossed by a spin launch, they would be splattered on one side of the capsule by the time you hose them out. So yeah, I think it could be quite practical for satellites, but not for many other things, unfortunately. Now, if you take a spin launch system and put it on the moon, that changes everything. A spin, because with only 1/6 gravity, spin launch would have the capability of launching cargo or perhaps even passengers away from the moon without any fuel at all. And just so you know, the Chinese already have a plan to put a spin launch type electromagnetic catapult on the moon at their lunar base. Okay, let's see here. What other questions? Do we have some other questions? Yeah, NASA doesn't have the budget it had in the Apollo age, but at least they got their budget back. They're back almost to the budget that they had last year, with changes that were just accepted in Congress. We were looking at huge budget cuts, but thank God that's not going to happen now. And in addition to that, okay, so let's see, how far is panning? Boy, you still can't see. Huh. I thought for sure at this point we'd be able to see where it was going, but not yet. All right. Sorry, folks. I'm still struggling with a bit of a cold flu thing. So talking for hours is taking its toll, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Thanks so much, Ride. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Hey, Carl. Great. We just got a new donation, just so you know, folks, on GoFundMe. James Swanson just contributed $50. Thank you so much, James, for your generosity. Big contributions coming in from all directions today during our fundraiser. So we just got a contribution on the super chat and then another $50 from GoFundMe. We are heading in the right direction, folks, big time. Yeah, the spine of the rocket, in terms of there's a question about the configuration. The spine of the rocket doesn't exactly go up the center, I don't think. I think that's why it looks that way. But again, I'm not sure. Perspective might be throwing me off a little bit here. No, the reason, just to clarify, as far as rocket launches, why they happen at the equator. At the equator, you get some extra speed. The Earth rotates more rapidly at the equator than it does at the poles or anywhere close to the poles. So the more free velocity you can pick up, the better. So the closer to the equator you are, the faster the Earth is rotating, and the more free speed you pick up as you try to reach orbit. However, that's not the end all be all for space launches, because not every space launch facility is located at or close to the equator. There's now a tendency to put these launch facilities closer to the poles. And the reason that's happening is because polar orbits are becoming much more popular than they used to. Polar orbits allow Earth observation satellites to get a more comprehensive view of the planet. And the closer you are to the poles, you don't get as much velocity. You're losing velocity, but it is a lot easier to insert your satellite into a polar orbit from those kinds of trajectories. So that's why you have facilities like Rocket Labs launch facilities in New Zealand, which is very close or relatively close to the South Pole. And then now you have the Saxavord facilities and also the Andoya facilities in Norway, Saxavord being in Shetland. All of those are polar facilities as well. And Sweden has a polar facility called S-Range. So yeah, there's a change in philosophy when it comes to spaceport location and the best place to put a spaceport. So things are evolving. It's getting very interesting. And we're almost definitely going to have two launch attempts this year from polar facilities. One from Saxavord, and that will be RFA, Rocket Factory Augsburg's second attempt to try to reach orbit. Their first attempt never even really got off the ground because they blew a booster up doing a static fire. And then ESAR Aerospace is another German company that's going to attempt to reach orbit from a polar facility, the Andoya facility. Their first attempt was not very good either. It achieved an altitude of maybe 500 meters, 600 meters before it plummeted right back down into the harbor. So yeah, not, again, these were first launch attempts in both cases. So it's kind of hard to expect that you're going to get a lot of success from an iterative design strategy without a lot of money being spent on the rockets. So fingers crossed, we'll see. But yeah, we definitely have some launch attempts coming from Europe. And I will be in Saxavord, I will be in Shetland to see that launch attempt, definitely. Francis, no, I have had UFO experiences since I started talking about UFOs on my channel. But no, I'd never seen a UFO prior to that. I'm fascinated with aliens and the idea that we may be coexisting with extraterrestrial civilizations who are paying us a visit or something. I've loved that idea since I was a little kid. Astronomy magazine had a magazine for children called Odyssey. And when I got my subscription to Odyssey, the first issue that I got was about UFOs. And it was a serious astronomy magazine for kids back in a day when it wasn't heresy to talk about UFOs in a serious astronomy periodical. And so the first article that I read was by Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who was previously a scientific advisor to Project Blue Book, and was a skeptic to begin with, and then his views changed radically, and he became a big advocate for extraterrestrials visiting our planet. So anyway, very, very interesting. And then the issue that came after that actually was from a skeptic, a UFO skeptic, was in the issue of Odyssey that came afterwards. So yeah, I've been a big, big fan of UFOs since I was little. Feel free to ask any questions you like. It's been an enjoyable broadcast for me. It's been great interacting with you folks, and very successful when we're talking about fundraising. You guys have been great. Really, really generous, and I deeply appreciate it. Very soon, once Artemis arrives at its destination, we'll be doing the drawing for 3 shirts, 3 iAtlas shirts. 2 of them going to the GoFundMe folks, 1 going to a random super chat. Wally, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for your support. Really appreciate it. You guys are making it, getting us to where we need to go. We have enough for Aaron's ticket, and not enough for the hotel. The hotel's very expensive, but nevertheless, a big chunk of the hotel has been paid for today. So that's a big deal indeed. When were the rockets sent against Earth's rotational direction? I'm trying to recall which one we're talking about there. If you could clarify that for me, 75. Because for the most part, they do launch in the direction of Earth's rotation. Except for the ones, could be. I don't know about artificial. There's a lot of talk about artificial gravity space stations. Well, as a matter of fact, Russia has just announced that they intend to build one, that they're going to put up a space station that has an artificial gravity ring. In other words, a ring that generates gravity through centrifugal force. The problem with artificial gravity on space stations, it's great for the residents, for people who live on a space station. It eliminates a lot of the problems that they have to deal with bone mass and muscle mass loss, that sort of thing, all the deterioration that happens in microgravity. It's terrible for everything else. Everything that you want to do on a space station cannot be done in artificial gravity. It has to be done in microgravity. We're talking about next generation pharmaceuticals, different types of sophisticated metals, smart metals, those sorts of things. Everything that you want to build and experiment with in space is useless if you have artificial gravity. So you need to have a space station environment where you have both artificial gravity and microgravity on the same station. Maybe a central hub that has microgravity, and then an orbiting, a rotating artificial gravity ring. Okay. Again, please keep the questions coming, guys. It's really enjoyable discussion. Okay. Yeah, the SpaceX transmissions are amazing. Let me try to give you an idea, though, as to how that happens. Especially the Starship ones, because we get to see Starship re-entering the atmosphere, and yet we get the transmissions all the way. How the hell does that happen? That sort of thing. Starlink makes that possible. What happens? You get a blackout, in a communications blackout during re-entry most of the time, because you're trying to transmit directly to receivers on the ground, which is impossible when your ship is being enveloped in flames during re-entry. But the way SpaceX gets around that is they put their Starlink transmitter on the opposite side of Starship from where the heat shield is. And so it's shielded from the inferno at that location. And then the transmitter doesn't try to transmit to ground stations, it transmits to Starlink. And then Starlink relays the signal down to the ground station. So that allows SpaceX to show us the entire reentry process with either no or very little communications blackout. It's genius, real genius. And believe me, I'm not, for those of you who watch me enough, you know that I'm not somebody who just throws big time praise at SpaceX constantly. When they make mistakes, I call them out. But I'll tell you, that is a genius solution to a really difficult problem. And the quality of that video is amazing. So the way to get to way, is NASA ever going to be able to do that? Probably not, because even if they were to use Starlink, the Orion space capsule, the way it's built, chances are that inferno is going to envelop a transmitter, even if it was on top of the spacecraft. It's not as shielded as a Starship transmitter is going to be, just because Starship is so damn huge. Do we have a freeze, producer? I think we got a freeze. We got a freeze. Okay. Maybe it's just coming from my side then. It could be. That that could be. All right, folks. I'm sorry if you can see me just fine, because I can't. So I'm gonna go ahead and reboot. Just to make sure that, yep, the problem was on my side. Sorry about that, folks. So yeah, SpaceX, I'll tell you what they do in terms of just in terms of the miracle of those transmitters is crazy. How many degrees do you have? Only one. Sorry, Rooney. Yeah, I mean, I've got a minor too, but yeah, that's about it. I I don't know. I don't know what to say aside from the fact that I read a lot. And also, getting an education at the University of Colorado, you can't help but get a space education while you're there. University of Colorado at Boulder has a lot of space associated with there. There's just a lot of space related stuff happens there. So all right. Everything's still looking good. As Artemis 2 continues to crawl along at an agonizingly slow pace. But feel free to keep the questions coming, folks. Happy to. Nice. Sounds good. Nautilus X, yes, I have actually. I don't remember a lot about it, but yes, I have seen it. As a matter of fact, one person who does animations, spaceship kind of animations, he did a Nautilus X animation. He lets me use his animations in my broadcasts. Really nice guy. Mhm. Thanks, Rooney. I appreciate the compliment. I think my ex-wife would disagree with you, but but yeah, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. That is a good point. We are still doing it Von Braun's way. Oh, cool, John. You're going to be at Kennedy. Awesome. Yep. Looking forward to I'll tell you, I'm so excited about this. I really am excited. I mean, it's obviously been years since we saw Artemis 1 fly, and this of course is a big step up. This is playing for all the marbles here, guys. We got living people on board this, talented, dedicated, top of the line astronauts. I mean, probably the least experienced one is the young Canadian fellow, who I should remember his name, but I don't. Doggone it. Actually, let's just go ahead and I'll tell you what, let's do this. Artemis 2 crew. Let's go ahead and talk about the Artemis 2 crew while we're discussing it real quick. All right. So we have Commander Reed Wiseman and Bachelor of Science from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in Troy, New York. Master of Science in Systems Engineering from Johns Hopkins. Yeah. So obviously a very intelligent person, and he's the mission commander. I'm just curious. He has been a NASA astronaut since 2009. And Victor Glover, he's the pilot and definitely another NASA veteran. Bachelor of Science in General Engineering and a Master of Science in Flight Test Engineering, Master of Science in Systems Engineering, Master of Military Operational Art and Science. I want to talk about somebody who has a lot of degrees. And he's been an astronaut, NASA astronaut, since 2013. He also served as the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission to the International Space Station as part of Expedition 64. Then Jeremy Hansen is the Canadian mission specialist. Bachelor of Science in Space Science, Master of Science in Physics, former fighter pilot. Also he also has an airport transport license. So he was born in 1976 in London, Ontario, raised on a farm in Ontario. And then they have this whole long, they have kind of a long background for him. Let's go ahead and go through it. He became a Royal Canadian Air Cadet when he was 12 years old. 1992, he got his Air Cadet glider pilot wings. Air Cadet is a thing here in Britain as well with the Royal Air Force for kids. 1993, got his private pilot license when he was only 17 years old. So yeah, that's impressive. And 1994 credits Air Cadets for developing the discipline and self-confidence required to be accepted for officer training in the Canadian Armed Forces. And in 1999, graduated with his bachelor's degree in honors space science. 2003, he completed F-18 fighter pilot training. So he's an F-18 fighter pilot from the years 2004 through 2009 at the 441 and 409 Tactical Fighter Squadron. In 2009, that's when he was selected by the Canadian Space Agency. Graduated from astronaut candidate training in 2011. He's participated in ESA's Caves program in Sardinia, where he lived underground for 6 days, perhaps simulating underground living on the moon. In 2014, working on the ocean floor in the Aquarius habitat off Key Largo, Florida, simulating deep space exploration. And in 2017, he became the first Canadian to be entrusted with leading a NASA astronaut class. So he was in charge of the training astronaut cadets from the United States and Canada, and then was selected for Artemis 2. But I don't believe he's ever been to space. So he is the rookie of the group, sort of, in spite of that very impressive bio that he has. For a rookie, I'll tell you, he's got a lot. Christina Koch is probably in terms of time and space, it has the most experience of all these people. She has 328 days in space, in a single space flight, almost a year in space at one go, and she's had more than one mission. She's actually been on board for 3 missions on the International Space Station as part of Expedition 59, Expedition 60, and Expedition 61. Christina Koch has been in space a long time in her career. So yeah, we definitely have some incredibly experienced astronauts on this mission. With, of course, the Canadian gentleman being the least experienced, but Jeremy Hansen, I'll tell you, with all of his accomplishments, if that's the rookie, that's a crew I'd like to be on board with. That's for sure. And yes, it is Fragomatic, Raj. Yes, it is Fragomatic. It's just a really nice guy, really generous to allow me to use his animations. And yes, Golden, I will agree. Digital Voodoo, my animator, is fantastic. The work he does is mind-boggling. And he has contributed so much to the success of this channel over the last year. Ever since I've brought him on board last year, it completely changed the whole character of this channel. Just brought it to a totally different level of professionalism. It's awesome to have him on board with us. All right. Once again, still happy to, let's see. I think Trump will want to rename Kennedy Space Center. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about that. No comment. Yeah, Fragmatic does great animations, most definitely. Most definitely. Okay. Well, we are continuing to, as obviously, watch Artemis 2 slowly crawl out toward its launch site. And I'll tell you, this is getting more and more real by the minute. It's astonishing to think that after this incredible, incredible wait, we are going to have we're going to have a mission going to the moon with humans on board. Granted, not landing there, but still a quantum leap over what human spaceflight has been for the last 50 years, where we've been hovering around just barely out of the atmosphere for all this time. And granted, the ISS and everything we've done on it has been a fantastic thing. And I'm really happy that we've done that and proud of the accomplishments that have been made and all that. But it's been too long. And we are long since past the time that we should have done something about this. And now we finally are. That's a special moment. That's a special moment. And I have a great degree of confidence that things will work well on this flight, given the fact that Artemis 1, we were talking about a brand new rocket, brand new untested rocket being launched for Artemis 1. And honestly, I did not think that things would go as well as they did. I thought that that rocket would run into more problems than it did, given its troubled history, given all the delays that it experienced, given all the stuff that came up while they were trying to launch it with the hydrogen leaks and all that. There were so many things that happened during the Artemis 1, the run up to Artemis 1, that led me to believe that something would go wrong. And yet it it went so well. Went so very well. Very impressive. All right. We'll see. I believe the CCP has a very good plan to go to the moon. And they've already been to the moon with unmanned missions. They've even done sample return missions from the moon, which is not an easy thing to do, and they've done it. Um, I'll tell you, I've been impressed with communist China's space program. Um, and believe me, I'm not thrilled about the prospect of them getting to the moon first, because I don't think they have the best of intentions. I think that they want to grab property for themselves, resources, and also a military high ground. And the reason I feel that way is not necessarily because they're communist or anything. It's because they're not even really communist. I mean, come on, there's so much capitalism in China. It's not even funny. But it's because of how they do everything else. The Chinese space program, the CNSA, is a military space program. Even Roscosmos is not military. It's a domesticated program. And I mean, granted, they do tons of military stuff, but it's officially a civilian program. And having a space program that's supposed to be all about science and exploration being a division of your military, I'm not a big fan about that. Really not. The Van Allen belts, I don't think are going to be a much of a barrier. They weren't with the Apollo missions, and they're not going to be with this mission either. As long as you don't linger in the Van Allen belts for very long, the radiation is not going to be that problematic. Now, if we're talking about astronauts that have to take multiple trips to the moon, if we're talking about people who go back to the moon 4, 5, 6 times, then yeah, we're going to need to implement better radiation protection for the Van Allen belt. But if you're talking only one time through each way, it's not enough radiation to write home about. As long as you don't spend too much time in it. All right. Big gold-plated rocket. Van Halen belt. That's great. I love that. That's great. All right. Well, once again, Phil, I am happy to answer questions. Like to feel free to ask whatever you like about space flight, UFOs, whatever. 3i Atlas. I am thrilled to discuss it. That's what I'm here to do. As we continue to watch this historic event play out, so far, no signs of any problems, really good weather, and Artemis 2 is crawling towards the launch site. Fingers crossed. I have been to the Roswell area, but I've never actually been like to the gates of Area 51 or anything like that. But yes, I have been in that region. One of the reasons that I go to New Mexico, well, for one thing, it's I'm originally from Colorado. So I go to visit family, going to New Mexico sometimes part of my journey there. But in addition, Spaceport America is located in New Mexico. That's where the Virgin Galactic ships fly from, although it hasn't flown for a while. But in any event, I haven't heard Artemis 100 in the future. I'm sorry. I wish I knew what you're talking about there, Administrator Isaacman. Producer, can you look that up? Artemis 100? Oh, you worked on the LOX turbo pumps on the RS-25s in the 1990s. How about that? Yep, there is a good chance of that, William. Yeah, I mean, all 4 engines on this rocket have been used on previous shuttle flights. So yes, if you did work on those RS-25 turbo pumps in the 90s on the shuttle, then there's a very good chance that at least 1 or 2 of those turbo pumps are going up on this flight. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Hmm. There's a question that just came up regarding how does the crawler, the rocket, not tip over when as it makes a final ascent up this hill, essentially this incline, to get to the launch facility. How does it not tip over? Well, the thing of it is it has the crawler has something called a jacking equalization leveling hydraulic system, JEL. And so it's a very sophisticated system that essentially balances the crawler as it goes up an incline, as it goes up a grade. So it essentially shifts it appropriately to keep the rocket vertical. Hmm. I'll have to learn more about Artemis 100. I don't know. We're looking up and finding out more about it. Some kind of laser driven craft, but yeah, I'll look it up. That sounds interesting. So it's approaching the end. Should be approaching the end of its journey here shortly. It's been on the road now for almost 7 hours. There's been quite a marathon broadcast today. Thanks everybody for joining me. So we're definitely getting close to the point to where it should be at its destination. However, and again, this is a difference from Artemis 1. Artemis 1, as it rolled out, they even had a band play and stuff like that for it. I don't know, announce it or whatever. They didn't do anything like that for this particular rollout. I don't see why it would be necessary, but still, it's interesting that they chose not to do anything like that. You're welcome, Wally. Yeah, it's just, the whole Van Allen belt thing. I don't know. I mean, again, if you're trying to fool somebody who doesn't have a lot of scientific knowledge about these things, then yeah, you can manipulate facts to sell books, but that's all that's happening. I can't imagine that Danny Jones actually believes this crap. um it's the Van Allen belts are highly radioactive, yeah, and that's why you blow through them quickly. And it's not like these astronauts are totally unprotected. It's not like they're totally exposed to the vacuum of space and to the radiation that's out there. Yeah, you wouldn't want to linger in the Van Allen belt for any kind of substantial length of time, but they don't. They blow through them at a very high velocity. They're in the more dangerous areas for 15 minutes at most, maybe 20. Takes a lot more radiation than that to be lethal or even extremely dangerous. Would you want to hang around in it for a long time? No. Would you want to make a dozen trips through it without better protection? No. So I can see why NASA wants to rectify this issue eventually, but it's not something that would have proven to be a barrier against the astronauts, the Apollo astronauts at the time. As a matter of fact, a recent mission just went into the Van Allen belt recently, and that was Jared Isaacman. Jared, the current NASA administrator, it was a private mission, and he took a Crew Dragon on a highly elliptical orbit all the way up into the Van Allen belt to take some radiation readings. But again, if you're talking about moon landing denier people, it's become kind of a religion. I mean, regardless of what explanation you can come up with, it's always, well, they're just covering that up, or that's the explanations that they're using to cover up the truth. You can just say that about anything, and that essentially ends the conversation. So, yeah. I've got the SLS Lego model, actually. I've been trying to get it built lately, but I've had some struggles with it, unfortunately, because every time that I travel, I have to pack it up, and then it gets damaged a little bit and such, and then I have to reassemble it. It's been a real pain in the butt, but it is an amazing model. That the Lego SLS is one of the best kits they've ever made. It's really fantastic. Think any of the astronauts in the Artemis program will get to ride the rocket more than once? Yeah, maybe. It's possible, because there are some astronauts who are being trained for space station missions, and others that are being trained for lunar missions. So yeah, I think it's very possible that they may get more than one mission, depending on how many missions ends up being in the Artemis program. If we, get to Artemis 10, 11, 12, yeah, I think it's possible. But how many missions are that going to end up being? Like, how many times would they fly through the Van Allen belt, for example, at maximum? Maybe 3 times or 4, maybe. Is that going to be problematic? Possibly. Probably not, but possibly. And during that time, we are going to continue to work on building better radiation protection. But the bigger threat than the Van Allen belt are going to be things like coronal mass ejections, major heavy duty solar storms. Those are way more dangerous than the Van Allen belt. And fortunately, there wasn't a single Apollo mission that happened when a big time solar storm hit. One barely missed it. One happened to fly in between 2 major solar storms. If that particular mission had gotten hammered by a full-fledged solar storm, there might have been some radiation sickness on board and a really serious crisis. Um, Fortunately, that didn't happen, but it might have. Those are the kinds of threats that are going to have to be taken seriously. And as I say, there is a solar storm shelter in the Orion spacecraft that the Apollo capsule never had. But that's not total protection. That's not comprehensive protection. So it could be a problem, as depending on, and it's one of the hazards of interplanetary travel. And even recently, there's a major solar storm that hit Earth, and they took the ISS astronauts and had them go into their bunks and had them go into their private quarters and such, where it was more insulated from the effects of radiation than other parts of the station. And that's in a region that does have the protection of Earth's magnetic field. Not as much protection as we do, but still it has a substantial amount of protection from Earth's magnetic field. And even so, they took those kinds of precautions for the astronauts on the ISS. So yeah, for interplanetary journeys, that could be quite problematic, and it's something we're going to have to get good at, because lunar missions, that's one thing. You can get a good idea of what the space weather might be for a lunar mission if you're only talking a few days in advance. If you're talking about a 6-month journey to Mars, That's a totally different story. There's no way to effectively predict what's going to happen on a 6-month trip to Mars. So that's a that's a situation where we are going to have to get better at radiation shielding to deal with those kinds of long distance journeys, or to um, reduce the time of these missions, to upgrade to nuclear thermal engines or plasma drive or something like that. Make it to where it's not a 6-month journey anymore, but a 6-week journey. You could do that, then the odds of getting slammed by a major solar storm drop off, drastically. And yeah, that's a very good point. A lot of sci-fi writers do talk about genetic manipulation to make us more resistant to radiation, but it may not be necessary. If you just water is a very good radiation shield. If you can find a way to circulate the ship's water supply on the outer skin of the ship, that alone provides enormous amounts of radiation defense. And we use water in nuclear reactors for defense today. So anything like that could probably provide more than adequate defense. We just need to find a way to do it, to engineer that kind of defense into our ships better than what we have right now. For we have robots in space constructing, well, I mean, robots are getting really good as it is right now, and their capabilities are almost frightening, given how precise they're becoming. Will they start constructing things in orbit? Yeah, I think that's very possible. That could start happening really soon, especially if Starship gets into service. Because if Starship is capable of carrying large amounts of cargo into orbit, large components of an interplanetary spacecraft into orbit, and you have robots do the assembly process, yeah, I'd say that could happen in the next 10 to 20 years. That's a good idea. Harvesting comet ice to get water. Yeah, water is heavy, but then again, we always need to take water into orbit anyway. Just to have a water supply for the astronauts, so that if you could find a way to recirculate the water supply that you need anyway in the skin of the ship, that would help a little bit. Lunar ice is a very, very good possibility because it obviously weighs 1/6 of what it weighs here on Earth. If you could harvest lunar ice and use that for radiation shielding on ships, it'd be another very good reason to establish a permanent presence at the lunar South Pole. That water ice is going to be so useful for so many applications. It'll probably end up being the most expensive and valuable thing that we harvest in space, between its usefulness, obviously, for drinking water, its usefulness for breathable oxygen, its usefulness to make hydrolox fuel. So you don't have to carry fuel from Earth. You can manufacture it on the moon. And yeah, using it for radiation defense. It's a lot of really good applications for that. And again, if you're only having to fight 1/6 gravity to get it into space, it's a lot easier to exploit it. Oh. Yeah, burning hydrogen and oxygen to make water. Well, I got to see that in person during the green run test for the first Artemis rocket, for Artemis 1. I went to Mississippi. The local airport there allowed me to set up my camera on the roof of the airport, and I filmed them fire up the RS-25 engines and burn them for I don't know how many minutes. They burned it for like 400 or 500 seconds. And burning all four of those engines continuously on the ground like that created artificial rainstorms. I got to film all of that happen as these clouds formed and started dumping rain all over the Stennis test facility in Mississippi. It was really cool. Quite an experience. It's an experience that the folks who live around there, get on a pretty regular basis, because when they fire up even one RS-25 engine, they create artificial clouds. But all four of them firing for hundreds and hundreds of seconds like that, man, that was incredible. Just really, really fantastic. Yeah, that's another good point. Utilizing mass drivers, an electromagnetic catapult, essentially, is what that is, to launch the ice into orbit or to Lagrange points, as I talk about Lagrange points a lot on this channel, solar system parking lots, basically. And by the way, again, as I mentioned before, China intends to use electromagnetic mass driver. They're going to have one at their base. They've already announced that, which in some ways is a little scary because an electromagnetic mass driver could be used as a weapon too. Depending on how big and how powerful it is, could chuck artificial asteroids towards Earth. So yes, exactly like what happened in The Expanse. The Belters. All right. Keep the questions coming, folks. Started streaming 7 hours ago, and Artemis 2 is still rumbling along. Yes, the moon is a harsh mistress. Famous Robert Heinlein short story where a bunch of prisoners weaponize the mass driver on the moon. Be happy to answer more questions about sci-fi authors and all that too. Whatever you want to talk about, as long as it's space related. My neck is beginning to protest. I've been sitting here straight back in my chair for quite a number of hours now. But I knew what I was signing up for when I started the broadcast today. So, I think AI, William, is definitely going to be is a very useful tool as long as it remains a tool. As Spock said, computers make very efficient servants, but I have no wish to serve under them. And I'll tell you, AI is really helpful as long as you don't rely on it too much. I use AI quite a lot in my research, and I have to fact check everything it tells me because quite often it will give you the wrong information. If I asked would I go to space, I'd have to think about it. I mean, yeah, definitely, but the only thing that would make me hesitate is the fact that, the idea of leaving kids fatherless. I mean, yes, my children are grown and all that, but I'd be a little, I don't know. That might make me a little hesitant. I don't game as much as I used to. It's been years really since I've played any games seriously. Speaking of which, just occurred to me though. Thanks for reminding me. There is one game I play on my phone that I am supposed to update. I think I forgot to do that. You reminded me, which is good because otherwise I'm going to get looted, I think. I may have already gotten looted. Nope, somebody scouted me, but they were afraid to attack me. Thanks for reminding me. I might have gotten nuked. Haha, now I'm protected. You had your chance to kill me, guys, and you lost it. Bink. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Are we good, producer? Aaron? Okay, yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. I just so you know, I noticed that I've disappeared off the screen. Are you seeing that? All right, let me go ahead and update. That must be it. I'm just letting this go too much. Yep, there we go. Sorry about that, folks. Da, 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 da. Crawling along. It'd be nice. Honestly, in terms of a Star Trek society, is a Star Trek society even possible? I mean, we talk about a society where money doesn't exist and we do things to like improve ourselves, and that's our motivation and all that. And I mean, that all sounds lovely, but there are so many times in Star Trek where that system actually doesn't seem to work or where it's not actually happening. Like for example, why would the Ferengi have currency? If gold plated latinum, why couldn't you just use replicators to make gold plated latinum as much as you need? Why would that even have value? I don't know. It's that if you think about Star Trek too much, it all starts falling apart. How many Orion space capsules are in production right now? Let's see. Since we have Artemis 5 funded, I think it's 3. And there are actually substantially more service modules in production because the service modules are expendable. The capsule is reusable, but the service module is expendable. And Europe has built a lot of those already. They are way ahead of the game. So yeah. Oh yeah, Sunshine, great movie. I totally agree, James. That's a cool movie. Really neat concept in terms of going close to the sun. The whole thing with Mercury. That whole movie was very interesting. Not much of a feel-good ending, though. But it was very interesting. It'd really be nice if NASA would pan back a little bit and because it's got to be getting close to the launch site now, and show us where Artemis is in relation to the launch facility. I know it's close. Blue Origin lights? I'm so sorry, Wally. I don't know what you're talking about. Blue Origin lights. Tell me more. Oh, you mean like the flashing things during the landing? Yeah, it is money. That's how it was done. We're talking about how they managed to do all of those moon missions. They just built a lot of Saturn V rockets in a short amount of time because they had the money to build them. SLSs could be built just as fast, but you would need to open up more production facilities and spend all that money to bring them online. Because right now, their production is really not capable of manufacturing more than one rocket at a time. Um, so yeah, it's a matter of investment. They had more production facilities and a lot more people, and a lot more cash invested. NASA's investment during the Apollo program was immense, triple at least of what it is today, at least. No, James, that's not the same crawler. Um, that is a repurposed and kind of cobbled together crawler that was used during the shuttle era. And it was originally designed to be used for Ares, for the Ares rocket. And then it had to be significantly upgraded for a much heavier rocket with a lot more power. And the whole thing turned into a huge cluster. It was just a big disaster in terms of the amount of money invested, the time it took to get it finished. And again, this I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, there is no comprehensive engineering plan for that launch tower that you're looking at right now. No one person knows how that thing was built. There's no central plan. If you were to ask somebody and say, okay, I need a total engineering rundown on that launch tower and how it works and every component, et cetera, nobody would be able to do that. That's how incompetently that thing was built by the contractors who were assigned to build it. And it got transitioned from one to another, also from one contractor to another. The whole thing was just an utter disaster. And then on top of that, huge bonuses were paid out to these contractors to do an incredibly awful job. it, it was just a serious scandal, a serious scandal. Ugly, ugly. Mm. Yeah, ML2 is having, I just got a question from the Discord side. ML2 is getting close to being completed, actually. They've made a lot of progress with building it, but it's experienced a lot of the same issues. A lot of the same, for one thing, there wasn't a whole lot of competition in the selection process for a contractor. There weren't a lot of contractors who were willing to take on the job. And so not a lot of incentive to do a decent job to begin with. I mean, fortunately, there is a comprehensive design. At least this thing was designed and built by the same people. But still, huge potential for delays and cost overruns, etc., with ML2. But on the other side of the equation, it's probably not going to make that much of a difference because you don't need ML2 for the Artemis 3 mission for the first moon landing. You don't need it until Artemis 4, and it is likely going to be a long time before we're going to be ready for Artemis 4, before we're going to have a human landing system that's capable of carrying out the Artemis 4 mission anyway. So it's still not acceptable that it's gone this way, but still, yeah, it's the whole SLS project. I mean, I have to, I argue in its favor sometimes simply because I am a person who appreciates results, and the results of this so far anyway, we'll see what happens with this mission, but so far has been a rocket that did a really good job on its first flight, almost flawless job on its first flight. That's impressive, but everything else about it has been terrible. Cost overruns, missing schedule deadlines over and over and over again. And people getting paid huge bonuses for being incompetent. Yeah, it's just, it's typical government procurement nonsense. Any chance a constellation program would come back to speed things up to get? Well, I mean, in some ways, this is a resurrected constellation program. In some ways, um, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Yep, it's got a ramp to reach. We still got a ways to go before it arrives at its destination, and the ramp will be more complicated. And we may cut the broadcast when it starts navigating the ramp, simply because that's going to take a while, and it's already getting quite late here in the UK. We'll see. We'll see how things go. Originally, my intention was to push this broadcast for roughly 8 hours or so. It may go a little bit longer, depending. Yeah, near as we can tell, it is most probably going to be a night launch. Yeah, Orion's been part of the whole interplanetary constellation and everything. Orion's been part of the various programs for quite some time. We've never really known what the hell we were going to use Orion for. Originally, Orion was supposed to be used for an asteroid redirect mission. We're going to use Orion to capture an asteroid and bring it into Earth orbit. So yeah, it's evolved a lot, which of course is one of the reasons why it's not well suited for moon landings. It can't do a moon landing at all because it was never really designed for that. It was designed for interplanetary travel and docking with space stations. James, I live in Milton Keynes, just outside of Milton Keynes. Very fond of this area. I'm very fond of, I mean, Milton Keynes is not your typical British city at all. It was planned and built out on a grid, but it's very interesting. Oh dear. Producer, I'm going to need to step away for a few minutes. I'm actually running into some charging issues and such. I'm going to have to charge up phone and stuff. So I'll step away and I'll be back here shortly. I'll be back in 2 minutes, folks. opportunities in February. We're having to stay all the way from the beginning of February until the 11th of February to make sure that we have every single launch opportunity, which is February 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, and 11th covered. If Artemis doesn't launch on any of those days, then it's really going to create a problem, because then there'll have to be a new opportunity scheduled for March 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and the 11th. So yeah, all I can say is I hope that the launch happens on one of those first 5 days in February. That's what we're hoping for. And there's every reason to believe that it will, given the fact that NASA had an opportunity to work through all the problems they had on their first launch attempt. But then again, I'm muted. I'm muted, supposedly. Okay. Okay, never mind. All right, Fripp, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted there. So in any event, I'll be yeah, huge thing has happened again to review in the time that I was gone. One of our longtime supporters of the channel, fantastic guy, just threw $100 at us to help us with the fundraising, and then 3 more GoFundMe donors jumped on board. Maurice Longmire for $50. Jennifer Milligan, 10 pounds, and I think 10 pounds anyway, and Sylvia Grossi, $100. So in the time that I was gone, we raised another $263. And I believe that we've hit our 40% threshold as a result of all of that sudden generosity. Let me go ahead and see, but I'm thinking that we're there. But let's see here. We're at 39.33%. That's close enough as far as I'm concerned. Amazing, guys. I really didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't think we would get to that 40% threshold, but because of you guys and your awesome support, you have made it happen. It's just mind-boggling. Thank you so much. Wow. So in any event, we're almost 8 hours into this. We actually started streaming 8 hours ago. And we're probably going to be cutting off here at some point. I need to have dinner at some point, and actually I need to pick up a couple of things from the store before I can even have dinner tonight. I was hoping that this broadcast would only last about 8 hours. And that was the estimated time that it would take them to push Artemis 2 to the launch site, but clearly that's not quite happening. Again, the liftoff is going to be the evening of February 6th. So it's going to be a little while before it's going to be lifting off. The GoFundMe will be active all the way through the launch, and essentially until we get to where we need to be. We'll keep it running. So don't worry about that. But I will be doing my giveaway. I'll be giving away my shirts during this broadcast. I'm going to go ahead and check to see if we have any kind of update from NASA as to where we are with this process. Thought we would have a blog from NASA giving us an update on the estimated arrival, but I'm not seeing it. let's see if we get live. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Maybe we can get some updates here. No, the last update that we had was about 30 minutes ago. It could be, okay, depending on NASA's progress, is following an 8-hour or perhaps a 10-hour plan. So it could be another 2 hours beyond now before they even get to the ramp. Yeah, nobody is really. The first motion started at 7:04 a.m., so only 4 minutes after the scheduled departure time. So it's been moving, but it looks like it's been moving a bit more slowly than usual. Again, as slow as they need to. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait. It looks like, yeah, it looks like it's coming up to the ramp now. I wish they would pan back a little bit. Because, yeah, they have reached the ramp. Right. Right. I'll be able to find it. It's fine. All right. So, in any event, sorry, folks, I've been tied up with some conversations with my team here. But clearly, Artemis 2 has now reached the ramp. And the rocket doesn't get off the crawler. Just to be clear, this is a launch pad. Mobile launch 1. So, in other words, this thing transports the rocket and it launches the rocket. It's different than how SpaceX does it. Obviously, there's more launch facilities at the location, at the site, such as fuel tanks, that sort of thing. So at the moment, I'm not sure if it's paused at the ramp. Because I'm not sure how long it takes to activate the JEL hydraulic system, jacking equalization leveling system. It keeps the rocket from tipping as it ascends. But yeah, it's might take them a moment before, as they're preparing the ascent, before they start moving towards it again, to make sure that the mobile launch tower will balance properly and keep the rocket vertical. It doesn't look like that it's approaching the ramp, though. Looks like that it is paused. Feel free to continue to ask any sort of questions that you like about spaceflight, about the Artemis mission. Again, this is just getting the rocket out to the pad. The first opportunity for liftoff will be February the 6th. It does seem to be paused at the moment. So, you know, as slow as this thing moves, there is no evidence that it's making any progress towards the ramp currently. And again, there's an entire system that needs to be operated in order to keep the rocket vertical during the ascent. So it could be that they're firing that up before they start the climb. Lunar flashes with Blue Origin landing. I'm going to have to look that up. Because honestly, I don't know. I hadn't heard about that. I didn't even know that there was a. I mean, Blue Origin hasn't landed on the moon yet. If we're talking about. Are you sure we're not talking about Firefly's landing with the Blue Ghost? Is that what we're talking about? Well, you know, this is a bit anticlimactic right now as Artemis 2 is sitting and waiting to ascend. Say the tower is equipped with this hydraulic system known as the jacking equalization leveling hydraulic system that keeps this platform vertical even while it's climbing a steep incline. The crawler constantly senses unevenness in the road and uses independent hydraulic cylinders at each of its four corners to keep the mobile launch platform level within 10 minutes of arc. When approaching the launch pad, the crawler must climb a 5% grade. The JEL system compensates for this slope by elevating one end of the platform to keep the rocket perfectly upright. So, yeah, we're not sure if this suggests that they're having a problem with that system or if it just takes a while for it to fire up properly. Yeah. I'll make sure that people know. Well, folks, as I say, anticlimactic. We'd like to think that it's moving, but I don't think it is. It should be, even if it were moving at 1 kilometer per hour, we'd be able to see the movement versus the water tank or fuel tank in the background there, and we're not seeing any motion whatsoever. So again, to be clear, this thing is not flying today. It's being moved to the launch facility where it'll undergo some further tests in preparation for a February 6th launch. Okay, there at least they move the camera slightly. Be nice if that were in anticipation of some movement on the part of the crawler. We will see. Depends on what angle we're looking at it from. Once again, to be clear, this is something we've been talking a lot about today, but there is no launch today. This is just getting the rocket to the launch facilities. Again, this is the reason we're covering this is because this is an historic event. This is the first in over 50 years, the first human-rated rocket that will be carrying human passengers to the moon to be launched from, well, anywhere on Earth. Does appear to be in motion now, and just bit by bit, very, very small halting steps. And again, the reason for that would be that it's operating its system that keeps it level during this process, the jacking, equalization, leveling hydraulic system. Well, if it falls over, it won't explode. Doesn't have any fuel on board. It'll just smash into a million pieces. Oh, except maybe, no, even the solid rocket boosters wouldn't blow up. It's very difficult to make solid rocket boosters explode, even though they do have fuel on board. You have to try really hard to make a solid rocket booster explode or even ignite. But yes, the home launch platform is once again in motion. Very, very slow progress. I mean, it makes the progress that it was making, crossing Cape Canaveral or crossing the Cape Kennedy facilities look blindingly fast compared to the speed that it's moving now as it maneuvers. Well, if there okay, if it was a single flash, that was almost certainly a meteor impact on the moon. We Those sorts of things happen from time to time. It'd be very interesting to see the footage that was captured by an orbiter, whatever vehicle it was that made that capture. Definitely it wasn't Blue Origin. Blue Origin hasn't landed on the moon yet, but it could have been the Blue Ghost from Firefly. They did successfully land on the moon. Oh, there's no scrub, Sue. It's not lifting off today. It was never going to lift off. Yeah, there's no scrub today. It's just today is just moving the rocket out to the facility, out to the launch facility. No launch planned unless, hang on. Checking the latest news here. The ISS is not at a high enough altitude to be in the Van Allen belts. The Van Allen radiation belt doesn't start until substantially higher, further away from Earth than the ISS. The ISS orbits at a very low altitude. Much higher. Mm-hmm. Way higher. Way higher. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm getting the impression that this thing is paused again. Well, get the impression that this is going to be a process for it to go up this ramp, no question. It is currently just after 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So they have been in process. Yeah. Folks, I'm afraid I am losing my energy as much as I would like to think that I'm going to be able to work through this. I'm going to probably have to shut this stream down at this point. I hate the fact We're sitting right at the ramp. But I think navigating the ramp is going to be a lengthy thing. It could take as long as another 2 hours. And I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to before I go to sleep tonight. So I am sorry about this, folks. I really would have liked to have wrapped it up, but what I want to do is give away our shirts first of all. So let's go ahead. First of all, we're going to do our giveaway on the super chat shirt. And again, these are all 3i Atlas shirts. So go ahead, producer, go ahead and give us a random result. Who is? Our super chat winner for today for the 3i Atlas shirt is Punisher. Punisher just won our 3i Atlas shirt. Punisher, please send me an email. My email is in the description. Well, shoot, we're going to have to make sure it gets added to the description on this particular live stream because is it in there? Okay. All right. So it's in the description. My email is in the description. Please send me your mailing address so we can get that taken care of. Once again, Punisher is the winner of the first shirt. Shirt number 2. We're going over to our GoFundMe, folks. Actually, just give me a random number, 1 to 27. Do a random generation on that one. Mm-hmm. Yes, please. Oh, my. 1 to 27. Drum roll. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. The winner of the first 3i Atlas shirt from the GoFundMe donors today is Sylvia Grossi. Sylvia Grossi. And number 2, second winner. Second winner. 3, 6, 9. Frank Honkus. Frank Honkus is the winner of the second shirt. Congratulations to both of you. Thank you so much. Everybody's generosity today and your contributions to getting our fantastic producer to Cape Canaveral to cover the Artemis 2 launch. This could be very well another couple of hours, sadly, for Artemis 2 to navigate this ramp, but things have gone quite well, near as we can tell with this move. It's gone slower, perhaps a bit slower than was anticipated, but we've had very good weather today and no signs of any significant issues. And once again, the next time you'll be seeing us actually broadcasting a coverage of Artemis 2 will be from Cape Canaveral. It'll either be me by myself, but probably not. Given the success we've had today, I think we can commit to ASN coming on this trip. I feel very confident that we can raise the rest of the funds that are required. So it's all because of you guys, folks. because of you and your generosity. ASN has said so many times today how incredibly moved he is by the collective generosity of the viewers in making this happen for him. And we're going to bring you a production that's light years ahead of anything that this channel has ever done before. I'll tell you, you don't want to miss it. We're going to bring you Artemis 2 in a way that you've never seen before. So, folks, thank you very much for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on this marathon broadcast today. Looking forward to Artemis 2 and humanity's return to the moon. Until next time, stay angry about space.